Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Together with Yin Ruashi, they were called the 3 heroes of the ancient STEM domain, and they were peerless geniuses countless people admired. Their names shook the entire ancient STEM domain, and even those in other domains knew of their names. However, the ancient STEM banquet was about to begin, yet these 2 people had not arrived. Everyone felt quite worried. Had something happened? At the same time, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's people were also quite worried. What's going on? We sent the invitation, right? Why hasn't that emperor come? An elder from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group said worriedly to one of his subordinates. The subordinate's forehead was covered with sweat as he replied, this subordinate indeed sent the invitation, and the emperor replied, saying that he would attend. Perhaps he has been delayed, this subordinate will send people to contact him. The elder let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good then. This is a time to reveal the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's strength, and with him supporting us, we won't be weaker than the royal kingdoms. The higher-ups also want to use this opportunity to deepen the connection between him and ourselves. Shing, shing, shing. Countless sword hums suddenly sounded out as the swords on countless people's waists seemed to sense something and continuously trembled, causing everyone to feel shocked. Suddenly, a massive sword intent covered the scene, and everyone looked incredibly shocked. Under that sword intent, many people felt as if their bodies were being torn apart. Boom. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a sharp sword light fly over, seeming to slice the heavens and earth apart. That sword light landed on the stage in an instant, revealing a young man in azure who had a long sword at his waist. His appearance caused countless people to feel startled because that sword intent was simply too powerful, making everyone feel immense terror. The major figures on the viewing platforms looked at this young man in interest. This young man was called Gujian and was the legacy disciple of the ancient sword sect master. He was hailed as a genius in the sword who only came by once every few hundred years, and his outstanding talent caused countless people to admire him. Gujian's expression was cold as he looked around, and it was as if he did not place anyone in his eyes. The person he was most concerned about was not yet here, making him feel somewhat disappointed. However, in the next instant, he sensed something, and he looked into the distance. Clouds started to swirl as a 5-colored light gave off a powerful aura and shot over. Feeling this aura, countless people turned and looked over. Boom. The 5-colored ray of light landed on the ground, causing a boundless aura to ripple out. Everyone felt incredibly small and looked shocked as they looked at the person who had landed. The light disappeared, and a handsome young man dressed in white and holding a folding fan appeared. He was Beihan, the person who had been ranked first on the ancient STEM rankings. He was definitely someone everyone had their eyes on. The powerful aura coming from his body caused even some of the major figures to feel shocked. Beihan had exceeded their expectations and had become much more powerful than before. Moreover, his big brother's name shook many domains. Not only did his big brother have extraordinary talent, causing even ordinary geniuses to submit, but he had also continuously been ranked first on the ancient STEM rankings and had been taken as a disciple by a higher being. Before, the person who had caused the commotion about being taken as a disciple by a higher being was his big brother. As the younger brother, Beihan was also quite exceptional, causing everyone to marvel at the abilities of these 2 brothers. They were both part of the ancient STEM domain's #1 sect, the Tao Cultivation sect. Facing everyone's gazes, Beihan gave a humble smile and cupped his hands before walking towards where the Tao Cultivation sect's people were. Now that the final important figure had arrived, everyone felt less worried and started to feel quite excited. They wondered how these geniuses would perform, but it could be seen that everyone was much more powerful than the previous year. It was now time for the ancient STEM banquet to officially begin. The sect master of the Tao Cultivation sect, the most prestigious person, stood up and made the announcement. Boom. Suddenly, an enormous aura spread out like a cyclone, almost blowing some people away. Countless people could only desperately defend as they looked up in shock. A cloaked figure had appeared in the sky, giving off the aura of an emperor. He gave off a noble and supreme aura, causing everyone to feel as if their souls were a candle in a gale and making them almost want to kneel in submission. His arrival caused countless people to look shocked. They had never thought that such a terrifying figure would suddenly appear. Just this aura alone could cause some geniuses to kneel in submission. This emperor's aura was simply too powerful. The major figures on the viewing platforms all looked quite serious as they sensed this terrifying aura. They had never thought that such a person would appear. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group let out sighs of relief, and an elder smiled as he walked up and explained Zhao Fu's identity. Only then did everyone realize that this was the mysterious emperor who had conquered the 10,000 Dragon stage and shaken the entire ancient STEM domain. 1159 Level 12 Saint Armament. It was not just the people in the top 10 of the ancient STEM rankings who were looking at Zhao Fu solemnly, even the major figures on the viewing platforms were looking at him with serious expressions. The people in the top 10 could feel a pressure from Zhao Fu that they had never felt before. It not only caused them to feel solemn but also told them that they had to treat Zhao Fu incredibly seriously. This person is terrifying. That was the thought in all of their minds. The major figures on the viewing platforms had heard of this mysterious emperor before and paid some attention to him. After all, his identity was quite prestigious. Even though they knew how terrifying that person must have been to reach the top of the 10,000 Dragon stage, after personally seeing him, they understood that he was indeed quite extraordinary. In fact, he was even more terrifying than they had expected. With their amount of experience, they had seen emperors before, but it was the first time they had seen such a terrifying aura before. As for the ordinary people, they all stared at Zhao Fu in the air with wide eyes full of shock. They felt completely terrified. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Fu felt slightly nervous as there were simply too many people. Moreover, there were so many powerful experts present. Had he been too extravagant in revealing his aura just then? Just as Zhao Fu was thinking about his actions, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group elder next to him smiled as he said, "Emperor, this way, everyone is waiting for you." Zhao Fu nodded and followed the elder to the viewing platform. Because Zhao Fu was the emperor from an empire outside of the ancient STEM domain, he naturally could not participate as a competitor and could only watch as a VIP. As Zhao Fu went to the viewing platform, everyone looked away, and the Tao Cultivation Sect Master finished making the opening announcement, causing everyone to cheer. Boom! A massive sound rang out as a massive stone seal on the stage was activated. Countless runes lit up on it as it gave off a ray of light that shot into the sky. Immediately, clouds began to swirl as fate from all over the ancient STEM domain started to quickly gather here. The fate gathered as auspicious clouds, and countless multicolored glows descended from the sky, accompanied by falling flower petals. The scene was extremely beautiful, and it was as if it was a wonderland. This was all caused by that stone seal. It seemed that the ancient STEM rankings was not simple at all. It was most likely that those who ranked highly would receive fate from the entire ancient STEM domain. This fate was quite shocking because the ancient STEM domain had 1,000 or so worlds, and it was difficult to tell just how much fate was gathered. Sitting on the viewing platform, Zhao Fu understood why so many came to participate in the ancient STEM banquet and why all of the factions took it so seriously. Anyone who could rank on the rankings would receive a massive amount of fate that was not inferior to how much a kingdom had. Moreover, this sort of fate was a type of additional fate that was different than ordinary fate. It could not be used and was simply added to one's body. Ordinary fate such as the fate of a kingdom or sect could be used freely, such as being sent into a nation armament to unleash destructive power. Even though this additional fate could not be freely used, it still had some functions. Within a heaven-awakened world, fate was naturally incredibly important, as it could affect one's destiny and opportunities. As such, the additional fate was still quite useful. Names started to appear on the stone seal. Number 1 was Beiharan, number 2 was Gujin, number 3 was Yinruashi. After the names were also their ages. After all, the ancient STEM rankings had an age limitation. Not anyone could go on the ancient STEM rankings. After all, as the most powerful expert in the ancient STEM domain, who would be able to rank higher than the sect master of the Tao Cultivation Sect? The ancient STEM rankings recorded 126 geniuses, and the rankings at the top were all taken by the 20 royal kingdoms and 5 great sects. With their foundations, the people they nurtured were all geniuses among geniuses. As such, it was essentially impossible for others to surpass them, and they could only fall behind them. Of course, that was with the exception of Zhao Fu, that monster. Those closer to the top of the rankings would receive more fate, and those who were at the bottom would receive less. Apart from rewards of fate, the 20 royal kingdoms and 5 great sects had also provided various rewards. First place would receive a desolation divinity, 8 days of cosmos comprehension, 8 mortal casting pills, and 8,000 top-grade spirit crystals. Second place would receive a level 12 saint armament, the death race sword, 8 days of Cosmos Comprehension, 8 Mortal Casting Pills, and 8,000 top-grade Spirit Crystals. Third place would receive a Saint Pill, 6 days of Cosmos Comprehension, 6 Mortal Casting Pills, and 6,000 top-grade Spirit Crystals. Fourth place would receive a Golden Rock Egg, 4 days of Cosmos Comprehension, 4 Mortal Casting Pills, and 4,000 top-grade Spirit Crystals. Fifth place would receive an Earth-grade Art, the Heavenly Cicada Art, 2 days of Cosmos Comprehension, 2 Mortal Casting Pills, and 2,000 top-grade Spirit Crystals. Sixth place would receive a World Pearl, 1 day of Cosmos Comprehension, 1 Mortal Casting Pill, and 1,000 top-grade Spirit Crystals. Seventh place would receive a Level 9 Saint Armament, the Moon Void Saber, 1 Comprehension Book, 4 Refining Pills, and 5,000 high-grade Spirit Crystals. Eighth place would receive an Ownerless Blood Jade, 1 Comprehension Book, 3 Refining Pills, and 4,000 high-grade Spirit Crystals. Ninth place would receive a Dukedom City, 1 Comprehension Book, 2 Refining Pills, and 3,000 high-grade Spirit Crystals. Seventh place would receive a Level 7 Saint Armament, the Shield of Falsehood, 1 Comprehension Book, 2 Refining Pills, and 2,000 high-grade Spirit Crystals. After these rewards were announced, they instantly caused an uproar. They were the most abundant rewards in the recent 100 years. The first place prize was a Desolation Divinity, and it did not say that it was a remnant, meaning that it was a complete divinity. It was only something that someone who had killed a god before could obtain. Moreover, Desolation gods were a type of incredibly ancient, powerful, and violent godly spirit. They were more powerful than ordinary godly spirits, and killing one was quite difficult. However, looking at the rhombus-shaped blood crystal, it was as big as a little fingertip. It was most likely a low-grade Desolation Divinity. The other rewards were more ordinary, such as Cosmos Comprehension. This was a piece that had fallen from the Cosmos Historical Remnant, which had been the cultivation location of a higher being in the past. It contained boundless heaven and earth power, and it was of great help to Comprehension. Comprehension books also contained this kind of power, but it was merely a replica and the effects were much weaker. Next were the Mortal Casting Pills. They were a high-grade medicinal pill that could increase the purity of one's bloodline and expel the impurities in one's body. There were also top-quality Spirit Crystals. They were a cultivation item that contained a large amount of spirit energy. Low-grade Spirit Crystals could be obtained in the Boundary region, and only the Heaven Domain had top-quality Spirit Crystals. Zhaofu was quite moved by these rewards. Most of them were quite useful to Zhaofu. For example, the Level 12 Saint Armament was essentially the highest grade of weapon that could be obtained in the outer regions. 1160. Do you dare defy me? The Saint Pill had a chance to raise one's grade to Saint grade. Zhaofu's grade was only Heaven grade currently. There would not be many people with Heaven grade in a world, but the Heaven Awakened world had countless worlds, and because of that, having Heaven grade was not something so special. The main reason why Zhaofu was cultivating so quickly was mostly because of his celestial art and the help of Wu Zishan and the others. At the same time, the women's cultivations rose quite quickly as well, not just because of the celestial art but also because of the Emperor Phoenix statue. It was a pity that the Saint Pill only had a chance of raising one's grade to the Saint grade, and it was not a 100% chance. However, it was still quite attractive to Zhaofu. There was also the World Pearl, which was an incredibly powerful spatial tool. With the World Pearl, Great Ken's plan to create teleportation channels that could span many worlds would be possible, and they could use the teleportation channels as traps to provide countless living creatures for the Devil World and turn those living creatures into devils. These things were all very tempting to Zhaofu, but because he was here as a VIP and not a competitor, they were not fated to belong to him. Zhaofu did not dare to expose his identity. After all, there were many terrifying experts here. If Zhaofu acted out of line, he would die without even knowing how it happened. This competition was conducted by issuing challenges. Anyone who defeated a higher-ranked person would take their spot. Of course, there were requirements, or else 100,000 people challenging a single person would wear them down sooner or later. The requirement was that one had to have the right to challenge. They had to defeat a certain number of people before they could obtain the corresponding right to challenge. Following this, the competition began. Fighting arenas appeared on the stage and umpires watched over the battles to maintain order. Those on the ancient STEM rankings did not have to do anything except wait for people to challenge them. Zhaofu had been quite interested to watch these battles, but he found that there was not much to watch. This was because he felt that these people were too weak. He was now too powerful and felt as if he was an adult watching a group of children fighting. After watching for a while, Zhaofu looked away in disinterest. The elder from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group next to him could sense his boredom and thought to himself, as expected from someone from the Heaven Domain, he can't be bothered watching these people fighting. That's to be expected, though. The elder pushed a plate of spirit fruits in front of Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "Emperor, have some spirit fruits. You'll definitely be more interested in the fights between those on the ancient stem rankings later." Zhao Fu courteously nodded. He primarily came to give the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group face, or else he most likely would not have come. The other major figures all looked at Zhao Fu in great interest. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had actually been able to invite him here, and with the support of an emperor, they were now quite mighty. Some people even felt a trace of admiration. 2 days later, the challenges concluded, and some powerful people had appeared. They had performed quite well and had made their way onto the ancient STEM rankings, causing countless people to feel admiration and jealousy. Following this, it was time for the people on the ancient STEM rankings to fight. The one who drew the most attention was naturally the battle between first-ranked Beihan and the second-ranked Gujian. Gujian unleashed a sword chi vortex, making it seem as if the heavens and earth were filled with sword chi. The vortex spun like a massive gear, gradually tearing apart space, and its terrifying power could cause everyone to feel horror. Beihan unleashed a colorful domain, which contained countless motes of light. These motes of light seemed to have their own life as they continuously changed into trees, flowers, birds, and beasts. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two powerful energies smashed together, sending out a shocking destructive power that devoured everything in an instant. The barrier around the arena started to crack, and the traces of aura leaked out and caused countless people to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The various experts quickly acted, maintaining the cracked barrier to prevent any more ripples from leaking out. Zhao Fu was quite shocked as he watched the monstrous battle between these two people. No less than expected from a battle between people on the ancient STEM rankings, the situation was completely different than the previous round. Bang! 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 Elsewhere, Yan Ruoshi and Lang Shang were also ferociously fighting, making people feel incredibly shocked. Yan Ruoshi sat cross-legged on the ground, with a zither in front of her. Her slim, white fingers continuously plucked at its strings, creating beautiful music. Those who heard it felt as if they were in a beautiful garden and were appreciating the scenery. However, the music contained immense killing intent, and the sound waves were like sharp, corporeal knives that slashed towards Lang Shang. If he was not careful, his body would be slashed apart. Lang Shang's sword turned into a blood-red sword dragon that gave off a corporeal killing intent as it wrapped around him, defending against the sound waves. It then gave off a roar as it started to counterattack against Yan Ruoshi. The 5th-ranked Jiayu Xiaoyun and equal 6th-ranked King Muru also held a spectacular battle. Jiayu Xiaoyun unleashed a fog that seemed quite extraordinary. It contained a mesmerizing fragrance of wine, and the wind could not dispel it. In fact, it was almost corporeal and could be touched with one's hand. In response, King Muru had turned into a massive tree. The wine mist turned into countless weapons that attacked the massive tree, while the massive tree gave off a green light and defended against the attacks. The 7th-ranked Yukayan from the Nether Yin dynasty fought against the equal 6th-ranked 3rd Prince Zhuangzhao from the Bear Mountain Kingdom. Zhao Fu paid some attention to this fight. There had been enmity between himself and this 3rd prince, and the 3rd prince turned into an enormous black bear as he swung his paw, bringing with it a massive gale and launching a ferocious and explosive attack. Yukayan summoned countless ghosts that turned into ghostly shields to block the black bear's attack. Back then, Zhuangzhao had given Zhao Fu immense pressure, and if he had not fought with all of his strength, he could have died. The main reason was because Zhuangzhao had a world seal, so it had been quite difficult for Zhao Fu to fight against him. Without the world seal's power, even though Zhuangzhao's power was quite terrifying, he was not as monstrous as before. It seemed that in some cases, it was quite advantageous that the various seals had lost their ability to gather power. Moreover, even if he had a world seal, Zhao Fu would not have to worry anyways because Great Qin had also unified the world. The Great Qin seal had obtained the world's energy and had also become a world seal. The 8th-ranked Gu Qinayu and the 9th-ranked Binkixu fought, and Zhao Fu also paid some attention to this battle. His relationship with Binkixu was quite good, and his abilities were quite extraordinary. He was adept at ice-type attacks, and his opponent, Gu Qinayu, walked the path of brute strength. Each punch could unleash countless shock waves. As for the 10th-ranked Huoyan, after defeating the 11th-ranked person, he held his fiery halberd, pointed at Zhao Fu on the viewing platform, and arrogantly spoke a sentence that shocked countless people. "Do you dare to fight me?" 1161 9 sons. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Huoyan was simply too arrogant, daring to challenge an emperor like this. Even though his bravery was commendable, he was simply seeking death. That emperor was not someone who anyone could afford to offend. Moreover, there were no benefits whether he won or lost. If he won, he would be slapping the face of an empire, and the consequences would be severe. If he lost, he would be mocked for overestimating his capabilities. This was an extremely unrewarding matter. However, Huoyan still said those words, wanting to fight with this epic rank emperor and witness his power. The others actually also wanted to see this emperor's power. They had all heard about how he had conquered the 10,000 dragon stage, but they had not seen his power for themselves. They all felt a bit doubtful as to how terrifying that emperor was, and they could not confirm that he really was as monstrous as the rumors said. The major figures on the viewing platform smiled, also wanting to see this emperor's power. They were happy to see things develop in this way. As for the sect master of the volcano sect, he felt a chill down his back. He had never thought that Huoyan would do such a stupid thing. Everyone else was amused, but the volcano sect now faced immense pressure. He hoped that things would not get out of hand. Now, Zhaofu had once again become the focus of everyone present. He had been reclining against his chair as he ate spirit fruits and watched the competitions, occasionally chatting to the elder next to him, seeming quite relaxed. Sensing everyone's gazes, before Zhaofu could say anything, he saw that the expression of the elder next to him fell as this was an obvious provocation. However, before the elder could say anything, Zhaofu stopped him and gave a trace of a smile as he looked at Huoyan and said, "There's no problem, but you need to use your reward as the stakes. If you're willing, we are willing to test you out." Zhaofu had been quite moved by the rewards, but he did not have an opportunity to obtain any. Now, Huoyan had given him an excuse to obtain some. Even though he felt slightly embarrassed as an emperor to be asking for someone's rewards, he had thick skin and put the potential benefits first. No one thought that this emperor would say such a thing. Was he interested in those rewards? He had an empire, so why would he care about those rewards? No one could make heads nor tails of the situation. They did not know that Zhaofu was not a real emperor and was just a fake emperor who had a sovereign bloodline. Huoyan loudly laughed and immediately agreed. He did not care about those rewards much, and he just wanted to see how powerful the emperor who had conquered the 10,000 dragon stage was. With his personality, unless he fought against this emperor, he would not be convinced. This was especially so because some people classed him as an existence above the ancient STEM rankings, and they said that the ancient STEM rankings was not worthy of having him on it. This made those on the ancient STEM rankings feel quite dissatisfied. Today, he was determined on testing just how strong this emperor was. Zhaofu smiled as he flew down from the viewing platforms and stood on the arena that Huoyan was at. Everyone roused themselves as they prepared to see how strong this emperor was. On the arena, Zhaofu placed a hand behind his back as he made an inviting gesture. He gave off an extraordinary aura as if he was a peerless expert. Huoyan tightly gripped his fiery halberd with both hands as he looked at Zhaofu seriously. He did not dare to be careless because his opponent was an emperor. "Ha!" Huoyan shouted as he attacked first. His body was like a fiery light and brought with it searing heat as he shot towards Zhaofu. In just an instant, he appeared before Zhaofu and prepared to stab his fiery halberd towards Zhaofu. However, Zhaofu calmly smiled as he looked at him as he stretched out a hand, making Huoyan feel quite startled. Bang! A black dragon inscription barrier containing immense power instantly expanded out, sending Huoyan flying backwards. Huoyan used his feet to stop himself and his expression became quite grave. This emperor was not simple at all. Boom! Huoyan did not hesitate as he unleashed his full power, causing a powerful shockwave to blast out. A flame erupted around his body, causing intense heat to ripple out and seem to twist the space around him. Scree! Huoyan unleashed his most powerful attack. It was this attack that he had used to quickly deal with the 11th ranked person, preserving his 10th rank. Huoyan raised his halberd with both hands and pointed the head towards the sky. 9 balls of flames rushed out of his body and flew into the sky, turning into 9 fiery birds. They gave off a large amount of light and looked like 9 brilliant suns. At the same time, the immense heat caused the surrounding water vapor to evaporate, causing the surroundings to become incredibly dry, making it seem like a fire would erupt at any moment. Fortunately, all arenas had a barrier that prevented the audience from being affected if the battle became too intense. The insides of the barrier were filled with a fiery light, and it was so bright that nothing could be seen. The intense heat also seemed to be able to melt the barrier, and heat continuously seeped out, causing the people nearby to retreat. So strong. It's much stronger than before. Someone exclaimed upon seeing Huoyan's attack. Another person replied, indeed, Huoyan actually wasn't using full strength just then, yet he defeated the 11th ranked person so easily. Now, he's using his full power, and it's quite terrifying. As expected from a genius of the ancient STEM domain. With a terrifying attack like that, I feel that he can enter the top 6. Someone else said. I think that Emperor's in danger. The major figures on the viewing platforms all looked somewhat serious because Huoyan's performance was enough to make them take him seriously. This strength greatly surpassed ordinary stage 9 experts. Emperor, make sure you receive this attack. Huoyan held his fiery halberd and stood under the 9 suns as he gave off a mighty aura, causing people's souls to tremble. Boom. 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 The 9 suns gave off power that seemed to be able to incinerate all things as they flew towards Zhaofu. Their auras seemed to cause the air to explode as they simultaneously fell where Zhaofu was. A blinding light and a destructive aura spread out as the ground violently trembled. Everyone looked at the arena in shock. This attack made them all feel incredibly dumbfounded, as it was simply too powerful. If it was them, there would not even be a speck remaining. How is that, Emperor? Countless people were quite worried because Zhaofu had directly taken the blow of the 9 suns. It was possible that he did not fare well. After all of the dust settled, everyone could see Zhaofu completely fine within a large crater. There were 9 fiery birds surrounded by blood-red energy barriers floating around him. That Emperor blocked Huoyan's strongest attack so easily? Seeing this scene, everyone felt quite shocked. They felt that attack had the power to kill gods, yet it had been received so easily. 1162 Victory through my Huoyan had a look of disbelief on his face as well. His strongest strike had been blocked so easily. Because of his arrogant personality, he felt even more discouraged. This was indeed quite sad, because he did not deal even a bit of damage. It was such a powerful and confident attack, yet it had resulted in nothing. How could he not feel discouraged? The major figures on the viewing platforms were also somewhat shocked that Zhaofu could receive this attack from Huoyan so easily. However, facing everyone's shocked gazes, Zhaofu became quite serious and did not take Huoyan lightly because he indeed had the power to make Zhaofu serious. Zhaofu had used his Saint Realm domains encapsulate the fiery birds, and because Saint Realm power was much stronger than Stage 9 power, this was quite easy. However, once Huoyan broke out of Stage 9, the power he unleashed would not be able to be dealt with so easily. This was the strength of a genius-level character, and Zhaofu had personally experienced it, making him take back his casual attitude. Zhaofu controlled the 9 blood-red energy barriers containing the fiery birds to float around him, giving off a terrifying aura. However, this aura was slightly weaker than the aura of the attack Huoyan had just unleashed, and Zhaofu stretched out a hand towards Huoyan as he prepared to counterattack. Seeing this, Huoyan quickly stopped Zhaofu and said, "I admit my loss, there's no need to continue. That was my strongest attack and you were able to stop it so easily. I admit that I'm inferior to you." Zhaofu was quite surprised and had never thought that Huoyan would admit his loss so straightforwardly. However, since he conceded, Zhaofu did not attack. Huoyan gave a bitter smile. This was the power of an emperor, and he was quite far off. However, he did not lose any confidence in himself and he said to Zhaofu, "Emperor, if we have the opportunity in the future, I'd like to spar against you again. Next time, I definitely won't disappoint you." Huoyan's attitude was quite good, so Zhaofu nodded and agreed. Following this, Huoyan held his fiery halberd as he jumped off the arena, and his name on a massive stone stele dropped to 11th place. An unnamed person took his original spot at 10th place, making countless people feel quite surprised. They understood that this person was Zhaofu, but if he was not from the ancient STEM domain, he would not be able to go on the ancient STEM rankings. What was even more shocking was that the age displayed after his name was only 6 years old. This was definitely a joke. How could the emperor be just 6 years old? Who would believe this? The ancient stem stone stele was definitely broken. There was definitely some kind of mistake. It was not just the countless ordinary people who stared at the ancient stem stone stele with wide eyes, even the major figures were quite confused. Everyone had the same question in their hearts: what was going on? Zhaofu was also quite confused, and he had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, after thinking about it, he understood. Zhaofu was from the ancient STEM domain, so he could naturally go on the ancient STEM rankings. As for the age displayed, it was the time that he had spent in the Heaven Awakened world. He had only spent 6 years in the Heaven Awakened world, so the ancient STEM rankings had based his age off that. Zhaofu felt that this was quite fair because Zhaofu had only cultivated for 6 years, which was different to those who had been born in the Heaven Awakened world and grown up here. Bang! A massive sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention. It was the battle between Beihan and Gujian. In the end, it was Beihan who was victorious, sending Gujian flying out of the arena. It seemed that it had been quite difficult to achieve that victory. Everyone had been looking over at Zhaofu and had not seen how Beihan had won, making them feel that it was quite a pity. The major figures on the viewing platforms all sank into silence. They were not surprised that Beihan would win, and they were all thinking about the matter with Zhaofu. At that moment, Zhaofu started to sweat cold sweat. Had his identity been exposed, he felt that it might be better to just run. Zhaofu was about to slip away for fear of his identity being exposed. With the countless experts on the viewing platforms, even if he had extra lives, it would not be enough. After Stage 9 was the Saint Realm, then the Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, Harmony Realm, Great Earth Realm, World Realm, Divine Realm, Extreme Divine Realm, and Emperor Heaven Realm. The sect master of the Tao cultivation sect was an expert in the World Realm, and even without a world seal, he could use his inner chi to control the world's energy. That was much more powerful than someone who had a world seal, and he had the power to destroy a world. Just as Zhao Fu was planning to slip away, the elder from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group came over in delight and said, "Emperor, we had never thought that you had joined the ancient STEM domain. If you'd like, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group can act as your place of residence." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite confused, and after asking, he found that the domain that one was part of could be changed. All that was required was establishing a city. For example, even though Zhao Fu was from the ancient STEM domain, if he established a city in the Heaven domain, he could choose to give up his previous identity and join the Heaven domain. Hearing this, Zhao Fu was not as nervous and glanced over at the viewing platforms, and he saw that no one seemed to intend to make a move. However, even if Zhao Fu's identity was exposed, there would be no reason to make a move. There was no enmity between himself and anyone on the viewing platforms, so they naturally would have no reason to make a move against him. Unless Zhao Fu revealed that he was the killing sword master, there would be no reason for them to do anything against him. After thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt much more at ease and planned to return to the viewing platforms. Getting onto the ancient STEM rankings was quite good. Not only were there rewards, but there was also the additional fate. Bang! Another muffled explosion sounded out as Gukinayu smashed through Binkix's protective barrier with a punch, sending Binkix flying out. She then turned to look at Zhao Fu, who was about to leave, and gave a confident smile as she said, "Emperor, do you dare to fight with me?" This caused Zhao Fu to turn around. It had happened once already, and now it was happening again. They weren't taking this fake emperor seriously at all. This woman. Zhao Fu felt slightly angry as he jumped onto the arena. Binkix looked slightly awkward because he had just lost at Gukinayu's hands. Looking at Zhao Fu in front of him, he did not know what to say. However, he was quite sensible because he had personally witnessed Zhao Fu's power, so he did not want to exchange blows with Zhao Fu. The umpire announced the battle between Zhao Fu and Gukinayu. Because Zhao Fu had just taken the 10th rank on the ancient STEM rankings, he had the right to challenge Gukinayu. Everyone once again felt quite interested and wanted to see how Zhao Fu would deal with Gukinayu, who had attained victory through might. On the arena, Zhao Fu coldly looked at Gukinayu, who smiled back at him, not seeming to mind Zhao Fu's words. Instead, she was quite excited to fight with Zhao Fu. The major figures on the viewing platforms were not focused on this, and they were instead thinking about why an emperor like Zhao Fu was in the ancient STEM domain. Was there some plot afoot? They did not know that they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. 1163 Hone Emperor, make sure you're ready. After making preparations, Gukinayu smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and prepared to attack. Boom! Gukinayu gripped her fists and placed them against her waist as she performed the horse stance and punched out. A corporeal power bringing with it a shockwave rolled towards Zhao Fu, and the ground started to crack as the attack passed over it. Facing Gukinayu's attack, Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move as a black dragon inscription barrier once again spread out. Bang! A loud sound rang out as that power smashed against the Emperor's domain, causing it to tremble. It could be seen how powerful this strike was. Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and in the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Gukinayu, and there was an aura flame around her body. She gave off ripples of pure power, which could make anyone feel afraid. Bang! After appearing in front of Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye, Gukinayu raised her right leg and kicked towards Zhao Fu with immense force, and it was as if she could shatter mountains. Crack! A clear cracking sound could be heard and Zhao Fu's pupils dilated as Gukinayu kicked against the Emperor's domain, causing a few cracks to appear on it. This Gukinayu actually had the strength to destroy his Emperor's domain. The spectators were also quite shocked. Since Gukinayu could crack Zhao Fu's defenses so easily, this meant that she had a chance of injuring Zhao Fu. This proved that she was much stronger than Huoyan. By now, all of the other battles had been decided. Everyone was gathered around this arena as they watched this battle, and this included the people in the top 10 on the ancient STEM rankings. It was quite evident that just like everyone else, they wanted to see Zhao Fu's power. Before, they had also heard about Zhao Fu's terrifying performance on the 10,000 Dragon stage. They also felt quite unconvinced that the ancient STEM rankings did not deserve to have him on it and that they were inferior to him. The major figures on the viewing platforms also looked at this arena. The battle between Zhao Fu and Gukinayu had become the focus of everyone present. Gukinayu was not satisfied with just cracking Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain by kicking it. She cried out and the aura flame around her became brighter as her power became even greater, and she once again used that leg to kick at Xiaofu. Crack. 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 Cracking sounds could continuously be heard as more and more cracks appeared on Xiaofu's Emperor's domain. Soon, it seemed like the Emperor's domain would be shattered by Gukinyu. Now, Xiaofu finally began to counterattack. 6 transparent blood-red orbs floated out of his body and instantly turned into 6 spears as they shot towards Gukinyu with terrifying power. Bang! 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 Muffled explosions sounded out as the spears pierced through the ground. Gukinyu had retreated 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Xiaofu waved his hand and the 6 transparent blood-red spears turned back into orbs and floated above Xiaofu's head, giving off terrifying auras. Bang! 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 Xiaofu stretched out his hand and pointed, giving off power equivalent to the Saint Realm as they 6 transparent blood-red orbs smashed towards Gukinyu. Even though they looked quite small, they seemed to contain the force of millions of kilograms. The situation was quite unfavorable for Gukinyu, and under Xiaofu's ferocious attacks, she could only continuously dodge. Martial God. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Gukinyu once again cried out as a hazy figure enveloped her body. That hazy figure was the body of a powerful-looking godly spirit, and a corporeal power spread out, causing the ground to crack. Bang! 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 Now that she had this power supporting her, Gukinyu used her fists and feet to blast back Xiaofu's Saint Realm domains, and she even caused them to crack a bit. Seeing that Gukinyu had the power to destroy the Saint Realm domains, Xiaofu knew that he could not underestimate her at all. Someone could not help but exclaim, Gukinyu is so strong. Do you think that Gukinyu has a chance at defeating this emperor? I think it might be possible. I also feel that it's possible. At the very least, she can break through his defenses. However, that emperor is quite terrifying. Bang! 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 Xiaofu summoned transparent blood-red orbs, and they gave off a terrifying power as they launched towards Gukinyu. Their power was enough to reduce massive boulders to dust. However, Gukinyu continuously punched out, sending those transparent blood-red orbs flying back. Even though they had drained her strength, they were unable to harm her. Now, Xiaofu had a better understanding of his true strength. It seemed that he had to be serious against the 8th-ranked person on the ancient STEM rankings. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xiaofu stretched out a hand towards the sky, summoning 36 transparent blood-red orbs together. The 36 orbs gave off Saint Realm power, and the might they gave off caused the ground to gradually crumble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-red orbs gave off terrifying power as they turned into rays of light and shot towards Gukinyu. Gukinyu's expression was quite grave as she used her fists and feet to defend, sending the incoming blood-red orbs flying backwards. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Gukinyu looked quite startled and immediately twisted to kick behind her. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out, and Gukinyu was a bit too slow. Xiaofu's fist slammed into her abdomen, sending her flying backwards. Xiaofu had used most of his power in that punch, causing his fist to give off a black light. If it were any ordinary person, they would have died without a doubt after being hit. However, Gukinyu only flew back 10 or so meters before stabilizing her body. A trace of blood leaked out of her lips, and she did not look too injured. At that moment, the blood-red orbs flew back towards Xiaofu and floated around him before shooting towards Gukinyu again. Bang! 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 Xiaofu also took this opportunity to attack, landing punches on Gukinyu. He did not hold back at all just because she was a woman. Alright. I admit defeat. After being continuously hit, there were bruises all over Gukinyu's body, making her feel immense pain. Even though she was a body cultivator, giving her a powerful constitution, she could not endure a beating like this from Xiaofu. After she admitted defeat, Xiaofu stopped attacking. The names on the ancient STEM rankings flashed as Xiaofu rose to 8th place and Gukinyu dropped to 9th. Gukinyu's defeat made everyone feel somewhat disappointed. They had thought that she had a chance at winning and would bring back some honor for the ancient STEM domain. However, she had still lost at that emperor's hands. However, she had forced that emperor to personally act, which was still quite a feat. Now, a wave of battle intent flowed out of Xiaofu's heart. He wanted to see just how strong he was. He wanted to make preparations for the Emperor Path College examination in 3 years and wanted to use these people to hone himself. As such, Xiaofu grinned as he gave off a heroic aura and shouted in a loud voice, "Who also wants to fight with this emperor? This emperor has some time and will spar with you." 1164 Path of Killing. Facing Xiaofu's challenge, all of the ordinary people looked at each other. They naturally did not have the right to challenge him, and even if they did, they would be completely destroyed. They were not a match for that emperor at all, so they could only look at those in the top 10, only they could fight with this emperor. There were already people cheering for these geniuses to give it their all and restore some face to the ancient STEM domain. The 7th-ranked Ukianayu was the first to step onto the arena, and he immediately used his most powerful attack. His strength was just a bit stronger than Gukinayu's. Since Gukinayu had lost so easily, he naturally had to give it his all. Og! Ukianayu took out a gray flag and stabbed it into the ground, causing a massive wave of yin chi to spread out, accompanied by countless eerie cries. These cries were produced by evil spirits, and there were countless of them. The temperature in the surroundings dropped by dozens of degrees, and looking at those powerful evil spirits, countless people's hairs stood on end. Ukianayu waved the flag, controlling the evil spirit army to flood towards Zhaofu like a massive tide, giving off loud sounds. Og! Facing Ukianayu's attack, Zhaofu's body gave off countless traces of ghostly chi as the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. Muscular and savage-looking ghosts were summoned, which were evidently many times more powerful than the evil spirits that Ukianayu had summoned. Seeing the ghostly chi that Zhaofu gave off, everyone was quite surprised that he could use a similar attack to Ukianayu. Boom! The two armies ferociously collided, and the evil spirits that Ukianayu had summoned were torn apart at a visible rate by Zhaofu's ghosts. Ukianayu's expression fell as he immediately cut open his palm and splashed his blood onto the flag he held. The flag gave off an intense blood-red light as Ukianayu loudly shouted, "Nether Yin Dynasty ghostly soldiers!" Boom! As Ukianayu waved the flag, a massive aura of killing exploded out as clanging sounds rang out and ghostly soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons appeared. This massive aura caused everyone's minds to shake, and the sounds this attack gave off vastly exceeded those of Huo Yan's attack from before. The countless ghostly soldiers were definitely more powerful than the ghosts that Zhaofu had summoned, and everyone concentrated as they waited to see how Zhaofu would deal with them. Perhaps Ukianayu had a chance at winning. However, they were disappointed in the end. Zhaofu stretched out a finger and pointed as he said, "Ghost Kid soldiers." Clang, clang, clang. The ghosts that Zhaofu had summoned turned into various weapons, including swords, sabers, hammers, and spears. The countless weapons brought with them terrifying power as they shot out, easily tearing apart the ghostly soldiers' bodies and continuing on towards Ukianayu. Ukianayu defended with great difficulty and admitted defeat in the end. The 7th-ranked Ukianayu had also lost. Who also wants to fight? Zhaofu had continuously defeated 3 people on the ancient STEM rankings, and he spoke loudly with a trace of arrogance. They had all been challenging Zhaofu before, and now it was Zhaofu challenging them. Everyone could only look at the remaining people in the top 10 of the ancient STEM rankings. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's 3rd Prince Zhuangzhao looked at Zhaofu, feeling that he was somewhat familiar, and he sank into his thoughts. He did not go up because he would definitely lose, so there was no point in challenging Zhaofu. The 5th-ranked King Muru lightly harumphed and walked onto the arena to test out Zhaofu's strength. Swish, swish, swish. After walking onto the arena, King Muru pointed out with her hand, and countless jade green leaves shot out, seeming to cut the air apart. Zhaofu once again unleashed his Emperor's domain to block the incoming leaves, but in the next instant, countless vines burst out of the ground and tightly wrapped around Zhaofu's Emperor domain. Following this, King Muru pressed her hands against the ground. The ground started to violently tremble as a massive creature that looked like a pea with a mouth grew out of the ground and swallowed Zhaofu along with his Emperor's domain in one gulp. Soon after, everything settled, and everyone stared dumbfoundedly. Everything had happened too quickly, with one attack chain to the next incredibly quickly. Looking at that massive plant that had swallowed Zhaofu, did that mean that King Muru had won? The spectators were not too sure. King Muru smiled, thinking that emperor had been too overconfident and had been devoured by the devil pea that she had taken great lengths to nurture. This devil pea was incredibly powerful and could even digest those in the saint realm. Shing! 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 Countless sword hums suddenly sounded out as innumerable green sword lights slashed out from within the devil pea, slicing it into countless bits. This caused King Muru's heart to ache, while Zhaofu shot out of the remains and turned into a ray of light as he charged towards King Muru. Swish, swish, swish. King Muru cried out in anger as countless sharp wooden spikes shot out of the ground, preparing to turn Zhaofu into a porcupine. However, Zhaofu swung his royal wood sword, destroying the countless wooden spikes. Zhaofu had chosen to use the royal wood sword because it held an advantage against plant-type creatures. Seeing that she was unable to hit Zhaofu while Zhaofu was getting closer and closer, King Muru looked somewhat afraid as she summoned large wooden shields. Bang! 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 Zhaofu gave off a powerful aura as he pierced through those massive wooden shields like a laser, and he arrived in front of King Muru in an instant. King Muru quickly retreated in fear, as she was not adept at close-range battles. She could only continuously summon plant-type creatures, wanting to stop Zhao Fu while she retreated and increased the distance between them. However, Zhao Fu was still able to close the distance between them and started to attack her. King Muru did not have any means to retaliate, so she could only continuously suffer blows. However, Zhao Fu held back, as she was the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. The Greenwood Kingdom was one of the more powerful royal kingdoms of the 20 royal kingdoms, so it would not be good to offend them. As such, Zhao Fu only used his fists as he attacked her. However, he did not spare her delicate little face, and in the end, King Muru ran off the arena crying with a bruised face. Jiao Xiaoyun had just lost to King Muru, and she grasped this opportunity to make fun of King Muru. This caused King Muru to stop and hold back her tears as she started quibbling with Jiao Xiaoyun again. Zhao Fu had once again won this battle, and even the 5th-ranked King Muru had been defeated. Now, only the top 4 could fight with Zhao Fu. Moreover, it seemed like Zhao Fu had not shown his true strength this whole time, and it was as if he was unfathomable. Anyone who approached would fall into a bottomless abyss. However, there was one person who did not show any fear and gave off boundless killing intent as he stepped onto the stage. It was Lang Shang, an expert who walked the path of killing. 1165 Deathly or the path of killing was another type of extreme path that was even more extreme than the path of the sword. It relied on evolving through killing, and there were no weaklings who walked the path of killing. After Lang Shang stepped onto the arena, the entire scene fell silent. This was a type of respect towards experts, as Lang Shang was one of the 3 most powerful people on the ancient STEM rankings. He had the corresponding strength and fame, and he was admired by countless people. During his battle with Yin Ruoshi, she had almost lost to him, and he had barely won after eking out a slight advantage. As he stepped onto the arena, the surrounding atmosphere became quite heavy. The uncovered killing intent radiating from his body made countless people feel as if they had fallen into icy cold water, and their bodies trembled. As Lang Shang stepped onto the arena, he drew the blood-red sword at his waist and he coldly looked at Zhao Fu. He did not show any fear towards Zhao Fu at all, and he seemed as if he wanted to kill Zhao Fu, seeming a bit arrogant. Xing. Lang Shang did not bother saying anything as he started to attack. He raised his sword and vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu, sending out a blood-red sword light that seemed like it could slash through everything. Bang! At that moment, Zhao Fu's Emperor's domain once again appeared. However, it was instantly slashed apart by the sword light. This caused Zhao Fu to look quite startled, and he leaned to the side as he avoided the sword light that had cut through the Emperor's domain. A 2 fingers wide and extremely deep sword gash appeared on the ground. Everyone could not help but marvel at how strong Lang Shang was. He had broken through the Emperor's defenses so easily. In front of Lang Shang, the Emperor did not seem all that great at all, and it seemed quite likely that Lang Shang would win. This made everyone from the ancient STEM domain feel quite excited. Lang Shang was already an expert in the Saint Realm, and he wielded Saint Realm killing intent that was incredibly powerful. It was not something that an ordinary Stage 9 expert could withstand. The major figures on the viewing platform looked quite interested. Lang Shang's performance was quite surprising, and he seemed much stronger than when he had fought Yin Ruoshi. This was most likely his true strength. Do you think this Lang Shang can beat that Emperor? Huoyan asked Gu Jian. Gu Jian coldly replied, it might be quite difficult. That Emperor still hasn't used his full strength, and those previous battles were just warm-ups to him. This is his first true battle. Huoyan looked quite awkward because his battle with Zhao Fu had been said to just be a warm-up for Zhao Fu. However, Lang Shang was indeed much stronger than him. Zhao Fu's expression had become quite serious because he felt some pressure from Lang Shang, and his cultivation and comprehension were both below his. Xing. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air and a grey sword appeared in his hand. It was the Death Disaster sword, and countless traces of deathly aura spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu forcefully slashed out, causing the deathly aura to flood towards Lang Shang like a massive wave. Lang Shang's pupils constricted as he turned into a blood-red sword light and gave off an immense power as he charged at the wave of deathly aura. Clang! A massive clashing sound could be heard as the wave of deathly aura was actually split in half by that blood-red sword light. Lang Shang flashed through in an instant and arrived before Zhao Fu, hacking his sword towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was expressionless, and the 72 Saint Realm domains were already floating above his head. When Lang Shang attacked, the 72 transparent blood-red orbs turned into 72 blood-red spears, each of them 3 meters long, and they gave off ferocious power as they shot towards Lang Shang. Facing the 72 blood-red spears, Lang Shang's expression fell because this was equivalent to 72 Saint Realm experts attacking him. Lang Shang instantly went on the defensive. Bang! 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 The blood-red spears brought with them terrifying power as they landed, and Lang Shang continuously dodged as he swung his sword, sending out a large amount of blood-red light. The blood-red spears that he hit were destroyed, resulting in massive gales, and the ground around him continuously crumbled. At that moment, Zhaofu raised the Death Disaster sword high and vigorously slashed out. Boom! A massive gray sword light instantly flashed out towards Lingsheng, tearing the air in two. Lingsheng's expression fell as he blocked with his blood-red sword in front of his body, but he was still blasted backwards. After steadying himself, a trace of blood leaked out of Lingsheng's lips as he looked at Zhaofu seriously. That emperor really hadn't been using his full power. Now that he's serious, he is completely different than before, someone said. Someone else said in shock, looks like we underestimated this emperor. The people on the top 10 of the ancient STEM rankings were all silent because they felt that Zhaofu's power had not fully been revealed yet. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Lingsheng unleashed all of his killing intent, causing a massive wind to sweep out. His body floated into the air as his eyes became blood red, and his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. As this massive wave of killing intent rippled out, everyone felt quite shocked, and their bodies weakened. Even the heavens and earth became slightly blood-red colored. Now, Lingsheng was like a god of killing, and sensing this intense killing intent, the killing sword intent within Zhaofu's body started to become restless. How could he allow the killing sword intent to be leaked? Zhaofu understood that he had to quickly finish this battle before anything unexpected happened. Zhaofu stepped forwards and started to unleash all of his power as a black aura flame erupted around his body. The noble, domineering, and powerful emperor's aura was like waves that smashed against countless people's souls. Xing! Lingsheng tilted his sword. The killing intent around him seemed to cause space to freeze, and he shot towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu raised the Death Disaster sword, causing boundless gray light to spread out. A woman appeared behind Zhaofu. She was extremely beautiful, had a pale face, and wore a palace dress. Boom! Zhaofu's sword descended, and the woman gave off heaven-toppling deathly aura as she charged towards Lingsheng. The two of them collided, and the killing intent from Lingsheng was inundated by the deathly aura, causing Lingsheng to fly backwards. He crashed onto the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood before falling unconscious. Seeing this, the spectators gulped, feeling quite shocked. Was this the Emperor's true strength? He was so powerful. The major figures on the viewing platforms became quite serious because Zhaofu's performance had repeatedly surprised them. Who else wants to fight? Zhaofu gave a confident smile as he spoke loudly. This sort of fighting made him feel quite good, because he was using his own power as opposed to relying on external powers. 1166 Emperor's aura. In most of the battles before, Zhaofu had either used his great conceal or nation armaments to achieve victory. Now, he realized that he had overly relied on them and had not properly used his own power, which was a shortcoming. In response to Zhaofu's challenge, everyone looked at the top 3 people on the ancient STEM rankings. Now that Lingsheng had lost, only they could act. This time, that emperor had savagely slapped the ancient STEM domain's face again and again. One by one, the ancient STEM domain's geniuses had challenged him, and one by one, they had fallen. Who would do something about the ancient STEM domain's face? Luckily, this person was an emperor who had come from the heaven domain, so it was understandable that he had such power. If it was someone else, the ancient STEM domain's geniuses would not have the face to see anyone anymore. Everyone looked to Yin Ruoshi. Now that Lingsheng had lost, she was next. However, Yin Ruoshi lightly shook her head. She was only slightly stronger than Lingsheng, and Lingsheng had lost so decisively against Zhaofu. She did not have any chance at winning either, so she could only shake her head and express that she would not challenge Zhaofu. As such, everyone looked to Gujian. Under everyone's gazes, Gujian calmly walked up onto the arena. The surroundings fell into silence as everyone looked at Gujian seriously. They hoped that this genius in the path of the sword could bring back some of the ancient STEM domain's honor. Boom! As Gujian stood on the arena, a massive sword aura exploded out, piercing the sky. Gujian was like a peerless sword, and facing the monstrously powerful Zhaofu, Gujian unleashed all of his power. Xing, xing, xing. Gujian waved his hand, causing swords to fly out from his body. There were 1,000 or so in total, and each one of them gave off sharp sword light as well as a powerful aura. The lowest grade was legendary grade, and the sword aura that they gave off seemed enough to destroy the heavens and earth. A sword wind rippled out, causing the ground to be torn by the sword chi. The barriers started to crack, and those around the arena quickly retreated in shock. Boom! Gujian charged towards Zhaofu with the 1,000 swords in tow, looking like a river of swords. The space around them could not withstand the sword aura and started to be torn. Sensing this aura, Zhaofu felt a sense of crisis. Given that the attack covered such a large area, there was no way for Zhaofu to dodge, so he could only defend. Zhaofu stretched out a hand as the Emperor's domain expanded out, as did the transparent blood-red orbs. The 72 of them layered together and covered the Emperor's domain. Countless traces of the eerie aura spread out as 6 gray compasses also appeared. They were the 6 paths defensive barrier. Boom. The River of Swords ferociously slammed into Zhao Fu's defensive barrier, which started to shatter layer by layer, and Zhao Fu was soon exposed to the attack from the River of Swords. The sharp sword chi easily tore open Zhao Fu's flesh, causing small cuts of appear on Zhao Fu's body. Bang. Even though Zhao Fu used his full power to defend, his defensive barrier was still destroyed, and Zhao Fu was sent flying back by the River of Swords. Everyone could not help but feel excited. It was the first time someone had forced the Emperor into such a wretched state and injured him. Moreover, he was not lightly injured either. Gujian definitely had a chance to win. It seemed that this Emperor was not so terrifying. This was understandable because the main requirement of the 10,000 Dragon stage was one's fate. This Emperor's natural endowments were naturally exceptional, and as an Emperor, the amount of fate he had would be like an ocean, so everyone was convinced of this. However, the ancient STEM rankings was based on strength, and without true strength, all of it was meaningless. Moreover, from his current performance, that Emperor seemed like he could only rank below Gujian. Some had said that he was an existence above the ancient STEM domain, but that was evidently an exaggeration. Seeing Zhao Fu being blasted back by Gujian's River of Swords, everyone felt sure as to Zhao Fu's strength. They no longer felt as much respect or as much worry because this Emperor was not all that much. Yin Ruashi slightly frowned. This Emperor was not as strong as she had expected. Perhaps she would have had a chance against him. A trace of disappointment appeared in Beihan's eyes. It seemed that he would not have to act, as Gujian would be enough to deal with that Emperor. The elder from the 10,000 Dragon financial group also looked quite disappointed. He had never thought that this Emperor would fall at a disadvantage against an attack from Gujian. However, he was the destined person, so he was still esteemed within the 10,000 Dragon financial group. The main reason for this was because Zhao Fu only had stage 9 cultivation, while Gujian had long since stepped into the Saint realm. The difference in their cultivations was not just a bit. The major figures were also slightly surprised. They had been quite excited to see this battle, but the Emperor was evidently incapable of fighting against Gujian. After being blasted backwards, Zhao Fu's body was covered by the River of Swords, and he was continuously attacked by the massive sword chi. The sword chi continuously tore at Zhao Fu's body, making him feel immense pain. Og! Zhao Fu loudly roared as he released all of the power from his sovereign bloodline. He felt as if his blood was burning, and countless traces of Emperor's aura flowed out, covering the surrounding 1,000 meters. Roar! 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 9 dragons' roars sounded out as a sovereign might weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing them to feel as if their bodies and minds were sinking. Countless people knelt on the ground as they were affected by this Emperor's aura. Even Beihan and Yin Ruashi's expressions fell as they felt a power forcing them to kneel. Even the major figures on the viewing platforms felt this, but because their cultivations were too high, they could easily quash this pressure. Zhao Fu very rarely released the full power of his bloodline. Those below the sovereign bloodline would all be affected. The Emperor's aura that seemed to be able to cause anything to submit clashed with the River of Swords and did not show any weakness at all. Massive gales blew out, and the arena continuously cracked. By now, no one dared to remain around the arena. Seeing that there was no way of breaking through this Emperor's aura, Gujian's gaze became serious as he flew into the sky with the River of Swords, which spun around him. The River of Swords formed an enormous sword chi vortex, stirring the heavens and earth. The world seemed to gradually darken as a massive gale blew and lightning flashed. An apocalyptic aura descended, causing people's souls to tremble. Under this world-destroying sword chi, even Zhao Fu's body slightly trembled. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and the killing sword intent that had been suppressed within his body started to lose control. A blood-colored sword mark suddenly appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead, and the sword pupils in his eyes shot out a trace of blood-red sword chi towards Gujian. 1167 Nether Yin Dynasty. Gujian's hairs stood on end, and his hands and feet went cold as he sensed this unimaginable danger. He tried to use his sword chi vortex to defend, but the boundless sword chi was instantly dispersed by that trace of blood-red sword chi. As that blood-red sword chi shot into Gujian's body, his body trembled and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He fell from the air to the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Before anyone could work out what had happened, the battle had concluded, leaving everyone incredibly confused. They had just seen a trace of sword chi shoot out of Zhao Fu's eyes, after which everything had concluded. Just what sort of attack was that? Gujian had fallen without being able to resist at all. However, things were not so simple. After falling to the ground, Gujian's aura was incredibly weak, as if he could die at any moment. The ancient sword sect master hurried down and checked over Gujian's injuries before saying with an ugly expression, "Sword intent corrosion." The ancient sword sect master pointed at Gujian's forehead, sending white motes of sword light into Gujian's body. Gujian's wounds gradually stabilized, and the sect master let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Zhao Fu and said angrily, "This emperor, don't you think you went too far? You used such domineering sword intent to corrode Gujian, you know that would destroy Gujian's sword intent and cause him to become a cripple or even die." Zhao Fu did not know how to reply. Facing that immense sword chi, the killing sword intent had instinctively reacted. This killing sword intent not only went out of control when facing massive sword intent and killing intent. It had almost gone out of control when he had faced Langshang, but he had suppressed it. Because of the waves caused by the Emperor killing Sword World, Zhao Fu naturally could not explain this. Seeing that Zhao Fu was not saying anything, the ancient sword sect master took this as Zhao Fu backing down and did not pursue the matter. Even though he had some suspicions about Zhao Fu's identity, he had that terrifying sovereign bloodline, and if he were to fight him, he would definitely be injured. The ancient sword sect master picked up Gujian and flew back to the viewing platform to start giving Gujian treatment. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Gujian had been corroded by Zhao Fu's sword intent, but Gujian was the #1 genius in the path of the sword in the ancient stem domain. The sword intent that he had comprehended was an extremely terrifying sword intent. However, he had been corroded by Zhao Fu's sword intent. What did that mean? It meant that Zhao Fu controlled an even more powerful sword intent. Didn't this mean that Zhao Fu was also a sword cultivator? After all, no ordinary person could have such monstrous sword intent. They did not know that Zhao Fu actually was not a sword cultivator, it was just that the killing sword intent had fused into his bloodline. Zhao Fu immediately became unfathomable again, and everyone wondered if this emperor still had not revealed his true strength. He had been hiding his strength much too well. Moreover, that sword intent was enough to make such a powerful sword genius like Gujian completely defenseless. How could ordinary people win? Was this the emperor's true strength? He was strong enough to make people feel terror, and everyone acknowledged that they had underestimated this emperor. Yin Ruashi looked slightly shocked. When that trace of sword chi had shot out, her body had immediately frozen and she had felt a wave of terror. As expected of an emperor, Yin Ruashi was utterly convinced now. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's elder silently cursed at himself for having the blurred vision of an old person almost underestimating Zhao Fu's power. The stronger Zhao Fu was, the better it would be for the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. The major figures on the viewing platform all sank into their own thoughts. All of them felt a sense of threat from that trace of sword chi, and it seemed slightly familiar as well. Zhao Fu could not help but start to feel anxious because he had accidentally used the killing sword intense power. If things went poorly, his identity as the killing sword master could be exposed. "Emperor, I also want to fight with you," a voice sounded out. It was Beihan. The people in surroundings started talking among themselves. Beihan's also going to fight? Does he have the confidence to win against that terrifying emperor? Beihan is the #1 genius in our ancient stem domain. If he doesn't fight, who else can fight? Only he can defeat that emperor and bring back some face for the ancient stem domain. I think that it'll be risky. Gujian was completely defenseless against that attack just then, so who knows that other power this emperor is hiding? Our ancient stem domain is such a big place, yet no one can force out that emperor's true strength? Isn't that too laughable? Zhao Fu looked at Beihan who walked up onto the arena and suddenly thought of something. As such, he nodded and agreed to his challenge. Beihan courteously cupped his hands before his expression became serious. Boom. A 5-color door of flame appeared around Beihan as massive gales continuously blew outwards. All energy in the heavens and earth seemed to gather towards Beihan. Facing the unfathomable Zhao Fu, Beihan did not hesitate to immediately unleash his full power. Beihan's eyes had become 5-colored, and his aura rose to its peak, causing the space around him to be distorted. Heavens and earth. Beihan lightly cried out as a 5-colored ring of light expanded out. Above the ring of light was a blue sky and white clouds, and below it was lush green grass and trees. This was like a world-creating ability. Beihan had created his own world, which he was going to use against Zhao Fu. In front of this boundless power, everyone felt complete acknowledgement. Beihan was a peerless genius in their hearts, the most talented member of the younger generation in the ancient stem domain. Of course, they did not know that Zhao Fu was from the ancient stem domain too. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they watched the arena, not wanting to miss this shocking battle. Boom. Facing the 5-colored ring of light that was spreading out towards him, Zhao Fu unleashed a massive flood of ghostly chi that defended against the 5-colored ring of light. Sensing this incredibly ferocious aura, the major figures on the viewing platform started to look quite serious and shocked. Clang, 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 clang. 6 clanging sounds rang out as 6 figures giving off terrifying auras appeared around Zhao Fu. causing the atmosphere to become incredibly heavy and filled with an eerie coldness. Those 6 figures were the 6 paths demon images. After their suspicions were confirmed, the major figures on the viewing platforms looked incredibly shocked. They found that Xiaofu could actually use the 6 paths demon images' power. They were supreme existences in the underworld, and they were even more terrifying than higher beings. This emperor could actually use their power. His identity far exceeded anything they had expected. The major figures on the viewing platform could not help but feel anxious because this matter now related to the supreme existences of the underworld. The king of the Nether Yin dynasty understood why Xiaofu could use ghost-type skills and why the ghosts he summoned were so strong. Moreover, the aura from Xiaofu's body seemed quite familiar and gave him a trace of pressure. It was possible that it was an emperor bloodline from the death race. This was Xiaofu's aim, using another power to distract everyone and cover the matter with the killing sword intent. He planned to quickly conclude this battle and leave this place as soon as possible. 1168 Ancient Sword Sect Master Boom. 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 Xiaofu controlled the 6 paths demon images to ferociously attack Beihan. Even though these 6 paths demon images were only 10 meters tall, their attacks were quite powerful. The world domain unleashed by Beihan was almost instantly destroyed by the 6 paths demon images. Seeing this, everyone could not help but inwardly sigh. It seemed that Beihan was going to lose. Perhaps there was no one in the ancient STEM domain who was a match for this emperor. However, losing to such a powerful emperor was nothing shameful, and those who lost could take pride in their loss. Now, everyone could not help but feel that Xiaofu was indeed someone who existed above the ancient STEM rankings. Boom. The animal demon image blasted open Beihan's world domain with a punch containing terrifying power, and the other demon images started to attack Beihan. In the end, Beihan was defeated without being able to put up much of a fight. Everyone was not too surprised, they had long since expected this. Some people suddenly thought of one person in the ancient STEM domain who could contend with this emperor, who was Bei Shengshan, the person who had been taken as an apprentice by a higher being. He definitely would not be any weaker than this emperor. He was a 1 in 1,000 years genius, or else he would not have been chosen by a higher being. Moreover, after being taken as a disciple by a higher being, his status would not be inferior to this emperor, and he would not have to fear an empire. Everyone now wanted to see a battle between those two people. This would be the most epic rank battle in the ancient STEM domain. After all, both people's statuses, aptitude, and power were simply extraordinary. After winning, Xiaofu's position rose to number 1 on the ancient STEM rankings, giving off a brilliant light. At the same time, Xiaofu felt a massive amount of fate being added to him. Beihan crawled up from the ground and wiped away the blood at his lips. He was quite convinced as he cupped his hands and said to Xiaofu, "Thank you for being lenient." Xiaofu courteously returned the gesture. Of course, Xiaofu could not heavily wound Beihan. The Dao cultivation sect was the most powerful sect in the ancient STEM domain, so who would dare to offend them? If Xiaofu was a true emperor, he would not have to worry, but he was not. With the Dao cultivation path's power, it could completely obliterate Great Qin without any problems. After emerging as the victor, Xiaofu felt quite pleased as he went to collect his rewards. Xiaofu had mainly fought for the rewards, and each of them was quite useful to him. Xiaofu was quite thick-skinned as he took the rewards for the top 10 places, and he just left behind some spirit crystals and medicinal pills as a gesture. This caused everyone to feel quite speechless, inwardly marveling at how shameless and thick-skinned the emperor was. However, his strength and status were evident, so they naturally could not say anything. Moreover, those who had lost their rewards did not care about the rewards that much, and to be able to offer them to an expert like Xiaofu was quite good as well. Now, Xiaofu was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure in the ancient STEM domain. Whether it was his status or power, everyone now acknowledged him. After taking the rewards, Xiaofu planned to leave. After all, he had been worried about the killing sword intent he had unintentionally released earlier. As such, it would be best to leave as soon as possible. Og! A cry suddenly rang out and everyone looked towards the viewing platforms, where the cry had come from. Gujian's body gave off a blood-red light, and his face was twisted in pain as he felt as if his body was being torn apart by countless swords. The ancient sword sect master next to him looked extremely worried. He found that he could not suppress that berserk sword intent. Just what kind of sword intent was this? Even with his cultivation and comprehension of the path of the sword, he could not suppress it. Seeing his most beloved disciple in such pain, the ancient sword sect master started to panic. He hurriedly tried all sorts of methods to try to suppress that sword intent corrosion. Shing! 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 Swords flew out from within the ancient sword sect master's body and floated around Gujian, giving off intense sword lights before slowly fusing into Gujian's body. Kill! 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 Within Gujian's mind, The blood-red sword chi also gave off an intense blood-red light and corroded Gujian's soul. The sword light from outside surrounded this blood-red sword chi, trying to get rid of it. However, the blood-red sword chi was extremely resilient, and the attacks of the sword light from outside were like cotton, completely useless. Instead, the sword light from outside was assimilated by the blood-red sword chi. This was sword intent that was enough to kill gods. Even though it was only a slight trace, it was not something that an ordinary person could deal with. Zhao Fu felt that the situation was quite grim, and he turned into a ray of light as he flew over the horizon. The ancient sword sect master felt immense anger and heartache, and he wanted to chase after Zhao Fu for hurting his beloved disciple like this. Xing. The ancient sword sect master flicked his wrist, causing a white sword light containing immense power to instantly shoot out. It flashed through the air and was about to hit the escaping Zhao Fu. In that moment, Zhao Fu felt a massive sense of danger. He immediately unleashed his defenses, wanting to block this attack. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu was blasted flying by that sword light, crashing 100 meters away and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. All of the spectators were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that the ancient sword sect master would suddenly attack Zhao Fu. The major figures on the viewing platform were also quite confused, and they looked towards the ancient sword sect master. They did not understand why he had attacked. With his cultivation and status, why would he bully a member of the younger generation? The ancient sword sect master's expression was cold as he icily gazed at Zhao Fu. He had seen Zhao Fu trying to escape, and because the situation was quite dire, he had chosen to attack. However, he did not regret this because Zhao Fu had hurt his beloved disciple like this. Because of that blood-red sword chi, Gujian might go crazy and become a monster that only knew how to kill. If that happened, Gujian's life would be over, and all of his painstaking efforts over the years would be wasted. Humphrey. This sect master doesn't care if you're some emperor. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. If anything happens to Gujian, this sect master won't spare your life. From the abnormalities on the ancient STEM rankings and from the way Zhao Fu acted, it was possible that he was not a true emperor. Emperors could cause countless people to feel fear because they wielded terrifying power and an empire stood behind them. An empire had to devour 1,000 worlds, which was almost the entirety of the ancient STEM domain. The might of an empire was not something a small domain could compare to. Zhao Fu endured the pain as he got up, looking at the ancient sword sect master with fury. He felt immense humiliation, but he endured it. With his current strength, he was not a match for him. All that Zhao Fu wanted to do right now was to leave this place and repay the favor 10 times over in the future. If he died here, everything would be over. The ancient sword sect master gazed at Zhao Fu vehemently, feeling a trace of hatred. There was now enmity between the two of them, and this would mean more problems in the future. The ancient sword sect master could not help but think about the blood that ran in Zhao Fu's body and the fact that he had reached the top of the ancient STEM rankings. 1169 10,000 Dragon Financial Group Elder. If this person was not killed, he would definitely become a great danger in the future. Thinking about that, the ancient sword sect master's eyes danced with a trace of killing intent. However, he was wary of Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline. If he killed Zhao Fu, that empire would definitely destroy the ancient sword sect. Even though Zhao Fu only had a sovereign bloodline, what if he really was the emperor of an empire? If it wasn't for his sovereign bloodline, the ancient sword sect master would not have held back just then and would have immediately killed Zhao Fu without any hesitation. After seeing this scene, the ordinary people did not even dare to breathe loudly, and of course, they could not stand up for Zhao Fu. Even though there were often injuries or deaths in fights, for Zhao Fu to injure Gujian like that, the ancient sword sect master teaching him a lesson was understandable. However, the ancient sword sect master relying on his powerful cultivation to bully Zhao Fu, someone from the younger generation, was quite shameless. Regardless, the ancient sword sect was the number 2 sect in the ancient STEM domain and was the number 3 faction, with such strength, who dared to say anything. The major figures on the viewing platforms merely frowned and did not plan to do anything. After all, Zhao Fu was not one of them, so why would they interfere? This was the disadvantage of not having a faction to rely on. No matter how talented someone was, without a faction supporting them, anyone could bully them as they wished. The expression of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's elder was quite unsightly. Zhao Fu was extremely important to their 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, yet he was being treated like this. The situation was quite bad, and he immediately sent people back to report. He then smiled and walked over and cupped his hands as he said, "The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group will give its all to help Gujian recover. Please cease your anger, Sect Master. This is the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's VIP, so we hope that Sect Master will not pursue this matter." The ancient sword sect master's expression was cold as he directly ignored the elder and considered whether or not he should kill Xiaofu. Og! An extremely pained and wretched howl sounded out as Gujian violently twisted on the ground and blood poured out of his 7 orifices. The ancient sword sect master hardened his heart and pointed towards Xiaofu. Boom! A massive sword light tore through the sky, bringing with it a massive sword wind as it flew towards Xiaofu. Seeing that the ancient sword sect had decided to kill Xiaofu, the people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated to get away from Xiaofu in order to avoid being caught up. Xiaofu roared. Because of his fights with the various geniuses, he had used up a lot of his strength. He could barely use the 6 paths demon image's power right now. Boom! 6 massive grey orbs of ghostly chi appeared around Xiaofu as the 6 paths demon images appeared. They each stretched out a hand, and the 6 paths defensive barrier appeared. Bang! A massive sound exploded out as the sword light smashed against the 6 paths defensive barrier like a bolt of lightning. The 6 paths defensive barrier instantly shattered, and Xiaofu used the 6 paths demon images to block in front of him. However, he was still unable to fully stop the sword light. Xiaofu was once again blasted flying and rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. His clothes had been torn to shreds by the sword chi, and there were long and thin gashes on his body, from which red blood flowed out. Now, everyone saw Xiaofu's appearance, the handsome face, noble and overbearing aura, and those strange eyes. Who would have thought that this emperor would be so handsome? I like, Jiao Xiaoyun said in a daze as she stared at Xiaofu. Next to her, King Mura lightly harumphed, "You vixen, he's going to be killed and yet you're saying such things. Are you going into heat again? If you want him to live, you can ask your kingdom to act." Jiao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said somewhat condescendingly, "Little girl, you haven't matured yet, so it's only natural that you don't have good taste in men. However, it's impossible for me to save him because there's no reason to offend the ancient sword sect just for him." Beihan could not help but look to his master on the viewing platform. The ancient sword sect master was going to kill the number 1 genius on the ancient STEM rankings, and this would not look too good. If that happened, who would still dare to participate in the ancient STEM banquet? If the number 1 placed person was killed, the ancient STEM domain's reputation would take a big blow, and it would become a laughingstock to the other domains. However, now that the ancient sword sect master had acted and Xiaofu could barely resist, Beihan naturally could do nothing and could only look to his master. Only the sect master of the Dao cultivation sect could suppress an expert like the ancient sword sect master. No ordinary person would be able to do such a thing. However, the Dao cultivation sect master did not show any intention of getting involved. He had seen the sword chi shot out from Xiaofu's eyes, as well as the blood-red light shining from Gujian's body. He had fallen into his thoughts as if he was waiting for something. Seeing this, the major figures on the viewing platforms did not show any intention of getting involved. In fact, some people hoped that the ancient sword sect master would kill Xiaofu as soon as possible because Xiaofu's potential was simply too great and he was not one of them. It was best to get rid of such a person as soon as possible, or else he might become a threat to them. Some people felt that this was quite a pity, as Xiaofu was an exceptional genius, yet he was going to fall in such a place. Blood continuously leaked out of Xiaofu's lips, and he struggled to get up from the ground. The ancient sword sect master coldly harumphed. Xiaofu's potential was immense and Xiaofu might surpass him in the future. However, before he had developed, he was just like livestock that he could kill at any moment. Xing. The ancient sword sect master swiped out with his finger, and a sharp sword flew out, shining with an incredibly sharp sword light as it circled around him. An immense sword intent spread out, causing everyone to feel as if they had fallen into an abyss, and their bodies instinctively trembled. The ancient sword sect master was preparing a fatal blow, wanting to kill Xiaofu right here. Under this blow, Xiaofu barely had any chances of surviving. However, just as the ancient sword sect master was about to attack, a massive saber image containing ferocious saber chi chopped towards him. It was an attack from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's elder. Xiaofu was someone that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group greatly valued, and it was them who had invited him to the ancient STEM banquet. Moreover, Xiaofu was an elder in the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group and was one of them. Seeing that the ancient sword sect master had decided to kill Xiaofu, the elder had to act. Facing the incoming saber image, the ancient sword sect master was quite disdainful and waved his finger towards that elder. The sword floating around him spun and shot towards that elder. Swish! A sharp sword light flashed out soundlessly and incredibly quickly. The saber image was instantly crushed, and the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's elder's body froze before collapsing into countless bits of flesh. Even though this elder had Saint Realm cultivation, in front of the ancient sword sect master, he was nothing. The Earth Realm was on a completely different level to the Saint Realm. Firstly, the difficulty of reaching the Earth realm was dozens of times more difficult than reaching the Saint realm, and it took much more time. Some people would not reach that stage in their entire life. This was a gap in strength that could not be made up for, and it was like comparing a lion to a rabbit. 1170 Bronze Sword Dog. Zhao Fu glared at the ancient sword sex sect master as he furiously roared. He had been chatting with that elder this whole time and their relationship had been quite good. However, that elder had now died because of him, causing Zhao Fu to feel incredibly angry. Boom. A heaven-shaking aura exploded out, sending out an intense gale. Zhao Fu did not hold anything back and unleashed his nation armament's power. The people in the surroundings looked terrified as they retreated because this power was simply too great. It was something that they could not endure, and the intense wind could cause some people to be blown away like pebbles. The light dimmed and clouds quickly swirled as a massive aura covered the entire scene. This was not the nation armament of an empire, and seeing this, many people let out a sigh of relief. With the power of an empire's nation armament, it was possible to blast apart even the sky, and those who were here would be doomed. Shing. 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 Sword hums tore through the sky as Zhao Fu spread out his hands and 12 massive bronze swords appeared around him, giving off a dazzling bronze light. They contained an incredibly dense aura of killing and conquering. Boom. Zhao Fu pushed out with both hands, causing the 12 bronze swords to fly towards the ancient sword sex sect master with terrifying power. The power they contained seemed to be able to twist space itself. Facing the terrifying 12 bronze swords, the ancient sword sex sect master condescendingly laughed and grabbed at the air, and a shining sword appeared in his hand. Boom. The ancient sword sex sect master vigorously slashed out, causing a massive white crescent to tear through the air. It contained shocking power as it blasted back the incoming bronze swords. You want to harm this sect master with a nation armament like that? What a joke. After speaking, the ancient sword sex sect master once again slashed out. Boom. The sword light turned into a massive white bird that spread its wings and gave off a terrifying and sharp aura as it charged towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, and the massive white bird landed where he had just been. An enormous explosion blasted out, causing a sharp sword wind to spread out, and Zhao Fu was sent flying. A gigantic crater that was 100 meters deep and 1,000 meters wide opened up in the ground, causing countless people to retreat in fear in order to not to be caught up. Within the crater, Zhao Fu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at the ancient sword sex sect master in the air. His expression was quite unsightly. How was this person so terrifying? Even relying on his nation armament was not enough. The people on the stage had all retreated to the outer boundaries. Looking at Zhao Fu within the crater, Vinkixu shook his head and sighed. He was completely powerless, as the people from his kingdom were not willing to help either. From the nation armament that Zhao Fu had just used, it was likely that he was not the emperor of an empire. After all, that nation armament's aura had completely fused with Zhao Fu's aura. This meant that Zhao Fu was only an early stage king. Only an early stage king could have such perfect fusion with his nation armament. Since Zhao Fu was not a true emperor, everyone's worries disappeared. Killing Zhao Fu would just be like killing an ant. That was why the Ice Origin Kingdom did not bother acting, or else there was a chance they could have stepped in to save Zhao Fu. Huo felt quite anxious and went to where his sect was, trying to convince them to save Zhao Fu, or else he would lose a strong opponent. Even though he knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu at all, he could not bear to see a genius like him fall here. However, the people from his sect ignored him, saying, "This person will be too dangerous in the future, it's best for us to not get involved. Whether he lives or dies, it's unrelated to us. Even if he takes revenge in the future, he won't take revenge against us." Since his sect was not willing to help, there was nothing else that Huo could do. He could only watch as Zhao Fu was going to be killed. The king of the Nether Yin dynasty, a cold-looking middle-aged man, stared at Zhao Fu closely as he thought to himself. There was Zhao Fu's Death Race Emperor bloodline, as well as the Six Paths demon images. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's third prince had returned to his father's side and said some things, but the king did not say anything. Ian Ruashi also returned to where her sect was, a look of pity in her eyes. This person could have become famous in hundreds of domains, causing her to sigh. Facing the ancient sword sex sect master's attacks, he was dead without a doubt, and no one would be able to save him. She had talked with her sect master to give her opinion, but the heavenly music sex sect master did not say anything. Beihan silently stood beside his master. Even though he was not sure why his master was not doing anything, he definitely had his own reasons, so Beihan could not say anything and silently watched. At the same time, he felt quite sad that Zhao Fu was doomed to die. He had thought that perhaps his big brother could defeat Zhao Fu, but there would not be this opportunity in the future. Xing. A massive sword hum sounded out as the ancient sword sex sect master once again attacked. He raised his sword and slashed down, releasing an enormous white sword arc that was 1,000 meters tall, giving off shocking sounds. Facing such a powerful attack, Zhao Fu could not block and could only dodge. Boom. The terrifying white sword arc easily cut open a 10,000-meter-long sword gash on the stage, and even though Zhao Fu had dodged the main attack, the sword she released from it still sent him flying. He crashed into the side of a crater, causing it to crack, before he fell to the bottom of the crater. The ancient sword sect master came above the crater, looked at Zhao Fu lying at the bottom. He said condescendingly, "Your future was limitless, but you're going to die here today. You can only blame yourself for injuring this sect master's disciple." He once again raised his sword, preparing to deal the final blow to Zhao Fu. Og! A roar shook the surroundings. Under this immense threat of death, Zhao Fu did not hold anything back anymore. No matter if it was his nation armament's power, the Six Paths Demon Image's power or his sovereign bloodline's power, he released all of it. In the distance, countless traces of fate gathered towards the Great Qin city, and an ocean of fate poured into the nation armament. Boom! Within the crater, a massive black flame shot into the sky, causing the sun and moon to dim, and a shocking energy spread out, causing everyone's faces to fall. The power from this nation armament was enough to rival an entire world's power, and it could contend against experts of their level. Shing! 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 Massive sword hums sounded out within the crater, and a powerful bronze light shone through the black flames. The 12 massive bronze swords contained terrifying power as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master. 1171 Eastern Flow Ancient Sword. The ancient sword sect master's expression once again fell. He had never thought that Zhao Fu could explode out with such immense power. Swish, swish, swish. The bronze swords left behind bronze trails as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master, and the massive aura of killing and conquering seemed to cause space to freeze. The ancient sword sect master swung his sword, sending out brilliant white sword lights that slashed back the bronze swords. However, they continued flying towards the ancient sword sect master and attacked him from all directions. Sparks continuously shot out and clanging sounds rang out as each clash resulted in massive gales that swept out, and it was as if a disaster was descending. However, even though the bronze swords were quite powerful and incredibly fast, continuously attacking the ancient sword sect master, they could not injure him. Og! Seeing that he was unable to harm the ancient sword sect master, Zhao Fu once again roared and tried to gather all of his power. Countless black arcs of lightning flashed within the crater and a terrifying power expanded out, causing the crater to cave in more and more. This power caused everyone to feel even more shocked. This person could release even greater power, surpassing anything they could imagine. Boom! 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 12 massive figures giving off heaven-toppling pressure appeared in the sky. Space itself seemed to be suppressed, and countless people felt as if their bodies had fallen into icy water, causing them to uncontrollably tremble. The 12 figures in the air were made of bronze and their hair was tied up. They wore armor and had resolute expressions, and they looked like Great Qin's soldiers. They were Great Qin's nation armament, the 12 metal colossi. After the 12 metal colossi appeared, they grabbed at the air and the 12 bronze swords that had been attacking the ancient sword sect master flew into their hands. Their gazes were cold as they held the bronze swords with both hands and lifted them up, pointing them towards the sky. They then spoke with voices that boomed like a powerful army. Valiant old Qin, facing difficulties in unity. Valiant old Qin, returning our lakes and mountains. Our blood will not cease flowing, nor will we stop fighting till death. Great Qin in the north is like a sun rising and will never be stopped. With turmoil in the world, where can we find peace? Against Great Qin's elite soldiers, who can resist? Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a killing and conquering aura rushed up into the sky. Bronze flames erupted around the 12 metal colossi, and even the surrounding worlds could sense their terrifying power. The 12 metal colossi's gazes fell onto the ancient sword sect master, causing his body to stiffen, and he felt a trace of fear. Before he could do anything, the 12 metal colossi slashed down with their bronze swords. Boom. A shocking explosion once again sounded out, and the world seemed to be blasted apart. 12 brilliant bronze sword lights, bringing with them world-destroying power, slashed towards the ancient sword sect master. Even though the ancient sword sect master immediately blocked, he was unable to contend against that aura of killing and conquering, and as the bronze sword lights hit the ground violently trembled, causing dust and sand to fill the air. The terrifying rumbles caused everyone's souls to tremble. After seeing this scene and witnessing the world-shaking power of those 12 metal colossi, no one could say anything. After the dust and sand settled, a massive crater that was hundreds of meters deep and tens of thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground. The ancient sword sect master wretchedly got up from the bottom and coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking furious. Someone with his level of cultivation had been injured by someone like Zhao Fu. This was an immense humiliation to him. The 12 metal colossi in the sky looked down at the ancient sword sect master in the crater. They once again raised their swords and gave off boundless killing and conquering aura as they slashed towards him. Facing this terrifying attack, the ancient sword sect master did not seem to mind at all and furiously grasped towards the sky. Boom! A shocking sword light shot into the sky as a sword chi storm blasted out. An enormous, ancient-looking sword slowly descended from the sky, giving off an enormous pressure, making it impossible for the people nearby to remain standing. This was the ancient sword sect armament, the Eastern Flow ancient sword. In order to deal with someone of the younger generation, the ancient sword sect master had even taken out the sect armament, which startled countless people. However, they could understand this because the 12 metal colossi's power was simply too terrifying. If the ancient sword sect master did not use his sect armament, it was possible that he could lose. Boom. Bomb. Boom. The 12 metal colossi slashed out 12 enormous bronze sword lights, which gave off immensely destructive power as they blasted towards the ancient sword sect master. Shing. The Eastern Flow ancient sword floating in the air gave off a sword hum that seemed to be able to tear the world apart, causing the heavens and earth to continuously tremble. It then gave off an intense sword light that descended as a curtain of light, protecting the ancient sword sect master. Bang. 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 The curtain of light was incredibly firm, and the bronze sword lights from the 12 metal colossi were unable to break it open. The bronze sword lights exploded against the curtain of light, turning into corporeal shockwaves that caused the surrounding ground to continuously collapse. Zhao Fu was unresigned, and he continued to use all of his strength, causing the 12 metal colossi to explode with even greater power. They once again raised their bronze swords and slashed towards the ancient sword sect master. However, their attacks were useless and were unable to break through the curtain of light, making it impossible for them to harm the ancient sword sect master at all. The ancient sword sect master condescendingly laughed. He was using the ancient sword sect armament, which had the power of 10 worlds. He could kill gods, slay Buddhas, and sweep across anything in his way. The ancient sword sect master grabbed at the air, causing the massive Eastern Flow ancient sword in the sky to turn into a ray of light and fall into the ancient sword sect master's hands, its size becoming much smaller in the process. Looking at the 12 metal colossi in the air, the ancient sword sect master coldly laughed and vigorously slashed out with the Eastern Flow ancient sword. Boom. A massive and unimaginably powerful sword arc slashed out, blasting the massive 12 metal colossi backwards. The enormous sword light seemed to be able to slash the heavens and earth apart, and a destructive sword wind blew out. The ground started to be ripped away as countless trees were uprooted and even large boulders rose into the sky. All creatures within 10,000 kilometers were filled with fear as they escaped from this disaster. The ancient sword sect master once again stood in the sky, a coldness in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Fu at the bottom of the crater. He pointed at Zhao Fu with his sword as he said, "You should be proud to die under our sect's sword." Boom. After speaking, the ancient sword sect master swung with the Eastern Flow ancient sword, sending out a terrifying white sword light towards Zhao Fu. Facing this monstrous attack, Zhao Fu had no choice but to desperately defend. He blocked with the 12 metal colossi in front of him, which gave off an intense bronze light as they went into full defensive mode. However, in front of that massive white sword light, it was all for naught. As the white sword light flashed past, the 12 metal colossi were instantly sent flying, and Zhao Fu's body was devoured by the white sword light. 1172 10,000 Dragon President. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter long, 1,000-meter wide sword gash appeared on the stage. The stage was now in complete disorder, with massive cracks and fissures all over it. There was not a single part of it left intact. Zhao Fu lay within the sword gash, covered with blood. His body twitched as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and he propped himself up with great difficulty as he glared hatefully at the ancient sword sect master, his heart filled with fury. He would definitely kill this person in the future, and he would destroy the entire ancient sword sect. The pain and humiliation he had suffered today would be repaid 10 times over in the future. The ancient sword sect master standing in the air felt quite surprised. This person had taken this blow and yet still was not dead. This could be counted to be a miracle. Facing Zhao Fu's cold and hateful gaze, the ancient sword sect master laughed as he said, "What, are you angry? You want to kill this sect master? Do you think you can do it? If you kneel and beg this sect master, I'll give you a quick and easy death." Zhao Fu glared at the ancient sword sect master and tightly gripped his fists. His nails stabbed into his palm, causing blood to leak out. "Pa." Seeing this, the ancient sword sect master condescendingly laughed and swept out with his hand, sending a slap onto Zhao Fu's face and sending him flying. Zhao Fu crashed 10 or so meters away and once again coughed up a mouthful of blood before getting up with great hardship. "Pa!" The ancient sword sect master laughed as he slapped out again, sending Zhao Fu flying once again. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sigh. This was evidently humiliating Zhao Fu. Everyone felt quite uncomfortable seeing the ancient sword sect master do such a thing, but they would not do anything to stop him. The black-clothed woman next to Binkyxi thought about how Zhao Fu had domineeringly dealt with the ancient STEM rankings geniuses, yet he was being treated like this now. She could not help but say, "Your Majesty, with how talented he is, will the Ice Origin Kingdom really not save him?" Hearing this, Binkyxi looked over at the higher-ups of the Ice Origin Kingdom and frustratedly nodded. Ian Ruashi could not help but speak to the noble and beautiful woman next to her. "Master, are you really not going to consider my proposal? It's such a pity for a genius like him be humiliated here." The noble and beautiful woman lightly nodded and said, "It's not worth it, that person has no chance of surviving. Even if I act, I won't be able to change anything, and I'll instead offend a few major factions." Ian Ruashi felt quite startled, not understanding her master words. Why would she be offending a few major factions? Wasn't it just the ancient sword sect master who wanted to kill Zhao Fu? At most, it would be offending the ancient sword sect, since when did it become many factions? Seeing Zhao Fu being slapped again and again, Beihan could not watch on and said to the Dao Cultivation sect master, "Master, as the most upstanding and virtuous person in the ancient STEM domain, and the person who is presiding over this ancient STEM banquet, surely you can allow this to continue." However, the Dao Cultivation sect master continued to stare at Zhao Fu, did not say anything. "Og." Feeling the fiery pain on his face and feeling that anger and humiliation within his heart, Zhao Fu went again became crazed and tired to release all of his power. Boom. 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 Berserk black lightning exploded out of Zhao Fu's body and spread out in his surroundings, smashing the ground and causing it to continuously cave in. 12 massive figures once again appeared in the sky, and suffocating pressure spread out. The 12 metal colossi raised their bronze swords and gave off heaven-splitting auras as they slashed towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master disdainfully laughed and slashed out with his own sword. The massive crescent of sword light gave off an incredibly destructive power as it once again sent the 12 metal colossi flying. Shing. The ancient sword sect master had played around enough and he raised the Eastern Flow ancient sword and casually slashed at Zhao Fu. An enormous white crescent tore through the air, rending space as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly, not knowing how to block this terrifying attack. At that moment, an elder dressed in a grey dragon robe appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He stretched out his hands and pressed them against the air, causing countless traces of golden light to explode out as a terrifying power rushed forth. Roar. A vigorous dragon's roar sounded out as a massive golden dragon rushed out of the elder's hands and gave off an enormous dragon's might as it shot towards the white sword light. Bang. A shocking explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, resulting in terrifying shockwaves that rippled out in all directions. The ancient sword sect master had never thought this elder would appear, and his gaze became serious as he said with a trace of anger, "Does the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group plan to protect him, even at the cost of opposing my ancient sword sect?" This person was the president of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and his strength was not weaker than the ancient sword sect master by much. He is an important person to the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. I hope sect master can give us some face and spare him this time. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group will be incredibly grateful. The grey-robed elder looked up at the ancient sword sect master as he said loudly. The ancient sword sect master coldly harumphed. Now that things had come to this, there was no way to bring back the situation. With how much potential Zhao Fu had, letting him off would be much too dangerous, so of course he could not do such a thing. Scree. Seeing that the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president was determined to protect Zhao Fu, the ancient sword sect master did not say anything else and directly attacked. He raised his sword, and countless traces of sword light became massive white birds that brought with them ferocious sword winds as they rushed towards Zhao Fu. Even though the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president's cultivation was not weaker than his, he was using the ancient sword sect armament, so he did not place the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president in his eyes either. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group president turned and said to Zhao Fu, "I'll stall him, quickly leave this place. In the future, you'll have an opportunity to take revenge. With your potential, surpassing that ancient sword sect master is guaranteed, so you must ensure your own safety for now." Zhao Fu felt incredibly grateful. He had never thought that during this time when no one was willing to help, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president would step in to save him. Zhao Fu understood this, so he nodded and exploded out with his nation armament's power, causing a black aura flame to appear around him. He leapt up and turned into a ray of black light and disappeared over the horizon. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president faced the countless incoming birds and punched out with incredible strength. A formless wave of inner force blasted out, causing the birds to explode. As the birds exploded, waves of sword wind blasted out, causing the ground to crack and cave in. Seeing that Zhao Fu was running, how could the ancient sword sex sect master allow him to escape? He raised his hand and prepared to attack Zhao Fu, but the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president punched out, sending an enormous golden dragon towards the ancient sword sex sect master and tying him down. Zhao Fu was now some distance away, but at that moment, something unexpected happened. 1173 Ghost Claw Bang. A well-built figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Fu and punched him to the ground, opening up a large crater. This figure was the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king. Everyone felt quite surprised that the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king would attack. There did not seem to be any reason for him to attack, as there did not seem to be any grievances between them. Their third prince had not been harmed by Zhao Fu. They had no idea that there had long since been enmity between Zhao Fu and the Bear Mountain Kingdom. Back when Zhao Fu's appearance had been revealed, the third prince had remembered everything. It turned out that Zhao Fu was that mysterious emperor from before. This matter was incredibly important, so he immediately told his father. He also told him about how a higher being had wanted to take Zhao Fu as his disciple, and this made the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king decide to kill Zhao Fu. Before, he had not wanted to act and had just wanted to use the ancient sword sex sect master to kill Zhao Fu in order to avoid trouble, but the situation had changed. Since the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president was determined to protect Zhao Fu, who was about to escape, the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king had to act. Haha. A soft, eerie laughter sounded out as the Nether Yin Dynasty's king also came above the crater. He evidently was not here to save Zhao Fu but to kill him as well. He wanted to obtain Zhao Fu's corpse, as it was very useful to him. This was especially so because of the 6 paths demon images and the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. They were so attractive that he would do anything for them. Before, he had wanted to wait for the ancient sword sex sect master to kill Zhao Fu, but the situation had changed. Not only was the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president protecting him, but the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king had also gotten involved. In order to prevent anything from going wrong, he decided to personally act. Yin Ruashi now understood what her master meant before. It turned out that her master had already sensed that many people wanted to make a move against Zhao Fu. Now that people from 3 major factions wanted Zhao Fu's life, with their strength, Zhao Fu was as good as dead. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president would not be enough to save him. Everyone could not help but sigh. Zhao Fu was destined to die here. This was something that could not be changed. It was a pity with how talented he was. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president's expression became quite unsightly. He was already at his limit tying down the ancient sword sex sect master, and now there were another 2 experts of the same level joining in. This put even him in danger, and he was unable to protect Zhao Fu at all. Could it be that after waiting for so long, the prophesied person would die like this? Within the crater, Zhao Fu no longer had any strength to even get up. That strike from the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king broke 5 or 6 of his bones, making him feel immense pain. We need this person's corpse, so we will be killing him. Apologies. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king lightly laughed and said to the 2 others while looking at Zhao Fu. To him, Zhao Fu was a worm who could be easily crushed. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king laughed. He just wanted to kill Zhao Fu and was not interested in his corpse, so he said, hurry and do it then so that nothing goes wrong. If this person escapes, he'll cause us endless problems in the future. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king nodded and pointed at Zhao Fu. A powerful gray light shot towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president wanted to stop this, but he was suppressed by the ancient sword sex sect master. The powerful gray light was about to pierce through Zhao Fu's body, resulting in him dying here. However, at that moment, something unexpected once again happened. A black and blood-red sword flew out from within Zhao Fu's body to stop that gray light, and it gave off boundless blood-red light. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth had been instantly torn apart. A berserk and twisted killing intent suddenly descended, and the world was instantly dyed a blood-red color. Everyone present felt as if their bodies and souls had been frozen, and they felt an unending terror. The black and blood-red sword gave off fathomless blood-red light, and the powerful ripples coming from it caused the heavens and earth to violently tremble. The ground could not withstand it and quickly disintegrated. As the crazed killing intent swept through the scene, even the countless major figures were greatly dismayed. They had never thought that the person they had been searching for all this time was right in front of them. He's the killing sword master. That person whose abnormal signs affected hundreds of worlds, and one of the most dangerous people in the world. The Tao Cultivation Sect Master's eyes gleamed. He had been waiting for this moment. He had guessed that Zhao Fu might be that terrifying killing sword master, but he was not sure. He could only wait for Zhao Fu to fall into great danger to reveal this. The ancient sword sect master looked quite startled. He had never thought that Zhao Fu was the killing sword master. Now, he understood why that trace of sword chi was so terrifying. If he had to face against that kind of sword chi, he would feel fear as well. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king also looked quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such power. He had been hiding this quite deep, and it was the power that the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king had feared this whole time. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. This completely exceeded anything he could imagine. He could not believe that Zhao Fu had been hiding such power. The Heavenly Music Sect Master also looked quite serious. That terrifying killing sword master was this person in front of her. This was quite unbelievable. However, it was now understandable why this person's aptitude was so heaven-defying. Huoyan, Binkitsu, Yanruashi, Beiharan. Countless people had never expected such a thing to happen. In the end, Zhao Fu still had not used his full strength against them, and he had been hiding such a powerful killing power this entire time. Now, they completely acknowledged that he existed above the ancient STEM rankings and that they could not compare to him. Zhao Fu was simply too shocking. At that moment, the Nether Yin Dynasty's king, the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king, and the ancient sword sect master all exploded out with killing intent. Now, they would go to any lengths to kill Zhao Fu. Now that they knew that he was the killing sword master, his threat in the future was dozens of times greater. Boom! A shocking blood-red sword light slashed through the air, and the terrifying killing intent instantly caused space to collapse. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king and the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king were both blasted flying backwards. Zhao Fu had taken the initiative to attack. Zhao Fu was forced to use the Emperor Killing Sword's power. Because of the terrifying killing intent, Zhao Fu had a slight advantage. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king and the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king stabilized their bodies in the air and looked furious. They no longer gave off that air of superiority and attacked Zhao Fu together, wanting to kill him at all costs. Boom! The Nether Yin Dynasty's king stretched out his hand, causing countless traces of yin chi to wrap around his hand and form a giant ghost claw that gave off a shocking pressure as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu. 1174 3 Emperor Stars. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king took out a large saber and vigorously slashed out. A ferocious sword light giving off massive sword chi flew towards Zhao Fu. Og! Facing the two people's attacks, Zhao Fu roared and a massive amount of the nation armament's power entered his body, as did the Emperor Killing Sword World's power. Zhao Fu instantly received so much power that he felt that he could kill a celestial, and the space around him continuously collapsed. Boom! Zhao Fu gripped his sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red crescent. It seemed to contain enough power to rend the heavens and earth, causing the two incoming attacks to explode and sending the two kings flying back and even injuring them. A trace of blood leaked out from their lips. This caused the two kings to feel quite furious. They had been injured by a low-stage cultivator like Zhao Fu, which had sullied their pride. However, that killing intense power was simply too powerful and exceeded anything they could handle. If they relied on their cultivation, they would most likely lose in the face of that berserk and murderous power. No one would believe such a thing. After all, how could two powerful experts like them be defeated by a low-stage cultivator? However, the two of them had personally faced this killing intent, so they clearly knew that they were at a disadvantage. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar sounded out as countless traces of an eerie aura flooded out, and a terrifying pressure descended. A massive skull appeared in the sky, giving off a bone-chilling coldness that caused countless people to feel afraid. It was also surrounded by countless spirits. The Nether Yin Dynasty's king had used his nation armament, the Nether Emperor Skull. Boom! A massive power tore through the air, and a berserk and violent devil chi caused countless people to feel like they were flickering flames in front of a massive gale. A massive, pure white fang gave off a terrifying aura as it descended. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king had also unleashed his nation armament, the Royal Bear God Fang. After the two nation armaments of royal kingdoms were unleashed, the results caused all sorts of abnormal signs and the world seemed to sink under this terrifying pressure. Boom! Boom! The two kings used their nation armament's powers as they blasted towards Zhao Fu. That power seemed to be able to destroy everything, even time and space. Even godly spirits would not be able to withstand it. Zhao Fu desperately unleashed the power of his nation armament and Emperor Killing Sword, causing his long hair to become blood-red colored. A blood-red sword mark appeared on his forehead and two fangs grew out of his mouth, as his mind was filled with madness. Bang! Zhao Fu slashed out a heaven-toppling sword light that blasted towards the two powers like a sea of sword light. An incredibly destructive explosion resulted, and a shockwave instantly rippled out, annihilating everything within its range. In the end, Zhaofu still could not stand up to the two kings. Even though the Emperor Killing Sword World's power was quite strong, it was still in its initial phase and could not resist the power of the nation armaments of two royal kingdoms. Even with Great Ken's nation armaments power, it was not enough. Zhaofu was hit by the shockwave and was now lying within a large crater. There were two massive injuries on his chest, and his aura was incredibly weak. He and Ruashi looked away in shock. The battle between the two sides was too terrifying, and she had never thought that Zhaofu would have such power. Zhaofu's terrifying killing intent had actually forced those two kings to use their nation armaments. Master, are you really not going to save him? If our heavenly music sect can use him, our prospects will be limitless in the future, Yin Ruashi said. The noble and beautiful woman still shook her head, saying, with the things he has revealed, the heavenly music sect cannot contain him, nor does it have the ability to. What a pity. If he was in the heaven domain, there would be large factions protecting him, but he has no hope now. He'll definitely die here, because the killing sword intent that he revealed has caused the entire ancient stem domain to feel threatened. As for everyone else, not only will they not help, but they're also hoping that he will be quickly killed. Facing three powerful experts, there's no chance of him surviving. Currently, the Tao Cultivation sect master was feeling some hesitation, wondering if he should save Zhaofu. After Zhaofu released his killing sword intent, his suspicions had been confirmed, and he could now act. With his power, he would be able to save Zhaofu. However, he now hesitated, because when Zhaofu exploded out with that killing sword intent, everyone present had wanted to kill him. If he acted, he would offend three major factions. With the Tao Cultivation sect's strength, it could bear such a burden. However, it would also have to go against the rest of the ancient stem domain. The Tao Cultivation sect could not do such a thing, and saving Zhaofu would drag the Tao Cultivation sect under. For now, he could only watch and could not get involved. That was what everyone else was thinking as well. Shing. A sword hummed toward through the sky as the ancient sword sect master blasted the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president to the ground, opening up a 10-meter wide crater. After taking care of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president, the ancient sword sect master finally turned his attention to Zhaofu. The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king stood in the air, looking at the blood-covered Zhaofu below. He gave off an immense killing intent as he raised the saber in his hand. This was the final blow. Zhaofu no longer had any power to resist, and he would definitely die here. Now, everyone else waited for Zhaofu's death as well. However, just as the saber was about to descend, an explosion sounded out. Boom. The world instantly fell into darkness as all light seemed to be devoured. It was a boundless darkness, and the heavens and earth fell into silence. Countless living creatures did not dare to make a bit of noise. Suddenly, blood-red light descended from the sky, causing the world to seem to be dyed blood-red. A blood-red star filled with an aura of chaos and disaster appeared. This was followed by a noble golden light as a golden star that seemed to be able to cause all creatures to submit appeared. An eerie aura suddenly flooded down as a gray light burst forth, and a moon-like star appeared. The auras that these three emperor stars gave off caused all creatures to feel incredibly small, and the auras even made them want to submit. It was as if all emperors, godly spirits, and experts were nothing in front of them. Boom. 3 pillars of starlight simultaneously descended onto Zhaofu's body from the 3 emperor stars, and a massive explosion sounded out. The pillars of starlight gave off an incredibly destructive force as they spread out, and it seemed as if the world was coming to an end. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter deep and hundreds of thousands of meters wide crater appeared on the stage. Most of this massive stage had been destroyed. Countless people stood frozen on the spot, looking incredibly shocked. None of them had yet come back to their senses. That person had 3 emperor stars. There was not a single figure within that massive crater. These 3 factions may have offended someone they could not afford to offend. 1,175 emperor killer with a single emperor star, one would be incomparable even within the heaven domain. That person had 3 emperor stars, which made him unbelievably terrifying. No one had heard of such a thing, and that person was the killing sword master as well. That person's future made all of them feel fear. If anyone said he had the potential to become an emperor celestial, no one would disbelieve them. After all, he was already like a resplendent star that was simply untouchable to them. Beiharan, Vinkitsu, Yin Ruashi, and the other geniuses of the ancient stem domain stared at the massive crater in shock. Only now did they understand what a true genius was. In front of Zhaofu, they were nothing. Despite having such shocking talent and abilities that others could only look up to, compared to Zhaofu, they were incredibly ordinary. The expressions of the ancient sword sect master, the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king, and the Nether Yin Kingdom's king became quite unsightly. They now realized that they had offended someone who they could not afford to offend. In the future, their three factions might have to face an incredibly terrifying person. The Tao Cultivation sect master shook his head and sighed. This matter was simply too unbelievable. First, Zhao Fu's identity as the Killing Sword Master had been revealed, which was already incredibly shocking. No one had expected Zhao Fu to have 3 Emperor stars, and thinking about what had just happened, it seemed that the ancient STEM domain would be going through some troubled times. Following this, news of what had happened here spread through the entire ancient STEM domain like a cyclone, shocking the entirety of the ancient STEM domain. Such a terrifying figure had appeared here. The 3 factions had bullied someone much weaker than themselves, and at the ancient STEM banquet too. They dared to do such a thing so brazenly, causing people to feel ashamed, and as the ones presiding over the ancient STEM banquet, the Tao Cultivation sect's reputation greatly plummeted. Who dared to harm those geniuses? With those big factions behind them, if they were injured, those who injured them would be killed without a doubt. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president had been signaled by Zhao Fu to leave when Zhao Fu had released the 3 Emperor stars. However, the 3 factions did not back down at all, and the situation was unrecoverable. As such, afterwards, they started to attack the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, wanting to destroy all those connected to Zhao Fu. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group would greatly support Zhao Fu, so the 3 factions had to destroy it. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was a faction that had relocated to the ancient STEM domain, and because it was not originally part of it, it only controlled a bit more than the world. Now that it was facing the 3 factions, it did not have any way to resist, and no one was willing to help it. In fact, there were others who were in support of suppressing the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. After all, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was closely related to Zhao Fu, who was a threat to the ancient STEM domain. As such, no one would give the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group an easy time. Moreover, if the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had not protected Zhao Fu would have long since been killed by the ancient sword sect master, and all those things would not have happened. In fact, they should not have even invited Zhao Fu to the ancient STEM banquet. In the end, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group suffered heavy losses and many of their people died. The president ran with the remnants of the financial group and hid in another domain. Such a large financial group that controlled the power of a world had been destroyed so easily, making people feel great pity. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu had escaped back to Great Ken covered with blood. He had first hidden within the Emperor Killing Sword world and used another exit in the Emperor Killing Sword world to leave. The power of the 3 Emperor stars had not been enough to stand up to the 3 factions. Zhao Fu was clear about this. After all, each of those factions controlled the power of 10 worlds, which was 30 worlds in total. Moreover, the other factions had not even acted. If he stayed there, even if he exploded out with his Emperor star's power, he would still die in the end. As such, Zhao Fu could only sullenly run away. Now that he had kept his life, in the future, Zhao Fu would definitely pay back the ancient sword sect, Netheryan dynasty, and Bear Mountain Kingdom. After escaping back to Great Kin, because of his severe injuries, Zhao Fu immediately fell into a coma, and Great Kin's imperial physicians hurriedly came to treat his wounds. In a distant place, a black-clothed young man giving off a powerful aura stood on a 10,000-meter-tall, ancient-looking stage that seemed to connect to the heavens. He coldly harumphed, "We still can't find that person. If this sovereign can't have something, this sovereign will destroy it." He went to the center of the stage, on which were stone pillars. There were people bound on the stone pillars, both men and women, young and old, but there was one thing they all had in common. This was that they all gave off powerful king's auras, as they were all people with king's bloodlines. In fact, some of them were actual kings, and there were 10,000 of these people. This higher being was the one who had tried to steal Zhao Fu's origin mark before, and after so long and trying so many times, he still could not find Zhao Fu. In the end, he decided to destroy Zhao Fu. He could not allow anyone else to have the origin mark. He knew that Zhao Fu had Emperor stars, but he did not know the details. The method he was using now specifically countered Emperor stars, and it was called Emperor Killer. This was an incredibly powerful curse that cursed emperors, and it was greatly feared by emperors in the Heaven Awakened world. As such, the Emperor Killer curse was quite famous. This type of curse required king stars, and the 10,000 people here all had king stars. It had taken this higher being a lot of effort to capture them all. The price of casting this curse was not small, it caused one's strength to decline, and the person casting it could receive a fate backlash. However, this higher being was not afraid. With his cultivation, he was immune to a backlash from such a low-stage cultivator. Boom! The higher being activated the magic formation, and the people bound to the pillars howled. Their bodies quickly aged, and their hair became white as wrinkles appeared on their bodies and their life force was drained. In the end, they gave a few more pained cries before their heads sagged and they died. The pillars on which they were bound gave off powerful auras before exploding out with a blood-red pillar of light that rushed into the sky. Boom. 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 King stars giving off terrifying might slowly descended from the sky as a massive aura swept out. The sight of 10,000 stars descending was incredibly grand and could shock anyone. The higher being standing at the center of the stage gave a trace of a smile as he spread out his hands towards the sky. Under his control, the king stars continuously moved, forming a massive magic formation. Emperor Killer. The higher being roared and sent his massive power into the magic formation, causing it to activate. Heaven and Earth's source energy was instantly absorbed into it, and as the magic formation activated, heaven-shaking ripples spread out. Within the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion, the person who was responsible for monitoring Zhao Fu's Emperor stars suddenly sensed a terrifying coldness. This caused his body to freeze, and a wave of fear flowed out of his heart as he hurriedly looked at the surroundings of the Emperor stars. 1,176 Death stars filled with a deathly aura, bringing with them massive deathly intent, formed a massive formation that surrounded the 3 Emperor stars. The terrifying coldness was from those Death stars. After seeing this scene, that person felt incredibly startled. The power of each of those Death stars was something that surpassed the power of the world. This sort of power was something that only a higher being could have. As such, that person immediately understood that there was a higher being making a move against Zhao Fu. After realizing this, that person immediately reported this to the higher-ups. The young woman in white, the Fate Sovereign, quickly arrived, and seeing that scene, her expression became quite serious. This is Emperor Killer, a curse especially for cursing emperors to death. How did that person offend a higher being so much for that higher being to use such a risky curse to kill him? Hearing the Fate Sovereign's words, everyone else's faces fell. They had all heard of how terrifying Emperor Killer was. Someone could not help but say, isn't that person doomed, then? Emperor Killer can curse even true emperors to death, and that person is not even an emperor, he merely only has emperor stars, and his own strength is not very great either. The Fate Sovereign shook her head, she was not sure. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die, but this person had 3 emperor stars, he most likely would not die so easily. It was a pity that that person was not from a large faction. If he was from a large faction, with the ocean-like amount of fate that a large faction had, the higher being would not dare to use Emperor Killer against him, or else he could die from the backlash. The Death Stars formed a massive formation in the void and gave off an intense gray light. They gave off a heaven-toppling deathly intent as they surged towards the 3 Emperor Stars, which gave off powerful Emperor lights to defend against the deathly intent. Within the Great Qin Palace, the Imperial physicians were quickly treating Zhao Fu's injuries. However, at that moment, traces of gray light started to fall from above the Great Qin Palace, and a deathly aura started to spread. At that moment, countless people's expressions fell, and this included the various ability users and aspers because they could sense a boundless deathly intent cover Great Qin. Roar. The Great Qin's Fate Dragon gave off a heaven-shaking roar, causing all of Great Qin's fate to gather towards the Great Qin Palace. It formed an enormous and savage black dragon, but the gray light descending from the sky kept coming. Under the effects of the gray light, the vigorous and domineering black dragon started to weaken, looking quite sickly. Scree-ee. A phoenix cry sounded out as a golden pillar of light shot into the sky. A massive golden phoenix giving off countless traces of golden light appeared in the sky. At that moment, the Emperor Phoenix statue had reacted as well. The countless traces of golden light spread out and blocked the gray light and deathly aura. The golden light that the Emperor Phoenix gave off was not suppressed by the gray light, and it instead was the one suppressing the gray light. However, more and more gray light ascended, and soon, the deathly aura covered the sky. The chilling deathly aura could not be stopped as it spread out, causing everyone's hands and feet to feel cold, and it was as if they felt that death was about to descend. Roar. 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 Dragons' roars sounded out as deathly dragons started to fly about within the deathly aura in the sky, and they flew towards Zhao Fu. Scree-ee. The Emperor Phoenix gave off a piercing cry, and a blinding golden light exploded out as the Emperor Phoenix started to resist with all its might. However, it did not have much of an effect because there were simply too many deathly dragons, 10,000 in total. The Emperor Phoenix could only retreat to the chambers that Zhao Fu was in, flying around as it created a golden defensive barrier to stop the deathly dragons in the sky. The deathly dragons circled around the chambers, their deathly aura gradually corroding the Emperor Phoenix. The situation was quite dire, and Xianru and the various schools and sects also acted. It was evident that these deathly dragons wanted to drag Zhao Fu into death. Ordinary measures were ineffective, so the various schools and sects used their unique formations. Massive chains giving off powerful auras shot out, binding the deathly dragons, which vigorously struggled in response. The generals who had been fighting outside hurriedly returned. Daichi did not hesitate and drew the 7 murders sword at his waist and pointed it to the sky. The other generals also drew their general armaments and pointed them at the sky. 7 murders star. Army destroyer star. Voracious wolf star. Loud shouts sounded out as a massive pressure descended. General stars giving off terrifying ores descended, and starlight filled the sky. The 20 general stars gave off an immense power as they pressed towards the deathly dragons. Under the cooperation of the various parties, the deathly dragons were temporarily suppressed, allowing everyone to let out a sigh of relief. However, they did not know that this was only the beginning. The true battle was in the vast void. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as the 3 emperor stars gave off brilliant starlight, looking like 3 suns in the vast void. The Death Star formation around them seemed unhurried as waves of deathly aura continuously swept towards the 3 emperor stars, gradually corroding them. The higher being on the stage took out a corpse. It was a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe, and he gave off an incredibly noble emperor's aura. This corpse was the corpse of an emperor, and the higher being had paid a great price to obtain it. A formless energy carried this corpse into the magic formation, where it turned into countless traces of bloody chi and fused into the formation. The formation in the sky immediately gave off a sovereign emperor's aura. Within the vast void, the Death Stars gave off a large amount of gray light and exploded out with an even stronger aura. The magic formation's power increased by many times, and it started to suppress the 3 emperor stars. The 3 emperor stars continuously resisted, but the celestial emperor star and the chaos imperial star continuously grew dimmer. Only the nether emperor star could put up some resistance. The situation of the 3 emperor stars directly affected the situation in Great Kin. The deathly dragons gave off roars and became much stronger, breaking free from their chains. They resisted the general star's pressure and slammed towards the barrier set down by the Emperor Phoenix. Bang! 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 Massive sounds rang out as the golden barrier continuously trembled and started to crack. In the end, the countless deathly dragons broke through the golden barrier and flooded into the unconscious Zhaofu's body. Og! Zhaofu was awakened by the immense pain and howled, continuously struggling on the bed. He felt as if there were countless ghosts biting at his flesh and blood. The higher being on the stage laughed in satisfaction. Emperor Killer had succeeded, and that person was dead beyond a doubt. Within the vast void, the 3 emperor stars were corroded by the massive amount of deathly chi. The celestial emperor star and the chaos imperial star had already gone dim, and only the nether emperor star was still giving off a faint light. Perhaps it was because it was an emperor star of the death race, so it had some resistance to the deathly aura. 1177 Emperor Killer hearing Zhaofu's cries from within his chambers, many of his subordinates hurried over. Seeing Zhaofu struggling in pain, everyone started to panic. Xianru and the imperial physicians quickly came to check on Zhaofu's body. On the surface of Zhaofu's body, there were grey dragons swimming about, continuously devouring Zhaofu's life force. Xianru had people hold down, took out high-grade water of life, and fed it to Zhaofu. However, it was completely ineffective against the grey dragons, and Zhaofu's pain was not lessened. The imperial physicians took out medicinal pills containing a large amount of life force and fed them to Zhaofu, but they too were ineffective. What should we do? Those grey dragons are continuously devouring His Majesty's life force. If this goes on, His Majesty will die, Wang Ergu shouted worriedly. Hearing Wang Ergu's words, everyone felt quite panicked, but they did not know what to do. Suddenly, a genderless voice said with a sigh, place Zhaofu's body in the fountain of life and call over the black and white impermanences. This caused everyone to feel quite startled because this voice came from within Zhaofu's body. It was the golden dragon who had spoken, and it seemed quite desolate and melancholic. Zhaofu had mentioned the golden dragon before, so most of his subordinates knew about it. As such, everyone quickly complied with its orders and placed Zhaofu in the fountain of life, and they called over the black and white impermanences. Within the fountain of life, the massive life energy continuously flowed into Zhaofu's body, lessening his pain. Under the golden dragon's instructions, the black and white impermanences set up a yin-chi magic formation that set countless traces of yin-chi into Zhaofu's body, and they also sent their own yin-chi into Zhaofu's body, which also helped relieve some of Zhaofu's pain. Right now, the only things that were effective were the Nether Emperor Star and Zhaofu's 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. They greatly reduced the Emperor Killer's effects. Time gradually passed and everyone waited worriedly. On the 3rd day, Zhaofu woke up, but his aura was incredibly weak. His hair had become gray-white colored and his body gave off a deathly aura. What's going on? Zhaofu opened his eyes within the fountain of life and asked the golden dragon. The golden dragon sighed as it said, "It's Emperor Killer, someone wanted to use Emperor Killer to kill you. It was most likely that higher being who wanted to steal your origin mark, as it's not something just anyone can use." Emperor Killer? Zhaofu did not understand, So the Golden Dragon briefly explained. After hearing this explanation, Zhao Fu felt furious and almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. This higher being was simply going too far. Not only did he want to steal his origin mark, but he had tried to kill him with a curse. He had not even taken revenge against the three factions, and now there was another thing to take revenge for. Is there any way to deal with it? Zhao Fu calmed himself down as he asked the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon replied seriously, "No, there isn't. The Fountain of Life and Yin Qi are already ineffective, and if this goes on, you'll only have a bit more than 1 year left to live. You need to find a method to deal with Emperor Killer within that time, or you will die." Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly. This news was like thunder from a clear sky. Before he had accomplished his grand aspirations and taken revenge against those three factions, he was going to die. Is there really no way to deal with it? Zhao Fu asked. The Golden Dragon replied, "Indeed, I don't know of any method. The Emperor Killer is a fate curse, and it is also a fate star curse. There's practically no way to stop it." After hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite helpless, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The Golden Dragon comforted him, saying, "There's still a bit more than a year, perhaps you'll be able to find a method. There's no need to give up as there's still a trace of hope. However, I need to remind you that this is just an estimation. If the curse within you explodes out, you could die right now. You need to start making preparations, as if you suddenly die, all of Great Kin will collapse. Moreover, you don't have any heirs. The next ruler of Great Kin is an important matter, so you need to think about this." Zhao Fu's heart sank and he heavily replied, "I understand." Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of pain as gray dragons appeared on the surface of his body, and the feeling of being bitten by countless sharp mouths once again assaulted Zhao Fu. Is there any way to lessen the pain? Zhao Fu endured the pain as he asked. The Golden Dragon replied, "Right now, Phoenix Chi is of great help to you. If your Emperor Phoenix statue had enough Phoenix Chi, it would have been able to stop the Emperor Killer for you. If you consummate with women with Phoenix Chi, causing your Dragon Chi and their Phoenix Chi to fuse, your pain will lessen, but this cannot get rid of Emperor Killer." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at the black and white impermanences by the side. They had also heard the Golden Dragon's words. The black impermanence flirtatiously smiled and took off her black clothes, revealing her proud figure. She walked into the fountain, and the white impermanence shyly took off her white clothes and followed her in. A while later, the two women lay by the side of the fountain as they raggedly breathed. Zhao Fu had somewhat recovered, and he called people over to look after the two women. Zhao Fu's expression was quite dark as he went to the Heaven Spirit Steel. There was still a trace of hope, and that was the higher being he knew. Perhaps he would have some kind of method, so Zhao Fu felt much hope towards him. "I don't know. It's almost impossible to survive Emperor Killer, and this sovereign does not have any methods." After seeing this response, Zhao Fu's body trembled and his legs weakened. His final hope was gone as well. If even a higher being said such a thing, he was doomed. If I had known this was going to happen, this sovereign should have given you a recommendation so you could enter the Emperor Path College ahead of time. With the Emperor Path College's protection, you wouldn't have been affected by Emperor Killer. What a pity. After seeing this, Zhao Fu did not blame the higher being. Even though if the higher being had done this he would not have been afflicted by Emperor Killer, he was not that close with the higher being, and he had no duty to help him. Moreover, he had already helped him by giving him the projection tool, which was already quite good. Zhao Fu thanked the higher being before leaving the Heaven Spirit Steel. He felt incredibly melancholic, and, with great difficulty, he went to the creek where he used to fish. He sat on the grass and stared in front of him, his mind completely blank. Death weighed heavily on Zhao Fu, and everything seemed to have lost meaning. Zhao Fu gripped his fists and his eyes became wet. He did not want to just die like this. However, the heavens did not give Zhao Fu much time to wallow in grief. A report was quickly delivered to him. The continent that Great Kin occupied in the half-beast world had been breached. 1178 Yao Ming. After receiving the report, Zhao Fu hurried to the front lines while asking the reporting soldiers, "With the forces we have at the half-beast world, we should have been able to hold out against the half-beast world. How did they suddenly break through?" The soldier replied, "Today, the three worlds simultaneously attacked Great Kin. We had the ability to defend, but the half-beast people released an army of devil beasts that broke through our defenses. According to the information we've obtained, it seems that the Devil Horn Empire is working with the three worlds, wanting to destroy Great Kin." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. The Devil Horn Empire had also gotten involved. It was the most powerful kingdom in Great Kin's surroundings, and it was simply too strong. Its involvement gave Great Kin massive pressure. That devil army was one of the Devil Horn Empire's strongest methods. As for why the Devil Horn Empire would ally with the three worlds, that was quite evident. Great Kin had already threatened the Devil Horn Empire. If there was no great kin, this place would be where the Devil Horn Empire could rise up. What's the condition of the battle? Have the residents been evacuated? Zhao Fu asked the soldier. The soldier replied, Great Kin has already retreated to the human world and is defending with its previous defenses. Because there weren't many residents at the half-beast continent, all of them returned safely. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. However, the situation in the grassy world is also quite dire. The Devil Beast army have started to help the grassy people attack Great Kin, and Commander Beichi has led soldiers to defend. Zhao Fu nodded and sped up. Soon, Zhao Fu reached the battlefield. Currently, both sides were facing off against each other. The defending Great Kin side stood on defensive walls, and the countless soldiers gave off austere auras. The wyverns spiraled in the sky, and the powerful corpse soul commanders and soldiers, giant wolves, and spiders prepared for battle. The other side was like a massive ocean with innumerable people. They were made up of grassy people, half-beast people, and the Devil Beast army. This Devil Beast army was made up of all kinds of devil beasts. There were eagles that were dozens of meters long, tusked elephants that were as big as mountains, enormous pythons with 2 heads, and lions that seemed to be made out of gold. They gave off auras that shook their surroundings. Of course, their beasts were not as big as Great Kin's beasts, but there were 10 or so times more of them. Great Kin only had 150,000 or so beasts, but because they had many fronts to deal with, they only had 90,000 here, while the other side had millions of devil beasts. Also, the other side had many more experts than Great Kin. However, luckily they had killed a large number of them when they had invaded the 3 worlds, or else Great Kin would have been under even greater pressure. This battle was incredibly disadvantageous to Great Kin, and Zhao Fu did not feel much confidence as to whether or not they could hold on. Boom. A massive aura spread out as countless traces of devil chi caused wild gales to spread out. A purple-haired, devilish-looking young man appeared in the sky. His appearance caused the half-beast people and grassy people to warily step aside, and the countless devil beasts excitedly roared. They were excitedly paying respects to their king. This purple-haired young man was the ruler of the Devil Horn Empire, Yao Ming. Zhao Fu flew into the air. Because his appearance had been exposed at the ancient stem banquet, he could not afford to reveal his appearance here. However, Zhao Fu did not wear a cloak, and he instead had a mask on. It was a fox mask that Zhao Fu had found, and it could even change his aura. Yao Ming looked at Zhao Fu in the air and felt that his aura was quite weak. He condescendingly laughed, saying, Your Great Kin's legatee? I heard that you're quite strong, but it seems you're only so-so. It seems that others have really puffed you up. Zhao Fu frowned, feeling quite displeased at Yao Ming's tone. However, Zhao Fu took consideration of the grand scheme of things and did not get too angry as he said, This is a matter between Great Kin and the 3 worlds, there's no need for your Devil Horn Empire to get involved. After all, even if you defeat Great Kin, the Devil Horn Empire will not receive any benefits. This battle is unnecessary, and Great Kin does this not wish to have a powerful enemy like you. The Devil Horn Empire gave Great Kin too much pressure. If it wasn't for the Devil Horn Empire, Great Kin would have been able to hold off the 3 worlds. As such, Zhao Fu wanted the Devil Horn Empire to leave this battle. Yao Ming loudly laughed as he replied, Attacking Great Kin indeed has no benefits for my Devil Horn Empire, but who told Great Kin to draw so much attention to yourself? If you're willing to submit, I'll treat Great Kin well. I heard that you've collected many beauties, how about gifting me some? Zhao Fu did not say anything else and coldly looked at Yao Ming, a wave of fury in his heart. He raised his hand and a massive sword light slashed towards Yao Ming. Yao Ming laughed, drew his saber, and swung it, causing a saber light to fly out. The 2 attacks collided with a bang, resulting in a massive explosion, and Yao Ming shot towards Zhao Fu. As the battle between the 2 began, this also signaled the beginning of the battle between the 2 armies. The grassy and half-beast kings grinned. Now that the Devil Horn Empire's king was tying down Zhao Fu, they did not have to fear him, and they could go and kill others. Boom. 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 The battle in the air started first. The experts of both sides turned into rays of light that smashed into each other, resulting in massive winds blowing out. Because the other side had too many kings, Great Kin was unable to tie them all down. The kings wanted to use this opportunity to use their nation armaments to blast at the defensive walls and heavily suppress Great Kin, so Great Kin could only send out the 8 aquatic beast kings to deal with them. Bang. 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 Massive sounds rang out as Great Kin's beasts and the Devil Beast army collided. Massive shockwaves rippled out, causing people to feel fear. The wyverns in the air spat out flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing the devil beasts to death. However, the countless flying devil beasts attacked the wyverns, using their sharp beaks to take bites out of the wyverns' bodies. The giant wolves savagely charged and sent the devil beasts flying, and some ferociously bit onto them. In response, the devil beasts also leapt onto the giant wolves and tore at their flesh. The countless spiders used their blade-like feet to tear apart devil beasts, but they were also sent flying by some larger devil beasts as they charged. The corpse soul commanders and soldiers were dressed in heavy armor and held massive swords, standing in orderly ranks. Their massive swords swung about chaotically, chopping the devil beasts charging up to death. Blood descended like rain. The corpse soul commanders and soldiers gave off very powerful auras. However, because there were simply too many devil beasts, they were soon pounced on and pressed to the ground, their bodies being continuously bitten and torn apart. 1179 Devil Horn King. The armies of both sides started to fight. The countless allied soldiers gave off terrifying auras as they swept like a tsunami towards the defensive walls. Swish, swish, swish. Greatkin shot out arrows that drew arcs in the air, containing power might as they shot into the enemy's bodies. The allied soldiers fell, but even more rushed up. Greatkin once again let out a wave of arrows. These arrows were like rays of light that flashed past in an instant, tearing the allied soldiers' bodies apart. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gory scene, and a nauseating smell spread out. The talisman arrows stopped the momentum of the attack for a while, but Greatkin did not have many talisman arrows stocked up. After the talisman arrows were used up, the allied army continued to charge up while roaring, giving off ferocious auras. Swish, swish, swish. After charging up, the allied army started to shoot arrows towards the defensive walls. The arrows gave off sharp auras as they descended like rain, killing Greatkin's soldiers and causing them to howl in pain. By now, some people from the allied army had already charged to the bottom of the defensive walls and propped up ladders or used grappling hooks to scale the walls. Greatkin's side used heavy objects to attack them, smashing those people down. The allied army used magical techniques to heap boulders together, wanting to use them to create stairs to scale the walls. In response, the Greatkin side poured fiery oil that erupted into searing flames, but they were quickly put out by the allied army, who continued attacking. Shing! A massive and sharp saber light appeared in the sky as Zhao Fu was hacked to the ground, smashing out a large crater and coughing up a big mouthful of blood. Yao Ming chuckled as he said, "Trash. I thought you were strong, but you've really let me down." Zhao Fu looked at Yao Ming furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that his wounds from earlier had not healed and that he was afflicted by Emperor Killer, he definitely would not be at a disadvantage like this. Facing Zhao Fu's furious gaze, Yao Ming coldly harumphed and raised his saber. A massive wave of devil chi flowed out, forming a devil beast's head that looked like a bat. Yao Ming then slashed out, causing the devil beast head to shoot towards Zhao Fu. Terrifying power. Boom. A massive wave of power spread out as a black sword arc flashed out, slicing through the devil beast head and causing it to explode. Zhao Fu stood up, a black aura flame burning around his body as large winds blew around him. Zhao Fu had unleashed his nation armament's power, and the massive power flowed into his body. The feeling of weakness within his body instantly disappeared. Yao Ming's gaze became serious because he could sense how terrifying that power coming from Zhao Fu was. Boom. Zhao Fu also used his nation armament's power. A purple flame erupted around him, and strong gales blew out from him. A black aura and a purple aura collided, and the terrifying auras caused people to feel suffocated. No one else dared to get close at all. Boom. Zhao Fu tapped off the ground, causing the ground to crack. His body shot into the air, and his sword gave off a ferocious aura as it slashed towards Yao Ming. Yao Ming's saber gave off a large amount of violet light as he chopped with his saber, and as the two collided, a massive shockwave emanated out. Following this, the two continued to battle. On the battle between beasts, the ground was stained red by a large amount of blood. Countless massive corpses lay on the ground, most of them were those of devil beasts, but there were also many corpses of Greatkin's beasts. They had all died in horrible ways, with most having been torn to shreds by a large number of devil beasts. The two sides were still fighting intensely. A wyvern roared as it bit down onto a parrot-like devil beast. As its sharp dragon fangs pierced into it, the wyvern's massive grip crushed the devil beast's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Countless devil beasts rushed up, using their mouths, claws, and beaks to leave behind injuries on the wyvern's body. A row of 100-meter-tall corpse soul soldiers were covered with blood, but they continued to vigorously hack with their massive swords, giving off terrifying power as they killed the devil beasts springing towards them. The devil beasts continued ferociously leaping at the corpse soul soldiers, using their sharp teeth to bite the corpse soul soldiers to death. The scene was incredibly savage. The 8 aquatic beast kings exploded out with terrifying auras as they charged towards the kings. The kings were already forced to use their nation armament's power, leaving terrifying injuries on the 8 aquatic beast kings' bodies. However, the 8 aquatic beast kings were still able to kill some kings. Boom. 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 The battle between experts in the sky was also incredibly intense. Waves of mighty power exploded out and collided together, resulting in a bitter battle. The number of casualties continuously increased as experts' corpses continuously fell to the ground. It was as if there was a rain of corpses. The greatest scale of fighting was between the two main armies. By now, the Allied army had scaled the defensive walls and were directly fighting with Great Kin's soldiers. A Great Kin soldier roared as he stabbed through the body of an Allied army soldier. However, another Allied army soldier savagely chopped into that Great Kin soldier's body with his saber. Another Great Kin soldier shot down an enemy climbing up the defensive wall with his bow, the arrow piercing through his throat. A Great Kin soldier savagely swung his saber, chopping the head off an enemy soldier, causing blood to spurt out. An Allied soldier roared as he stabbed his sword through a Great Kin soldier's chest, while that Great Kin soldier attacked with the remainder of his strength and took down that Allied soldier with him. Corpses were heaped up on the ground, and blood covered the ground as far as the eye could see. The sounds of killing continuously could be heard and the aura of death reached the sky, causing the heavens and earth to be filled with an eeriness. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a 10-meter-tall humanoid monster with long fur and a purple horn appeared behind Yao Ming. This monster was the Devil Horn Empire's nation armament, the Devil Horn King. With the power of the nation armament materializing, Yao Ming blasted Zhao Fu flying back with his saber. Zhao Fu flew back dozens of meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. 9 golden dragons appeared around his body. Zhao Fu had manifested the power of the imperial ruler's seal. Zhao Fu had used the 12 metal colossi at the ancient stem banquet, so to avoid exposing his identity, Zhao Fu could only use other armaments. Bang! A shocking battle exploded out between the two people, and Zhao Fu was once again blasted back, crashing against the defensive wall. Countless cracks appeared on the defensive wall, and Zhao Fu's chest was bloodied as he seemed to be socketed into the wall. Roar! 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 Dragons' roars sounded out as golden light erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and the 9 golden dragons gave off massive power as they charged towards Yao Ming. The immense dragon's might they gave off caused space itself to tremble. Yao Ming's pupils constricted, and he stretched out a hand, causing the Devil Horn King behind him to also stretch out a hand. A massive and firm purple energy barrier covered with devil inscriptions expanded out. 1180 Lord-class devils boom. The 9 golden dragons slammed into the purple energy barrier with terrifying force, causing Yao Ming's expression to fall. In the next second, the purple energy barrier shattered, and Yao Ming was sent flying by the 9 golden dragons, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu's aura was now quite weak, and there were many injuries all over his body. On the other hand, Yao Ming had only suffered some minor injuries, and with Zhao Fu's current power, he could not defeat Yao Ming. The main reason was because he had not recovered from his injuries and his body was still quite weak. Moreover, he was afflicted by Emperor Killer, otherwise, with Zhao Fu's true strength, he would not be in such a sorry state. As the commander of this battle, Bei Qi swept his gaze across the battlefield and sighed before giving the order to retreat and give up this continent in the grassy continent. Following this, Great Kin made a full retreat. Great Kin's residents in this continent had long since been evacuated back to the human world. Yao Ming's expression was cold as he wiped away the blood at his lips and looked at the escaping Zhao Fu. He had wanted to keep Zhao Fu here, but he had not been able to and had been hit by an attack by Zhao Fu. In the end, he decided to let off Zhao Fu for now, and he continued on with his plan as he brought his devil beast army towards the elf world. Now, after they took back the continent in the elf world, the 3 worlds could ally together to attack the human world. That was where Great Kin's foundation was, and at this moment in time, Great Kin was in a position of great difficulty. Over at the elf world, the forces of both sides were about the same, so the elf world did not launch a full-scale attack. After all, they knew that if they could not break through Great Kin, it would result in a large number of injuries and casualties for them. Their main goal was to stall the army stationed here so that they could not support Great Kin in the grassy world. As the Devil Beast Army, Half-Beast Army, and Grassy Army arrived, the elf world was able to obtain victory. Facing the 4 worlds, Great Kin could only wretchedly retreat. After these battles concluded, the 3 continents that had been conquered by Great Kin were now reclaimed by the 3 worlds with the help of the Devil Horn Empire. Great Kin was now turtled up in the human world and engaged in full defense. The 3 worlds and the Devil Horn Empire were not in a hurry to attack because the human world was where Great Kin's roots were. If they wanted to attack, they could not be unprepared. The 4 worlds gathered even more forces and made proper preparations, wanting to destroy Great Kin in one fell swoop. From the beginning of this battle, the surrounding worlds had been paying much attention. Thinking back to how Great Kin had aggressively and domineeringly conquered 3 continents when they had just fused into the Heaven Awakened world and contrasting that with them pitifully retreating to the human world, there was a great difference. Many people lamented and felt that the Great Kin Empire was doomed. However, There was nothing that Great Ken could do about this. They could deal with the three worlds, but now that the strongest world nearby had also gotten involved, it was quite difficult for Great Ken to defend as a new world. This was especially because the Devil Horn Empire was simply too powerful. Back then, a few worlds allying together had not been able to suppress it, and they could only mediate with it in the end. Some people had said that the Great Ken Empire would surpass the Devil Horn Empire and that Great Ken's Emperor was more powerful than the Devil Horn Emperor. Now, those people had taken a slap to the face because the result of the battle between the two parties was there. It was not just that the Great Ken Empire was inferior to the Devil Horn Empire. Great Ken's Emperor had fought the Devil Horn Emperor, and this had resulted in Great Ken's Emperor running in defeat. Some people said that it was because Great Ken's Emperor had already suffered heavy injuries beforehand, which was why he seemed so weak, otherwise, he would not have lost so easily. However, no one knew if this was true or not because they were not at the battlefield. As such, those rumors might be lies spread by those who supported Great Ken's Emperor. The reality was that Great Ken's Emperor had lost to the Devil Horn Emperor. Everyone could not help but sigh. The Devil Horn Emperor was indeed the most powerful person and no one here could surpass him. Even though Great Ken's Emperor was quite powerful, compared to the Devil Horn Emperor, he was still a bit too tender. Of course, they did not know about what had transpired at the ancient stem banquet. At the same time, the various worlds raised their wariness towards the Devil Horn Empire in order to be on guard if the Devil Horn Empire suddenly did anything. Everyone's attention was drawn away from Great Ken and onto the Devil Horn Empire. After all, they could only be wary of the most powerful person. Great Ken was evidently not as worthwhile to keep an eye on. In response to the four worlds allying to destroy the Great Ken Empire, some people directly said, the Great Ken Empire might be doomed this time. It's impossible for it to defend against the invasion of four worlds. It was a pity that such a faction that should have had limitless potential had been too arrogant and too eye-catching, resulting in it being placed in such a situation. Within the Great Ken Palace, Zhao Fu lay on his bed, his face incredibly pale. The imperial physicians tended to his injuries as Li Si reported about Great Ken's injuries and casualties, as well as the situation outside. There was also news of the four worlds preparing to invade the human world. The four worlds were on the verge of attacking, and this was a great crisis for Great Ken, as it was possible that they would not be able to successfully defend this time. If Great Ken could not withstand this attack, it would ultimately be destroyed. Zhao Fu's body was still weak, and he had both old wounds and new injuries. Now that such a frustrating matter had come up, he felt incredibly tortured. How will we defend against this attack? Zhao Fu summoned his subordinates to his chambers and listened to their suggestions before sinking into his thoughts. He also talked to the devils and received some information from them. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to have the Night Dynasty officially join Great Ken and make the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world part of Great Ken's territory. The connection between Great Ken and the Night Dynasty had already been exposed, and there was no longer any way of hiding it. This way, they could make the Night Dynasty's 20,000 cities governmental cities and their city lord seals could be fused into beasts. The targets for the fusion would be the Illusion Flower Devils. During the previous battle, Zhao Fu had not sent out the Illusion Flower Devils. After all, he was not willing to completely reveal Great Ken's strength and had to leave some tricks up its sleeves. Only then would they have a great effect in the future. The Illusion Flower Devils had average fighting strength, but their power lay in their ability to create illusions, which was something that Zhao Fu valued greatly. Before, Zhao Fu had 30,000 Illusion Flower Devils as Great Ken's trump card, and he could use them in this upcoming battle. Adding on 20,000 Illusion Flower Devils, they would have 50,000 in total. Great Ken controlled a system faction that occupied an entire continent in the fish-scale world, but they would not use it now. It would have great effects in the future. The devils had participated in the previous battle and found out some important information about the Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts, which was that the devil beasts could become devils quite easily. Their bodies had already accumulated a large amount of devil chi, and they had their own consciousness. If they were permeated by even a bit of the devil chi from the devil world, they would immediately become devils. Moreover, these devils would be more powerful than ordinary devils. Once they became devils, they would at least be elite class, and most would be chief class. Some would even be lord class. After hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a trace of hope in defeating the Devil Horn Empire. 1181 Corpse Soul Sword Spear. Zhao Fu ordered the devils to return to the Four-Soul Devil world, increase the speed at which devils were converted, and reinforce the Four-Soul Devil world. Dealing with the Devil Horn Empire would greatly rely on them. Following this, Zhao Fu talked to Bei Shan and gave the World Pearl he had obtained from the ancient stem banquet to him. The World Pearl was a metallic pearl that was as big as a rubber ball, and it was incredibly light, weighing the same as a few feathers. However, it had immense spatial powers and was a very powerful spatial treasure. Now, Great Kin had a way for defending against the four worlds, but this method could only be used once. Its effects would be the greatest the first time, and the enemy would be prepared if they used it a second time. As such, they had to heavily wound the four worlds this time. Moreover, Zhao Fu had to have his body quickly recover. Great Kin already had fewer top-tier experts than the enemy, and they needed someone to stop that Yao Ming. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, there would be no one within Great Kin who could stop Yao Ming, and Yao Ming would be able to deal heavy blows to Great Kin. As such, no matter what, Zhao Fu had to act. However, how could he quickly cause his body to recover? Consummating with many women could reduce the pain from Emperor Killer, and he had some recovery effects due to the Six Desires celestial art, but Zhao Fu felt that it was still too slow. It was possible that a battle could erupt the next day, so Zhao Fu had to think of faster ways. A while later, Zhao Fu went to the Corpse Soul Blood Lake, where Corpse Soul soldiers were converted. Zhao Fu planned to enter the Corpse Soul Blood Lake, as this place could provide a large amount of fleshly power and quickly help Zhao Fu's body recover. However, there was a certain amount of danger because the Corpse Soul Blood Lake was an extremely evil place of conversion, and it could turn a living creature into a monster. If Zhao Fu entered it, his body would be corroded by that power, but he was prepared. He took out a sword that gave off powerful Corpse Soul aura. This was the Corpse Soul Sword. Zhao Fu had used the sword Corpse Talisman on a Corpse Soul Lord, turning her into the Corpse Soul Sword. Zhao Fu rarely used this sword. The Corpse Soul Sword gave off a faint sword light as a beautiful woman dressed in gray armor with blood-red eyes and pale skin appeared. She was the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit. Zhao Fu took off his clothes as he said, "Help us get rid of the evil aura." The Corpse Soul Sword Spirit nodded and went into the Corpse Soul Blood Lake. The bloody water started to roil and spin, and after the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit reached the center, a large whirlpool had appeared in the Blood Lake. This whirlpool was not very strong, and it spun slowly and calmly. Zhao Fu walked into the Blood Lake and felt a powerful fleshly energy and no abnormal energy entered his body. The Corpse Soul Sword Spirit had played a key role. Zhao Fu went to the center of the Corpse Soul Blood Lake and closed his eyes as he started to work on healing his injuries. The Corpse Soul Sword Spirit's blood-red eyes looked at Zhao Fu. She did not say anything and instead peacefully looked at him. Sensing her gaze, Zhao Fu opened her eyes and asked her in confusion, "What is it? Did something happen?" The Corpse Soul Blood Sword said calmly, "Are you really going to die? What will happen to me if you die?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu fell silent. A while later, he looked at her and said, "We will make good arrangements for you. Alternatively, you can make your own choice." "I don't want you to die," the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit said earnestly. Zhao Fu bitterly laughed. He did not want to die either. However, he did not have any way of dealing with this, so he could only start to make arrangements for how things would be handled after his death. "We understand," Zhao Fu lightly replied. A sad look appeared on the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit's face. After being by Zhao Fu's side for so long, she was reluctant to part with him. Zhao Fu once again closed his eyes and focused on healing himself. The Corpse Soul Sword Spirit's armor turned into countless traces of aura and disappeared, revealing her alluring body. She suddenly moved towards Zhao Fu and lightly hugged him as she pressed her pale lips against his. "I want to experience what it's like to do it with you like those other women," the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit said as she calmly looked at Zhao Fu without a trace of desire or emotion. Zhao Fu opened his eyes, feeling quite shocked at the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit's words. Before he could say anything, a green light flashed on the back of his hand. The Sun Dragon Sword was incredibly dissatisfied because the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit was trying to snatch something that she thought belonged to her, and she had not received it a single time. "Owner, since you're going to die, how about you use your body to make me happy just once? Otherwise, it'll be such a pity if you die." The Sun Dragon Sword came out of the sword mark. She was not wearing anything and directly leapt at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite annoyed by her words and rapped her on the head. He refused both her and the Corpse Soul Sword Spirit. He had come here to treat his injuries, not do other things. 4 days later, Zhao Fu had mostly recovered. Even though he could not use his full strength, he could still use about 80% of it. By now, the allied army of the four worlds were ready and were heading towards the human world. Great Kin had also completed its preparations. The surrounding worlds paid great attention to this battle because the human world could be destroyed as a result. Each of the four worlds would split the human world, and the Great Kin Empire would disappear into history. It seemed impossible for the Great Kin Empire to defend. The power of the four worlds was simply too great. It was mainly the Devil Horn Empire. If it wasn't for its involvement, perhaps Great Kin would have some hope. Rumble. The armies of the four worlds gathered together and flowed towards the human world like an apocalyptic flood. The terrifying sounds caused all creatures to sink into terror. Their allied army had 9 billion soldiers in total, and they were mostly made up of grassy people, Half-beast people and elves? The Devil Horn Empire provided its Devil Beast army, as ordinary soldiers would most likely be injured or killed. The Devil Horn Empire evidently did not want to help the three worlds too much. Great Kin only had 7 billion or so soldiers, and they were not as scattered anymore. Most of them gathered together and defended the Great Wall. Of course, some of them were guarding the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world. After a few days, the two armies once again faced off against each other. Zhao Fu stood in the air, followed by countless experts, giving off an extraordinary aura. Now that Zhao Fu had mostly recovered from his injuries, he felt much more confidence. On the other side, Yao Ming's expression was quite serious because he could sense that Zhao Fu's current self was not simple at all. He was far more powerful than last time and gave him some pressure. At that moment, a grassy king came out with a contract and tried to resolve this battle. The three worlds had already lost much of their forces and they knew that Great Kin would not be easy to deal with. They did not want to suffer more losses, so they had written a contract and wanted Great Kin to surrender. 1182 Ludicrous. The contents of the contract were like the ones that Zhao Fu had signed with them before, but their positions had switched. They instead wanted Great Kin to cede 3 continents to them and make all sorts of reparations. At the same time, Great Kin had to become a vassal and provide tributes of treasures and women every year. Ha ha ha. After recovering from most of his injuries, Zhao Fu's aura naturally was not as weak as before. He coldly looked at them and said loudly, "Absolutely ludicrous. Great Kin will always fight and will never surrender." Since there was no possibility of mediation, the two sides went into a state of having swords drawn and bows bent. Boom. Zhao Fu exploded out with a powerful aura and shot towards Yao Ming. Yao Ming coldly harumphed and drew his saber to meet Zhao Fu, following which the battle between the two of them unfolded. The battle between these two people once again signaled the start of the battle for the others. Roar. 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 Countless devil beasts roared as they flooded forwards with ferocious auras, shaking their surroundings. They seemed to be able to sweep across anything, and that aura sent half the battlefield into terror. Facing this terrifying devil beast army, Great Kin's beasts did not directly charge up this time, and instead formed a firm defensive line. It was mainly the 100-meter-tall corpse soul soldiers that raised their shields that were dozens of meters long, forming a large shield wall. The wyverns in the air spat out flames and icy blasts, reducing the momentum of the incoming devil beast army. Boom. A shocking explosion sounded out as the devil beast tide gave off an aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything smashed against the shield wall. The corpse soul soldiers were barely able to stop the charge from the devil beast army. The two sides started to fight, but Great Kin's beasts mainly defended and did not take the initiative to attack. On the other side, the allied main army surged towards the Great Wall, and the terrifying sounds were just as shocking. Swish, swish, swish. The Great Kin side continuously shot out countless arrows as they defended, and they tore through the air before stabbing into their enemies' bodies. However, this could not stop the advance of the allied army. Most of the arrows from Great Kin were blocked and did not cause too many injuries or casualties. It was a pity that Great Kin did not have any more talisman arrows, or else just a single wave would have resulted in countless injuries and casualties. Boom. 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 Countless allied soldiers' bodies exploded out with different auras, which condensed in the air and formed massive creatures that gave off terrifying auras. Roar. A roar sounded out as countless traces of aura formed an enormous crocodile that was hundreds of meters long and had a mouth full of sharp teeth. It gave off a savage aura as it charged towards the Great Wall. Boom. Countless traces of green aura gathered and an explosion sounded out, sending out countless traces of saber chi. A large saber that was hundreds of meters long appeared, rushing towards the Great Wall with power that seemed to be able to slash through anything. Roar. Countless traces of fiery aura gathered in the sky and a dragon's roar sounded out as a fiery dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared, giving off immense dragon's might as it flew towards the Great Wall. The allied army used their core to create all sorts of different core formations. There were 170 or so of them, and the sounds they gave off shook their surroundings. Countless people could only tremble under this aura. Great Kin's side also exploded out with an aura, forming massive core formations. There was a massive sword that gave off boundless sword chi, a demon king that was hundreds of meters tall, a fiery woman, a statue giving off the aura of a godly spirit, a flood dragon giving off a king's aura, and a massive eagle. The core formations of both sides ferociously clashed together, creating terrifying winds. Even though Great Kin had fewer core formations, they had a great advantage in quality, and a single one of Great Kin's core formation could take on multiple core formations of the allied army. However, the allied army had used the cover of the core formations to reach the Great Wall and started to scale it. The battle between experts in the air was also incredibly intense. The 8 aquatic beast kings were struggling, as they had not fully recovered from their injuries from before, and they had to face off against even more kings. Under the combined attacks of the various kings, they had been forced into a very passive state and had no opportunity to attack. They had many gashes on their bodies now. Demon Sun. A ray of demonic chi shot into the sky, making it seem as if a demonic sun had appeared in the sky, giving off boundless demonic intent that shook the surroundings. Xing. A massive sword hum sounded out as a black sword light gave off power that could rend the heavens, and it flashed through the sky, seeming as if it could destroy anything in its path. Cough, cough. Within a large crater, Yao Ming lay on the ground and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. There were a few wounds on his body, making him look quite wretched, but his injuries were not too severe. Zhao Fu stood in the air and pointed the sky demon sword at Yao Ming as he coldly harumphed, "Trash. I thought you were strong, but you've really let me down." It was Yao Ming who had originally spoken these words because Yao Ming was quite strong and had forced Zhao Fu to use all of his strength. Hearing these words, Yao Ming almost exploded with anger. After all, he had used these words to humiliate Zhao Fu before, and now they had been used word for word by Zhao Fu to humiliate him. Boom. A 10-meter-tall monster covered with fur and with a single horn appeared behind Yao Ming. Yao Ming directly exploded out with the power of his nation armament, sending out a shocking aura. Boom. Zhao Fu also exploded out with the Imperial Ruler Seal's power, and he held the Sky Demon Sword as he attacked Yao Ming, once again opening the battle between them. Bang. A muffled explosion sounded out as Yao Ming was once again blasted back by Zhao Fu with an unsightly expression on his face. Zhao Fu's strength was completely different than before, and he somewhat felt that he was not a match for him. Could it really have been that he had not recovered from his injuries? Yao Ming could not accept this. He had been the most powerful person in this region for decades. How could he lose to a new king like Zhao Fu? Og! Yao Ming roared as massive amount of devil chi flowed out of him, and a devil horn appeared on his head. His aura rose to its peak, and the space around him started to collapse. Roar! Yao Ming slashed out with his saber, causing countless tracks of devil chi to sweep, forming a 1,000-meter-long purple tiger that roared before charging at Zhao Fu with a powerful aura. A look of shock appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes as he immediately unleashed his defensive abilities, causing his Emperor's Domain and Saint Realm domains to appear and surround his body. Bang! The enormous purple tiger gave off boundless power as it sent Zhao Fu flying, and all of his defensive barriers were instantly shattered. Below, Bei Qi surveyed the battlefield. The Devil Beast army had rushed to the area in front of Great Ken's beasts, and the allied army was at the Great Wall. The time was right, and Bei Qi's expression was cold as he gave out commands. Boom! Within the Four Souls Devil World, a magic formation activated, and a silver pearl the size of a rubber ball gave off brilliant silver light as the space around it seemed to freeze. 1183 teleportation trap at the back of where Great Ken's beasts and the Devil Beast army were fighting. Great Ken's soldiers got up on the Great Wall with serious expressions. They held spears that shimmered with colorful lines and looked at the terrifying devil beasts before lifting the spears. Swish, swish, swish. The spears turned into rays of light as they shot out. The spears did not hit the Devil Beast army and instead stabbed into the ground. This caused the people directing the Devil Beasts to disdainfully laugh. However, in the next moment, the light from the spears entered the ground, and massive magic formations spread out. These magic formations were all quite complex, and there seemed to be black holes at their centers. As these magic formations spread out, they exploded out with an intense attractive force, and the Devil Beasts within them instantly disappeared. Some devil beasts near the magic formations were also dragged in by the powerful attractive forces, and their bodies also disappeared. In the next moment, they reappeared within a blood-red world. Looking at this blood-red world, they started to panic, as they felt an inauspicious aura. The devil beasts with wings tried to fly out, and those without wings tried to run out. However, the ones that flew quickly reached the top of the barrier, and they madly attacked the barrier but found that it did not budge at all. This four-soul barrier had been reinforced with the four-soul jades of the four guardian beasts, causing its firmness to exceed anything ordinary people could imagine. No matter how desperately the devil beasts rammed at the barrier, they were unable to affect it at all. The devil beasts did not have much time either. Countless traces of blood-red devil chi started to invade their bodies, and in just an instant, the devil beasts' eyes became blood-red and they gave off pained howls as their bodies started to go through changes. A tiger started to lose all of its fur and its skin became pale white. Its head gradually became a humanoid shape, and its eyes became pure black. This tiger had become a soul-devouring devil. A massive white crane's feathers became blood-red and a massive mouth suddenly appeared where its stomach was. It looked incredibly ugly and disgusting. This white crane had turned into a terrifying devil. A massive python that gave off a terrifying aura struggled on the ground in pain as its body gradually shrank. It soon became a humanoid shape as a naked and enchantingly beautiful woman appeared. Her eyes were filled with savagery, without a trace of human emotions. When the devil leaders had said that the devil beasts could be turned into devils incredibly easily, Zhao Fu had thought of this method to deal with them. Once they became devils, they would obey Zhao Fu and oppose the Devil Horn Empire. These devil beasts were all quite powerful, so after becoming devils, they became even more powerful. With them joining Great Ken's forces, they provided a massive amount of high-tier battle power. The magic formations from before were the teleportation traps that he had ordered the scholars to research before. Anyone within them or close to them would be automatically teleported. Under the powerful spatial effects of the World Pearl, such a thing was now possible. Swish, swish, swish. Spears once again flew out and more devil beasts disappeared. This caused the remaining devil beasts to feel quite startled. The Devil Horn Empire had brought 1.2 million devil beasts this time, and more than half of them had disappeared. This caused Yao Ming to feel quite furious. He slashed at Zhao Fu, forcing him back as he said angrily, "What kind of shameless methods are you using?" Zhao Fu coldly laughed and did not reply. Yao Ming hurriedly ordered the Devil Beast army to retreat. The Devil Beast army had been developed painstakingly by the Devil Horn Empire, and each Devil Beast was quite powerful. They were part of the reason why the Devil Horn Empire was so powerful. Seeing more than half of these devil beasts disappear, Yao Ming felt an ache in his heart, and he could not allow them to continue rashly attacking. Boom. 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 Massive auras spread out as enormous humanoid plants appeared on the Great Wall, giving off shocking auras. Before anyone could react, the flower buds on their heads blossomed into beautiful flowers. Rainbow-colored pollen floated out like a colorful drizzle. It was an incredibly beautiful but dangerous scene. Countless allied soldiers breathed in this pollen and were instantly dragged into an illusion. One suddenly raised his face to the sky and started to weep, another stood there in terror as if he was looking at something horrifying. Some people even started attacking those close to them. This caused the expressions of the countless kings to fall, and they quickly gave the order for the army to retreat in order to prevent more soldiers from being caught in these illusions. The intense battle instantly stopped as the people from the four worlds retreated far away, looking at Great Ken ahead with unsightly expressions. They felt that they had completely fallen into Great Ken's plans. There were still 2 billion soldiers who had not made it out. They were powerless as they were hunted down and killed by Great Ken, causing the kings to feel immense pain. Their eyes were filled with fury and hatred. They had also made preparations, but they had evidently lost. The 2 cards that Great Ken had played were enough to heavily wound them, and if they continued to fight, they would definitely lose because Great Ken most likely had more cards up its sleeves. Zhao Fu spoke with a trace of condescension. "What, are you not going to attack anymore?" Yao Ming said with a cold expression, "Where did you take my Devil Beast army? Hand them over immediately and I'll withdraw from this battle. If you don't hand them over, the Devil Horn Empire will officially declare war against you." Ha ha ha. Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, "It was your Devil Horn Empire that chose to get involved. Do you regret it now? If you want to fight, we'll fight. My Great Ken Empire does not fear anyone and will destroy your Devil Horn Empire sooner or later." Yao Ming felt furious and was about to attack, but he held himself back. After all, if he did that, they would suffer even greater losses. "Mark my words, I'll definitely have you pay back this debt in blood," Yao Ming spat as he left the battlefield with his Devil Beast army, preparing to return to the Devil Horn Empire before launching an official attack against Great Ken. The remaining kings of the 3 worlds looked at each other and could also only angrily order a retreat. Since the most powerful of them, the Devil Horn Empire, was retreating, they could only do the same. Even if they remained here, they had no way to deal with that colorful pollen. The losses they would suffer from advancing again would be immense, so they had no choice but to retreat. Seeing them retreat, Zhao Fu did not give the order to chase after them because it was possible that they could be turned on. Their retreat evidently signaled a victory for Great Ken, causing countless people in Great Ken to cheer. Great Ken had been able to withstand this massive pressure. News of the 4 worlds' defeat spread like a wild gale, shocking countless people. They had never thought that the 4 worlds would lose. After all, one of them was the Devil Horn Empire. Following this, they found out that Great Ken still had many powerful tricks up its sleeves, making them feel quite shocked. 1184 Number 1 Kingdom. Now, the identity of the Number 1 Kingdom in this region was up for contention. Some said it was Great Ken, as it had defended against 4 worlds, while others said it was the Devil Horn Empire, as it had not gone all out this time. It was rumored that the Devil Horn Empire was going to officially attack the Great Ken Empire, and thinking about the battle between these 2 worlds, it was quite shocking. When the time came, everyone would know who the Number 1 Kingdom was. After the battle concluded, Zhao Fu ordered his people to clear up the battlefield. They had obtained 1.5 billion captives, The illusion flower devils had been the greatest contributors to this victory. A single illusion flower devil's pollen could cover 10 or so kilometers, and 50,000 illusion flower devils could cover 70,000 to 80,000 kilometers. They had been especially effective because of how closely the allied soldiers had been grouped. Moreover, the pollen did not have to be breathed in to take effect, just landing on one's skin could result in it permeating through, so it was very difficult to defend against. Zhao Fu did not plan on retaking the 3 continents in the 3 worlds for now. If they attacked now, Great Qin would be able to reclaim them quite easily. However, because Great Qin's foundation was not sufficient, even if they took back those 3 continents, it was likely that the 3 worlds would be able to reconquer them at some point. In order to reduce unnecessary injuries and casualties, Zhao Fu planned to raise Great Qin's strength before invading again. With the threat of Great Qin present, the 3 worlds could only send soldiers to defend the 3 continents at most and did not dare to move any cities over. After all, Great Qin had the strength to take back the continents whenever it wanted to. Great Qin had suffered massive losses from this battle, 700 million or so soldiers had died, and 30,000 of the beasts had perished. The deaths of Great Qin's beasts was mostly due to the Devil Horn Empire's Devil Beast army. The 3 worlds had not been able to deal much damage to the beasts. However, Great Qin had also performed quite well, killing 1.7 billion enemies and taking 1.5 billion captive, reducing the other side's strength by 3.2 billion. This once again weakened the 3 worlds' foundations, and they could no longer increase their armies by a large number. If they suffered another blow like this, they would have almost no soldiers left and would eventually perish. Great Qin had also killed 300,000 or so devil beasts and had sent 500,000 into the 4-soul devil world, which was a big blow to the Devil Horn Empire. After clearing out the battlefield, Zhao Fu returned to Great Qin to hold a celebratory banquet. However, Zhao Fu did not participate. After giving out some rewards, he left the palace. It would be New Year's again soon, and when that time came, Great Qin would welcome its 7th year in the Heaven Awakened world. Time was running out, and Zhao Fu started to feel better about death. In his remaining time, he wanted to do more things. After leaving the palace, the first thing he needed to do was create new City Lord seals. After losing 30,000 beasts, they had lost 30,000 City Lord seals. However, because cities could create new City Lord seals, he could make up for the 30,000 City Lord seals that had been lost. However, this came at a price, which was a notion of experience point. Fortunately, Great Qin did not lack experience point at all now. After creating 30,000 new City Lord seals, Zhao Fu fused them into the new beasts' bodies, increasing their total to 170,000. This was Great Qin's strongest force, and if he had enough of them, Great Qin would not have to fear even a royal kingdom. Following this, Zhao Fu headed to the 4-soul devil world to take a look at the devil beasts. He felt quite interested in this. After all, the devil beasts had already been quite powerful and would become even more powerful after becoming devils. If they could be used by Great Qin, their effects would be incredibly shocking. After all, if he could obtain 50,000 of them, perhaps they would be incredibly effective against the Devil Horn Empire. As such, Zhao Fu immediately wanted to come and check on the 4-soul devil world. "Your Majesty, you've come," Tomomonome said flirtatiously as she paid her respects before going over to Zhao Fu and pressing her breasts against him. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and asked, "Where are the devil beasts that became devils? We want to take a look." Mama Jigari gave a confident smile as she replied, "Your Majesty, we've gathered them together for you to look over. Their strength definitely won't disappoint Your Majesty." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's smile brightened and he nodded. Just as he was about to have Mama Jigari lead the way, Grey Dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. A look of pain appeared on Zhao Fu's face as Emperor Killer once again flared up. Zhao Fu could only endure the pain and say, "We will be returning to the palace for now. We will take a look some other day." Tomomonome knew what was happening, so she said happily yet worriedly, "There's no need for Your Majesty to return to the palace. That's so troublesome. Just stay here." Before Zhao Fu could reply, Tomomonome pressed her lips against Zhao Fu's. Mama Jigari squatted down and disregarded whether Zhao Fu approved or not, and she started to serve him. Following this, the sound of bodies ramming together could be heard. Following this, more devils heard about this and excitedly joined in, causing the room to be filled with moans. The room was filled with devils breathing raggedly, and Zhao Fu lay on the green carpet as he bitterly laughed. Tomomonome had a look of satisfaction as she lay on Zhao Fu's left shoulder. Mama Jigari lay on Zhao Fu's right shoulder as she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, there's no need to think too much. Those women have been serving Your Majesty every day but still haven't carried your imperial seed. They're evidently not good enough. Your Majesty, I would like to bear your imperial seed." Most of the higher-ups in Great Qin knew that Zhao Fu only had about a year to live, But he still did not have any heirs. This meant that the line of succession for Great Kin could be broken, so they would have to find the next ruler from the Ying family. If they wanted to avoid this, they had to have Zhao Fu have heirs within that time in order to continue his line. Zhao Fu was the core of the Great Qin Empire, so once he died, Great Qin would go through massive changes. No one knew what would happen. Mama Jagari could not afford to miss this opportunity, so she wanted to do it with Zhao Fu. Only then would her future be secure. If she could bear Zhao Fu's imperial seed, she would become one of the most prestigious people in Great Qin. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu sighed as he said, "If it was before we awakened our king bloodline, perhaps it would be possible, but now we have a sovereign bloodline, which makes conception incredibly difficult. Alright, take us to see those devil beasts." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Mama Jagari felt slightly disappointed. However, she then lightly laughed as she said, "Your Majesty, didn't you just see them? You were doing it with them just then." These three also used to be devil beasts. This gave Zhao Fu a big fright. He had never thought that he would end up doing it with devil beasts. He looked at the three devils currently serving him. One of them was incredibly enchanting and had a soft body, and it seemed to be a snake devil. One had black cat ears and was most likely a cat devil, and one had a pair of green wings and was most likely a bird devil. The three of them were all incredibly beautiful. Now that things had come to this, Zhao Fu could not say much. Now that he was someone who was going to die soon, he did not mind it much. 1185 Ruler of Great Qin, can all of these devil beasts turn into human form? Zhao Fu enjoyed the service of the three devils as he asked Mama Jagari curiously. After all, it was quite difficult for devil beasts to take human form. It required extremely high cultivation and great power, or else they would need other methods such as medicinal pills. Mama Jagari replied, "Not all of them. This requires great strength as well as a high-grade bloodline. Moreover, once they become human form, their strength will be many times greater." Hearing this, Zhao Fu sensed the strength of the three devils currently servicing him. They all had stage 9 strength, which made him feel quite shocked. After all, this could rival the power of a city lord with an old city lord seal. If 500,000 devil beasts had this kind of strength, they would be equivalent to 500,000 city lords with the old city lord seals. If Zhao Fu had this kind of power, he would be able to sweep through the surrounding 10 or so worlds, and Great Qin would become a royal kingdom and take revenge on the three factions. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite excited, but he soon heard that only 5,000 to 6,000 of them had become humanoid devils, causing him to feel disappointed. However, now that they had obtained 5,000 to 6,000 devils that rivaled stage 9 experts, Great Qin was not in such a dire need of experts anymore, making up for one of its shortcomings. What a pity that the Devil Horn Empire had not thrown more devil beasts at them. If Great Qin could find out how the Devil Horn Empire nurtured devil beasts, they could develop their own, allowing them to have a sufficient foundation. A moan cut off Zhao Fu's thoughts. One of the enchanting women was now riding on him. After all of this was over, Zhao Fu went to take a look at the devils that had not turned into human form. These devils were all stronger and bigger than they were before and looked more ferocious and savage. There were 500,000 of them, and they could rival Great Qin's 100,000 beasts. The Devil Horn Empire's devil beast army could allow Great Qin to become much stronger, so he started to somewhat look forward to the battle with the Devil Horn Empire. A few days later, Great Qin started to be covered with lanterns as they started to celebrate New Year's. The streets were filled with people, and there were all sorts of stands on the streets, creating a lively scene. Just like last year, Zhao Fu stood on a tall building and looked at the splendor and liveliness of Great Qin. Little Nine ran up holding Little Rose's hand, asking Zhao Fu to play with them. Zhao Fu smiled as he picked them up and went down. The short period of happiness allowed Zhao Fu to temporarily forget about his troubles. However, a few days later, Zhao Fu would have to deal with a big matter, which was the next ruler of Great Qin. Zhao Fu looked at Li Si and said, "Have you collected information on all of the bloodlines of the Ying family? Are there any particularly exceptional people?" Because Zhao Fu did not have any descendants, he could only pick from the Ying family. The Ying family was the imperial family of Great Qin, thus, they had the qualifications to be the next ruler of Great Qin. Li Si heavily sighed. Even though the Ying family had a few outstanding people, how could they compare to Zhao Fu? It was like comparing the sun to a speck of sand. No one in Great Qin had the qualifications to replace Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty, if it was possible, this minister would be willing to die for you. You're currently in your prime and should not die so early like this. You must bring Great Qin to glory." Zhao Fu smiled in gratitude and said, "This is how things are, there's nothing we can do." Beiqi looked quite pained and uncomfortable as he stood there, unable to say anything. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at these two subordinates next to him. Li Si and Beiqi had been with him since the very beginning, and Zhao Fu had complete faith in them, so he said, "We will be leaving Great Qin to you two, We hope that you won't let us down. Li Si and Beiqi immediately knelt and said in grief, we are willing to defend Great Ken to the death. Zhao Fu lightly nodded as he replied, bring the suitable to us. And remember to keep this matter a secret, or it will cause much panic. Zhao Fu was not only the ruler of Great Ken but also the core of Great Ken and its spiritual leader. News of Zhao Fu's impending death would have massive effects on the people. Li Si nodded and went out. Following this, a few members of the Ying family received summons to go to the Great Ken Palace, and they excitedly came over. They had heard that Great Ken's emperor would be dying soon and that the new emperor would be picked among them. Thinking about how they would stand at the peak of Great Ken and receive gazes of worship from billions of subjects, as well as have those grand ministers and generals prostrate themselves at their feet, they could not help but feel incredibly excited. Even though this matter was simply too exciting for them, they quelled their emotions because Great Ken's emperor had not yet died and he would be picking his successor. If they acted too shallowly, they would not be picked. We greet your majesty. Long live his majesty. Long live his majesty. 6 white-clothed young men with extraordinary bearings respectfully knelt on the ground, lowering their heads as they greeted Zhao Fu on his throne. Zhao Fu sighed. Was he really going to pick the next ruler of Great Ken from these 6 people kneeling in front of him? Zhao Fu was not very satisfied with these 6 people, perhaps it was because they were so willing to kneel. Moreover, even though their aptitude was quite good, they could not compare to the geniuses outside, they were simply too ordinary. However, Zhao Fu had no other choice, he did not have any descendants, so he could only choose from among the Ying family. These 6 young men were the most outstanding people from the Ying family, so they were Zhao Fu's only options. One of them would become the next ruler of Great Ken. I'll test them first, maybe they'll surprise me, Zhao Fu thought to himself. Li Si also looked quite worried, he was not satisfied with these 6 people either, so Zhao Fu definitely would not be happy with them. However, they were already the most outstanding people, and Great Ken had no other options. Beiqi was silent but he looked slightly worried. If one of these people became the next ruler of Great Ken's strength would definitely decline, and it would be difficult for Great Ken to grow. Zhao Fu did not have any confidence in any of these 6 people to expand Great Ken and guard Great Ken's foundation. You may leave. Zhao Fu said, feeling a headache coming on. Hearing this, the 6 of them looked somewhat disappointed because they could tell that Zhao Fu was not very pleased with them. However, they were not too downcast because Great Ken could only pick from among them, so they still had a chance of becoming the next emperor. Your Majesty, concubine Wu is trying to force her way in to see you, a soldier quickly reported. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and allowed Wu Qingniang in. Wu Qingniang's eyes were red and tears could be seen within them. Seeing this, Zhao Fu had everyone else leave. 1186 Promise me you won't die. Did you find out? After everyone had left, Zhao Fu looked at Wu Qingniang and felt some heartache and guilt as he walked over to her. Out of all of the women, the one he was attached to the most was Wu Qingniang. Back when he was still weak, she had done all she could to protect him, even though she had been quite domineering and called him hers. However, Zhao Fu truly liked Wu Qingniang and felt that he truly did love her. Now that he had been afflicted by Emperor Killer, he did not know when he would die, and he felt a lot of guilt towards Wu Qingniang. At first, he had tried to hide it from her, but now that most of the higher-ups knew, it was impossible to continue keeping it a secret. Pa! A clear slap sounded out as Wu Qingniang slapped Zhao Fu's face, her eyes dancing with tears as she looked at him. Zhao Fu fell silent and did not know what to say. Promise me you won't die, Wu Qingniang sobbed as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu did not know what to say. Even higher beings could not get rid of Emperor Killer, so what could Zhao Fu do? He was essentially doomed to die, so he could not make such a promise to Wu Qingniang. Are you willing to just die like this? And hand over the empire you created to someone else? Do you want me to serve another man? Do you want all of your women to belong to someone else? Wu Qingniang angrily said in a loud voice as tears flowed out of her eyes, gliding across her white face and continuously falling to the ground. As she spoke, she began to sob more. Zhao Fu felt a piercing pain in his heart. He did not want to die like this and did not want to hand over his empire to someone else, much less have his beloved women become someone else's. However, since things were like this, he was powerless to change anything. He stepped forwards, lightly hugged Wu Qingniang, and sighed as he said, Qingniang, I don't want this either, but there's nothing I can do. Wu Qingniang angrily pushed Zhao Fu away and shouted, are you just going to give up like this? Aren't you Great Ken's terrifying legatee? You swept across the world with no fears, and look at you now. You're already preparing to die. This startled Zhao Fu and he realized that he had become too melancholic and pessimistic. With how big the heaven-awakened world was, perhaps there would be a way to deal with this. If he only made preparations for his death instead of seeking a way to avoid it, he would definitely die. Indeed, as his status had risen, Zhao Fu found that he had changed. There were more things that he was afraid of, and he was no longer as driven. He no longer had the domineeringness that made it so that he feared nothing, something that he had started off with. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and seemed to become a different person. His mental state was dozens of times better now. King Nian, I promise you, I won't die. Zhao Fu said earnestly as he gave a warm smile. Wu Qingnian looked at Zhao Fu and her heart trembled as she leapt into his embrace. She did not cry anymore, and she instead happily hugged him tightly. After coming out from the palace, Zhao Fu was no longer as low-spirited and disheartened. Li Si and Bei Qi both noticed this, causing them to feel quite happy. Their old majesty was back. As Zhao Fu recovered, the great kin that seemed to have been covered with gloomy clouds also recovered and became full of life again. Each of the departments operated efficiently, and Great Kin returned to its domineering and vigorous manner. The members of the intelligence networks spread out, collecting information from the surrounding worlds. The grassy world, half-beast world, and elf world had all gone into a defensive state. Even though the Devil Horn Empire said that it would be officially attacking Great Kin, it did not immediately attack. It did not yet have anything it could use to deal with Great Kin, so it would be some time before they attacked. Zhao Fu also received news of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group being destroyed by the three factions, causing him to feel incredibly guilty. He now hated those three factions even more. One day, he would definitely destroy them. Whether they were royal kingdoms or empires, Great Kin would surpass them sooner or later. Zhao Fu had this confidence, and he would take revenge for the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. Following this, Zhao Fu started to go through the rewards from the Ancient Stem Banquet. Zhao Fu had taken all of the top 10 prizes, and he was already using the World Pearl. It was the core formation of all of the teleportation channels, giving them all-powerful spatial energy. It had been of great use in that previous battle. There were still 9 more major prizes. The first was the Desolation Divinity. Zhao Fu ordered people to build a temple to nurture this godly spirit. Zhao Fu wanted to have thousands of godly spirits in the future and create a godly spirit army. Not only that, Zhao Fu planned to have an army with all 8 major races to conquer everything under the heavens for Great Kin. Facing the countless worlds, Zhao Fu felt a domineeringness and ambition to conquer them all. That was Zhao Fu's ambition from the start. Even if he was going to die, he would live out the rest of his life in glory and have history forever remember his name. The second item was the Death-Raced Sword. It was a top-tier weapon in the outer regions, and what made Zhao Fu feel surprised was that it contained a large amount of deathly chi but had no sword spurt. Zhao Fu could not help but think of transferring the Death Disaster Sword spirit into it. The Death Disaster Sword was made from Zhao Fu using the Heaven Sealing Sword to seal the Death Disaster Beast. The Death-Raced Sword's attributes were much more suited to the Death Disaster Beast, so Zhao Fu transferred the sword spirit into the Death-Raced Sword. A deathly wind instantly spread out, causing the sky to be covered with dark clouds. Countless ghosts appeared, giving off excited roars. After obtaining a sword spirit, the Death-Raced Sword caused abnormal signs, but it was a pity that the Death-Raced Sword was only a level 12 saint armament. However, it was at the very peak of level 12, and it was just a trace away from breaking through to an earth armament. Earth armaments were weapons that godly spirits used, and their power was enough to make people to feel terror. The third item was the Saint Pill, which could allow someone to break through to Saint grade. However, there was only a chance, and the prerequisite was that one needed to be Heaven grade first. Zhao Fu had been planning on leaving this Saint Pill to the next ruler of Great Kin, but he changed his mind and decided to use it for himself. The fourth item was the Golden Rock Egg, which Zhao Fu gave to his subordinates to incubate. The Golden Rock was a type of divine beast and was quite powerful, but because there was only one egg, it was not suited to be used in battle. The fifth item was the Earth Grade Art, the Heavenly Cicada Art. Zhao Fu decided to give this as a reward to his subordinates and have them cultivate it. The sixth item was the World Pearl, which Zhao Fu had already used. The seventh item was the level 9 Saint Armament, the Moon Void Saber. Zhao Fu also decided to award this to his subordinates. The eighth item was an ownerless blood jade, which could raise the purity of one's bloodline. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to use it for himself. After all, high-grade bloodlines had some resistance to Emperor Killer, and perhaps raising his bloodline would have some effect. 1187 Devil Chi Pill. The ninth item was a dukedom city, which could be immediately established. Zhao Fu decided to take care of this later. The 10th item was a level 7 Saint Armament, the Shield of Falsehood. He also decided to award this to his subordinates. Apart from these rewards, there were also medicinal pills, spirit crystals, and cosmos comprehension. Zhao Fu had obtained the medicinal Pi Little Sha and the spirit crystals, but the cosmos comprehension required him to go to the cosmos historical remnant. However, that place was controlled by the Dao cultivation sect, so he could only give up on that. After going through these things, Zhao Fu planned to use the Saint Pill and the ownerless Blood Jade together. Perhaps there would be some surprising effects. After all, one raised the purity of his bloodline while the other raised his grade. There was some connection between these things. After Zhao Fu consumed the ownerless Blood Jade, he felt a fiery heat spread throughout his body, and he felt that his blood was burning, causing the rest of his body to burn. In the next moment, Zhao Fu consumed the Saint Pill. The Saint Pill turned into an orb of golden light that gave off an intense golden light that permeated Zhao Fu's body, causing it to shine resplendently. Suddenly, the wind blew and clouds swirled as countless traces of golden light descended from the sky. Zhao Fu's body trembled as a ray of golden light flew out and shot into the sky. Boom! An explosion sounded out in all directions as a figure giving off golden light appeared in the sky. That figure was Zhao Fu, but it was a golden image that was hundreds of meters tall. Everyone looked towards the sky in shock, and sensing that boundless aura, it was like a Buddha, causing some people to want to kneel. At that moment, countless traces of heaven and earth spirit chi madly gathered towards that golden image, and Zhao Fu's own body started to go through changes too. The searing blood and sun-like orb caused Zhao Fu's body to seem to disappear and become an incorporeal entity. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu went back to his original state and the abnormal signs in the sky disappeared. They turned into countless motes of light and entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu had successfully refined the Saint Pill and ownerless Blood Jade. Even though his bloodline had not been increased by much, his grade was now Saint grade. At the same time, Zhao Fu was pleased to find that the power of Emperor Killer had been slightly reduced. Even though it was only by a bit, Zhao Fu could now see some hope. Perhaps there really was a way to get rid of Emperor Killer. He had been too pessimistic before. Zhao Fu smiled and examined his body. He found that after he rose to Saint grade, his body would automatically absorb spirit chi, and his sense of his surroundings had also increased by a lot. Luckily, Zhao Fu had the ownerless Blood Jade as well, or else the Saint Pill may not have been able to push him up to Saint grade. After dealing with these things, Zhao Fu turned his mind back to Great Ken's administration. There were now 4 big questions. The first was how to continue to grow Great Ken's foundation. The second was how to deal with the 4 worlds that might attack at any time. The third was to find a merchant group to work with and buy a large number of talisman stones and high-stage corpses. The fourth was that the contract between the human world and fish scale world would be expiring soon. When that time came, battle would be inevitable, so Great Ken had to make preparations. Regarding the first problem of foundation, Great Ken's strength was quickly increasing. They now had 10.5 billion soldiers, 8.7 billion were Stage 1 soldiers, 300 million were Stage 2 soldiers, 1.5 million were Stage 3 soldiers, and 1 million were Stage 4 soldiers. With this kind of strength, they were very strong in the outer regions. However, it was far from enough to attack a royal kingdom because those in the inner regions had Stage 2 soldiers minimum. Now, Great Ken was relying on its Beast Army and Devil Army. They needed to greatly expand these 2 forces. The Beast Army required cities, while Great Ken did not know how to quickly nurture more devils. Nurturing devil beasts would definitely be quite difficult, and it would take a large amount of resources and time. Great Ken could not obtain them in a short period of time, but there were others who had them. Zhao Fu now placed his gaze on the Devil Horn Empire. Because they were now enemies, there was no need for Zhao Fu to hold back. From the information he had received, the Devil Horn Empire still had 1.5 million devil beasts, and if Great Ken could obtain them, Great Ken's strength would massively increase. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to bring a few thousand assassins with him to the Devil Horn Empire and snatch some devil beasts, which would further weaken the Devil Horn Empire's power. Zhao Fu also brought with him a few devils, who used to be devil beasts. They would most likely be quite familiar with the Devil Horn Empire, especially where the Devil Beast Army was. The Devil Horn Empire was the world above the Half-Beast world, and because the Half-Beast world's kingdoms had all made their own defenses, there were many gaps, making it easy for Zhao Fu to bring his people, cross through the Half-Beast world, and reach the boundary of the Devil Horn Empire. The defenses here were much tighter than in the Half-Beast world. With Zhao Fu's cultivation, he would be able to easily pass through, but he had a few thousand assassins with him. It would be very difficult to pass through the Devil Horn Empire's defenses without being detected. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to only bring 100 or so people to head into the Devil Horn Empire. These people were all elites among elites within the assassins. Zhao Fu led the 100 assassins and carefully snuck into the Devil Horn Empire, and nothing unexpected happened. This was the first time Zhao Fu had entered the Devil Horn Empire, and the devil chi here was incredibly dense. Nurturing devil beasts was much faster here than outside, and there were all sorts of wild beasts everywhere. Zhao Fu avoided the wild beasts and headed to the location that the devils had told him about. They were here to steal devil beasts. A few days later, Zhao Fu went to a place where the devil chi was extremely dense to the point that it was almost condensing. Countless mutated plants were also growing there and were extremely big, and they looked as if they had a life of their own. There was also a powerful barrier that was incredibly firm, and it seemed that it had immense killing potential. Anyone who recklessly rushed in could lose their life easily. The Devil Beast army was incredibly important to the Devil Horn Empire, so it protected them strictly. However, ordinary people did not dare to get close to this place because of how many devil beasts there were. With how powerful they were, if they attacked, no one could survive. Because of the converted devils, Zhao Fu knew a lot of information about this place, so he had made proper preparations. Zhao Fu and the 100 assassins each consumed a devil chi pill to change their auras. They now gave off devil chi, making them seem like they were part of the devil race. Following this, Zhao Fu took out purple talismans and gave them to the 100 assassins. These talismans were called restriction merging talismans that could allow one's body to merge into a restrictive barrier without being detected. 1188 Little Green Dragon Zhao Fu and the others carefully merged into the restrictive barrier and tried to hide their auras to prevent the devil beasts from discovering them. After entering the barrier, Zhao Fu saw a massive red bird flying in the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Fu had everyone hide, because once a devil beast discovered them, they would be attacked by all of the devil beasts. Facing so many devil beasts, either Zhao Fu would have to run, and the others would definitely die. Where do the devil beasts gather? Zhao Fu asked the snake devil clinging on to him. This place was very big, and it covered at least a few hundred regions. The devil beasts were all scattered throughout this place, and most had their own territories. Only when the Devil Horn Empire went to war would they all be gathered together. However, there were also some other occasions when the devil beasts would be gathered together, which was when the Devil Horn Empire gave out medicinal pills. Countless devil beasts would gather together to receive their medicinal pills. The snake devil flirtatious leaned against Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty, there are 4 main gathering places, where there are many structures. Those places are responsible for managing everything related to the devil beasts. The closest one should be in the southeastern direction." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and led the others in that direction. 2 days later, they reached a place where there were devil beasts everywhere. Zhao Fu and his assassins advanced incredibly cautiously and slowly, and over the course of the 2 days, they had finally reached the gathering place. Now they just had to set things up. Once the devil beasts were all gathered together, they would use the teleportation spears and easily send these devil beasts into the 4-soul devil world. With the World Pearl's energy sustaining these teleportation spheres, they had the ability to teleport across worlds. This was the key part in Zhao Fu's plans, or else they would not be able to steal devil beasts. They silently buried teleportation spears underground, and when the time was right, they would all be activated. This was done by the 100 assassins Zhao Fu had brought, while he kept watch in the surroundings to prevent them from being discovered. "You all deserve to die. You let my little green dragon get hurt." A 12 or 13-year-old boy with purple hair held a whip as he vigorously whipped a few servants. There was much force behind the whip, and as it landed on the servants' bodies, it caused their flesh to be split open. They cried out in pain as they knelt and pleaded for mercy. They said that it was the little green dragon who wanted to challenge the killer beast, and they were powerless to stop it. That was why the little green dragon had been injured. They would definitely stop it next time and not let it get injured, so they pleaded with the young master to spare them. However, the boy was completely furious and did not listen at all, continuously whipping the servants until they died. Only then did the boy become less angry, and he called over a few soldiers to drag away the corpses and feed them to the devil beasts. Zhao Fu hid by the side as he watched this boy kill those servants, and he did not stop him. Zhao Fu was not stupid enough to reveal himself for such a thing. However, Zhao Fu planned to capture that boy because those people had called him Second Prince. Moreover, this boy looked somewhat like Yao Ming, and he was most likely his little brother. It was said that Yao Ming loved his little brother dearly, so Zhao Fu naturally had to capture him. When no one was around, Zhao Fu appeared behind the boy, and before he could respond, he was knocked unconscious by Zhao Fu. Roar! 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 A while later, devil beasts started to roar as waves of powerful devil chi spread out, and countless devil beasts started to head over because it was time to give out medicinal pills. Zhao Fu held the boy's body but was not in a hurry to act because the devil beasts had not fully gathered yet. Zhao Fu wanted to wait for more devil beasts to gather so they could capture more of them. The second prince has disappeared. A panicked cry sounded out, causing countless people's expressions to fall. They immediately started searching for him, causing a lot of panic. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt that the plan could be exposed, so he immediately ordered his people to activate the teleportation spheres. Boom! 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 Rays of light flew out as massive magic formations appeared. Countless devil beasts vanished and the remainder ran back in terror. Boom! Boom! Boom. More explosions sounded out as rays of light flew towards the escaping devil beasts. More magic formations appeared, dragging devil beasts into them. The other devil beasts became completely terrified and ran in all directions. Seeing this, people from the Devil Horn Empire cried out, "There are enemies." Soon, Xiaofu and his people were discovered, but Xiaofu was not worried at all, and he had the 100 assassins leave through a magic formation. They had devil-repelling pearls, so they would not be corroded by the devil chi in the four-soul devil world. Without the devil-repelling pearls, they might become devils too. Xiaofu stood in the air with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding on to the boy. He gave off a powerful aura, shaking the entire scene. He did not seem like he was in an enemy's territory at all. Yao Ming quickly arrived, and seeing that it was Xiaofu, he wanted to slaughter Xiaofu immediately. However, seeing that his little brother was in Xiaofu's hands, he could only hold back. Looking at the countless magic formations and countless missing devil beasts, Yao Ming gnashed his teeth. Great Ken's emperor had run to the Devil Horn Empire to steal devil beasts and was simply too shameless. He did not place the Devil Horn Empire in his eyes at all. After the last battle, Yao Ming had ordered his people to research how to get rid of these magic formations. He understood that these were just special teleportation channels, so he immediately gave the order to lock down the surrounding space, causing these magic formations to become useless. However, Xiaofu was not afraid at all. He gave off a powerful aura as he stood there. Seeing that Yao Ming did not attack him as soon as he appeared, he understood how important this boy was to Yao Ming. If Yao Ming had immediately attacked, Xiaofu would have quickly run away. "Release my little brother, or I'll have you die a horrible death," Yao Ming said in a loud voice, looking incredibly furious. Xiaofu lightly laughed and did not beat around the bush, saying, "I want 500,000 devil beasts, as well as the Devil Horn Empire's method for raising devil beasts." This was why Xiaofu had stayed behind. They had teleported around 100,000 devil beasts just then, which wasn't much. Xiaofu was not satisfied, so he decided to blackmail Yao Ming to obtain the method for raising devil beasts. "Absolutely not, keep dreaming." Hearing how greedy Xiaofu was, Yao Ming immediately refused. Even though this was his beloved little brother, he definitely would not trade the Devil Horn Empire's most important things. That would affect the safety of the Devil Horn Empire. Seeing how resolute Yao Ming was, Xiaofu knew that things would not go as smoothly as he had hoped. As such, he asked, "What price are you willing to pay for your little brother? You have limited time, I'll be leaving soon." Yao Ming looked at Xiaofu angrily. He had never thought that the ruler of the world would be so shameless as to use a hostage to threaten him. 1189 10,000 Dragon Mark. Xiaofu decided to become more powerful at any cost, only that way would his life and Great Ken be secure. He did not care about shamelessness at all. After much negotiations, Yao Ming deeply breathed in and suppressed the fury in his heart as he said, "I can give you 50,000 devil beasts and the method for raising devil beasts, that's it. Otherwise, just kill my little brother. However, don't even think about escaping. Even if I die, I'll slay you here." Xiaofu mulled this over. This was the Devil Horn Empire's territory, and with Yao Ming's strength, as well as their countless experts and core, Xiaofu might very well die here. Moreover, Xiaofu's greatest trump cards, the 3 Emperor Stars, were in an incredibly feeble state, and Xiaofu could not use their power right now. However, to be able to obtain the method for raising devil beasts and 50,000 devil beasts was already quite good in exchange for a person who did not matter to him at all. "Very well, I agree. Undo the spatial restrictions." Xiaofu smiled as he agreed. Yao Ming angrily gave the order to undo the spatial restrictions, and Great Ken's magic formations were once again activated. In actuality, Yao Ming had been somewhat hoping for Xiaofu not to agree, so he could disregard everything and kill Xiaofu here. However, since Xiaofu had agreed, Yao Ming could only let 50,000 devil beasts into the magic formations with great heartache. He then threw a scroll over to Xiaofu. Xiaofu scanned through it and was quite satisfied as he put it away. He went before a magic formation and tossed the boy away before stepping into the magic formation and disappearing. At the same time, the countless magic formations simultaneously closed and self-destructed. In that moment, Yao Ming yelled, "I'll definitely destroy the Great Ken Empire and make you die a horrible death. I'll remember everything that happened today." Hearing these words, Xiaofu's expression did not change at all. They were already at odds with each other, so there was no need to hold back against each other. Xiaofu appeared in the four-soul devil world and looked at the devil beasts changing into devils in agony. There were about 150,000 of them, and Xiaofu was quite pleased with his gains. Following this, Xiaofu took out that scroll and started to look through it in detail. This was the method to raise devil beasts, and with it, Great Ken could nurture a large number of devil beasts and turn them into devils. That way, Great Ken's strength would quickly rise, and Great Kin would have a sufficient foundation to meet all crises. However, after going through the scroll, Zhao Fu felt quite angry as he had been tricked by Yao Ming. No wonder he had agreed to this trade so easily. This method of raising devil beasts required a core item, which was a 10,000 devil city. Great Kin did not have one, and it was likely that only the Devil Horn Empire had one. Soon, news about Zhao Fu going to the Devil Horn Empire had spread, causing everyone to feel quite shocked. It was the first time someone had screwed over the Devil Horn Empire like this, to go into the Devil Horn Empire and get out with no losses. Everyone could only imagine that the Devil Horn Empire's people were angered to death. By now, the situation between the two empires was most likely that neither side would rest until the other was destroyed. Zhao Fu understood this, so he immediately gathered a large number of soldiers to defend in case the Devil Horn Empire attacked like a mad dog. Zhao Fu could only leave the matter about Great Kin's foundation here for now. He could not go and steal more devil beasts, as the Devil Horn Empire would be prepared after this time. If he tried again, he would most likely fail and suffer unnecessary injuries and casualties. The second problem was how to defend against the invasions of the Four Worlds. If they found a way to deal with Great Kin's illusion flower devils and teleportation spheres, Great Kin would be at a great disadvantage. Zhao Fu would be forced to come up with new methods to defend against the Four Worlds. Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that Great Kin had nothing left. They had used all of their methods already and no longer had any hidden tricks. This was incredibly dangerous, as a powerful empire could not lack trump cards. If the other side came prepared, Great Kin would fall into a very disadvantageous position. Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that Great Kin had two trump cards. One was the Devil Army, which now numbered 650,000. If they suddenly released this force, it would be incredibly terrifying and could turn the tides of a battle. No one would imagine that Great Kin could turn devil beasts into devils. Great Kin had kept this a secret. The second trump card was the primogenitor statue that they had been working on since a long time ago. Even though there was only one, its world-destroying power could not be doubted. However, it still required some time before it could be refined and used. Zhao Fu felt that this was not enough. Great Kin did not have enough tricks up its sleeves. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of one of Great Kin's powerful weapons, which was the dragon-slaying ballistae. It was an incredibly destructive weapon, but there were not many of them, and manufacturing them was quite difficult. What they could do was revise the dragon-slaying ballistae to make them simpler and require lower-quality materials, such as dark gold rank materials. Even though they would be weaker, they could be mass-produced, which was worth it. Thinking about having thousands of dragon-slaying ballistae on the Great Wall, shooting out ballistae bolts that were 10 meters long, even massive dragons would not dare to come near. They would be incredibly effective against the Devil Beast army. They could also make the dragon-slaying ballistae more complex and use higher-grade materials, such as saint-grade materials. This would allow them to kill experts or even kings. That way, Great Kin would have one more method up its sleeve, and Zhao Fu would feel more confident facing the Four Worlds. As such, he immediately ordered people to start researching this. Next was Great Kin's third problem, buying talisman stones and high-stage corpses. Now that Great Kin was fighting with Four Worlds, it was quite difficult for it to buy things. Zhao Fu did not dare to head to the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain, and it was possible for his identity to be exposed. Zhao Fu thought about the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group and felt that it was quite a pity. He regretted going to the ancient STEM banquet. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have just stayed put and focused on developing. Zhao Fu couldn't help but think about the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest. Back when he had been afflicted by Emperor Killer, it was not just the Nether Emperor Star, 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline, and the Dragon Phoenix that had helped. The 10,000 dragon mark had somewhat helped as well. Perhaps without all of these things fighting against Emperor Killer, Zhao Fu could have died on the spot. Zhao Fu had always been somewhat curious about the 10,000 dragon mark. He had asked the people from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group about it, but they only told him that he would understand once he went to the Heaven Domain. Zhao Fu felt that he had been dragged into something, but he did not regret it. If the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group needed anything, he would do his best to help them. 1190 Green Province Domain. Since Zhao Fu could not go to the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain, he could only head to other domains and buy talisman stones and corpses from there. Zhao Fu asked for some information, and he found that the closest domain to Great Kin was called the Green Province Domain. Great Kin was at the boundary of the ancient STEM domain, as it was a new world, and it was near the right side. The Green Province Domain was actually closer to Great Kin than the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain. A week later, Zhao Fu took Mama Jagari, Tamamo no Mei, Mo Yaoer, Yi Ning Shuang, Shui Ruoliang, and Pu He to the Green Province Domain. Because the journey was quite long, in order to avoid Emperor Killer from flaring up, Zhao Fu could not go out by himself and took a few women with him. The three strongest were Yi Ningshuang, Shui Ruoliang, and Pu He. They were all ancestor-level figures in the Dark Daemon world. Yi Ningshuang was an ancestor of the Night Dynasty while Shui Ruoliang and Pu He were ancestors of the Demon Path sect. When they had entered the Heaven Awakened world, they were already Stage 8 experts. Now, they were already Saint Realm experts, and he might even need their help in this initial visit to the Green Province domain. Even though it was his first time coming to the Green Province domain, he felt that it was quite similar to the ancient STEM domain. It was filled with all sorts of races, but the traditions and culture were filled with a type of poetic quality. Everyone spoke in a scholarly and cultured way. There were academies everywhere, and they were simply innumerable. They had also passed by many poets on the streets, who were greatly admired by the commoners. "Young master, have some of this food. Young master, try some of this wine." Mo Yaoer and Tamamo no Mae each hugged one of Zhaofu's arms, and one fed him food while the other fed him wine. Zhaofu felt quite helpless and could only allow them to serve him. The other women sat around them, everyone wore cloaks to hide their appearances. However, their bodies gave off alluring auras, as they were peerlessly beautiful women. Hearing Tamamo no Mae and Mo Yaoer's flirtatious voices, some people nearby gulped and glanced over. This caused Mo Yaoer to angrily slam her palm on the table, scaring everyone into looking away. "Bro, keep going." What happened after the three Emperor stars simultaneously descended? Afterwards, a massive explosion rocked the heavens and earth as the ancient STEM banquet stage was almost destroyed, and that mysterious Emperor disappeared. Really? I thought they would have continued that massive battle. Who would have thought such a genius would have appeared in the ancient STEM domain? This is too shocking. The strongest people from three factions used their armaments, yet they weren't able to kill him. That's right. Now, the entire ancient STEM domain knows about this. I heard from someone else that the three factions are trying to find that person at all costs. They're determined to kill that mysterious emperor. That person will be far too shocking in the future. Bro, do you know where that emperor is? I want to see that kind of genius for myself. How would I know? And even if I did, why would I tell you? If I sold that kind of information, I would have more money than I could spend in this lifetime. After overhearing the conversation between these two people, Zhaofu's expression became quite serious. He had never thought that news would have spread this far to the point that even other domains knew about it. It seemed that he would have to be more careful in the Green Province domain. These three factions were going all out to find information about him, so he had to be cautious. If he accidentally revealed his appearance in the ancient STEM domain, they could discover Great Kin. When that time came, Great Kin would have to face three Royal Kingdom-level factions. Great Kin did not have much time, and it had to quickly become stronger. Strength was the greatest protection. "Young master, your servant wants it again." Mo Yaoer whispered into Zhaofu's ear as she stretched her hand towards the lower half of Zhaofu's body. Tamamo no Mae flirtatious smiled as she did the same. Zhaofu now regretted bringing them, they were simply too seductive. However, they had many times more stamina than other women, so bringing them meant that he could bring fewer people. Within a room, a wave of shameless sounds could be heard. Yi Ningshuang and Shui Ruoliang, two sworn enemies, had never thought that they would be simultaneously servicing the same man someday. Pu He embarrassedly lay by the side as she raggedly breathed, and Mama Jagari squatted under Zhaofu as she serviced him. She quite enjoyed this. Following this, Zhaofu brought the six red-faced women and continued on their way. Because of the teleportation channels reinforced by the World Pearl, they could teleport across great distances, and they soon arrived at the inner regions of the Green Province domain. There were a few large financial groups here, and Zhaofu found one and quickly came to an agreement. Because Zhaofu had a lot of money, things were easily settled. He did not enjoy the same benefits he had when he was part of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and he had to buy talisman stones and corpses at the regular price. In the future, most of Great Ken's money would be spent on this. After taking care of this matter, Zhaofu prepared to take the six women back to Great Ken. However, an explosion suddenly sounded out from the head as a terrifying aura swept towards them. The people around them hurriedly headed over. It was said that a few of the Green Province domain's geniuses were fighting over a treasure. Zhaofu was not planning to go, but the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest suddenly appeared and gave off waves of silver light as well as boiling heat, causing him to feel pain in his chest. Zhaofu immediately realized that the treasure was most likely incredibly important to the 10,000 dragon mark, so he had the six women return first while he took a look himself. Scram! A red-clothed, cold-looking young man swept out with his spear, causing fiery light to shoot towards two other people with searing heat. A fair-skinned young man coldly harumphed and waved the fan in his hand, causing a powerful wind to ferociously slam into that fiery light. An explosion sounded out as the fiery light exploded and turned into fiery motes of light. The other person was a dark-skinned and chubby person. He held a large axe, which created massive black arcs of light and destroyed the incoming fiery light. He said angrily in a loud voice, "Yikuang, you're only ranked 5th in the Green Province rankings and yet you're talking so arrogantly, telling me to scram." The red-clothed young man referred to as Yikuang coldly harumphed and savagely stabbed his spear towards the dark-skinned young man. This caused the dark-skinned young man to feel even angrier, and he raised his axe as the two of them clashed. Seeing the intense battle between these two people, the fair-skinned young man flew away from them. There was a massive orb of light which had dragons swimming around within it in the air, and it gave off an incredibly powerful aura. This was most likely the thing that the three people were fighting over. The dark-skinned and chubby young man was called Naiuhu, and he was ranked 4th in the Green Province rankings, while the fair-skinned young man was called Yukingmu, who was ranked 6th. With their identities, for them to fight over this thing, it was evident that it was not simple at all. The people in the surroundings were afraid of their identities and power, so they did not dare to get close and only watched from a distance. Seeing that Yukingmu wanted to steal the treasure from under their noses, Naiuhu and Yikuang immediately turned and attacked him together, forcing Yukingmu to stop. 1191 Clear Sky Saint Dragon. Seeing Yumyuking stop, Naiuhu rushed towards the orb of light. Just as he was about to reach the orb of light, Yumyuking and Yikuang of course could not allow such a thing, so they joined together to attack Naiuhu. The three people clashed together, and the shockwaves from their battle rippled out like wild gales, causing sand and pebbles to be blown into the air. Countless trees were destroyed and the scene was quite terrifying, making no one else dare to get close. Boom. The three people unleashed attacks that collided, resulting in an explosion. Mukinayu was sent back a few steps while the two others remained in place. Mukinayu's expression was quite unsightly. He was ranked 6th and was slightly weaker than the two others. With his strength, he most likely would not be able to snatch the treasure, so he could only say, "Can you please give my Moon Spirit Kingdom some face and give this Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl to me? I will be eternally grateful." Naiuhu coldly harumphed, "Keep dreaming, this is a Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, which contains the essence blood and essence power of a Clear Sky Saint Dragon. If you refine it, you might even be able to obtain a trace of the Clear Sky Saint Dragon bloodline. The Clear Sky Saint Dragon is the most prestigious type of dragon out of the countless types of dragons, and it is not inferior to a sovereign bloodline. You want us to give up on this chance at a sovereign bloodline? How's that possible? How about you give my Black Bull Kingdom some face and help me take the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl? I, Naiuhu, will owe you in the future." Hearing these two people's words, everyone felt quite shocked. This thing was incredibly precious. No wonder even geniuses were fighting over it. Even without they saying it, some people could already tell that that orb of light in the sky was a dragon pearl. Dragon pearls were something that dragons created within their bodies, and they contained their very essence. This included their essence blood and essence power, and they contained immense energy. It was the most precious thing to a dragon. After realizing how precious this dragon pearl was, some of the others started to feel quite interested. However, given the identities of the three people in the sky, if they offended these people, they would not be able to remain in the Green Province domain anymore. Moreover, it would not be easy to refine this dragon pearl. The higher grade of dragon, the more difficult the dragon pearl would be to refine. Without a king bloodline and saint realm cultivation, consuming the dragon pearl would be like consuming a bomb, and one would immediately explode and die. This caused many people to give up on it. After all, they would have to risk their lives to get it, and they would not be able to use it. Saint realm cultivation was not a big deal, as it just required effort. However, a king bloodline was difficult. This required having a royal kingdom. However, there were still some people who wanted to try. However, just as they came close, Yikuang slashed with his spear, causing a massive fiery crescent bringing with it searing heat, slashing those who wanted to come close into pieces. Their corpses were then immediately burned up by the heat. Scram. If you stay here, this young master will kill you all. Hearing this, everyone else quickly retreated. Yikuang was simply too domineering, and if they remained, they might really be killed by him. Naiuhu slammed his axe towards the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. A small hill was split in half, and this caused everyone to run even faster. Naiuhu grinned in satisfaction. He did not want some bugs to steal something as precious as the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. Bang! 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 The battle between the three people was incredibly intense, causing winds to blow and clouds to swirl. A terrifying aura spread out like a flood, and all of them were now slightly injured. Boom! A massive axe image appeared, slamming down from the sky like lightning. It slashed Yukingmu and Yikuang flying back. As the fourth-ranked person, Naiuhu was evidently stronger than the two others. Yukingmu and Yikuang flew back 100 or so meters and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Their expressions were quite grim, and Naiuhu felt quite pleased as he flew towards the Dragon Pearl. Shing. However, just as Night-Uhu was about to reach the Dragon Pearl, a sword hum suddenly sounded out, causing Night-Uhu to retreat in fear. A flying sword bringing with it massive sword chi had slashed over. Night-Uhu used his axe to block in front of him and defend, and the sword slammed against the axe. Night-Uhu was sent flying back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A figure appeared. He was wearing white clothes and looked quite handsome. He grabbed at the air and the sword returned to his hand. Seeing this person's arrival, the three other people's expressions became unsightly. This young man was called Mangekyō and was the young sect master of the One Martial Sect. He was ranked third on the Green Province rankings, and though he was only one rank above Night-Uhu, he was far stronger. "I'll be taking this." Mangekyō spoke coldly and straightforwardly as he reached for the Dragon Pearl. This caused the three others to feel furious, and they simultaneously attacked Mangekyō. Yumuking vigorously swept out with his fan, and countless wind blades flew out. Yikuang stabbed out with his spear, causing a fiery light to shoot out. Night-Uhu raised his axe high and slashed out a crescent. Three attacks containing terrifying ores rushed over, and Mangekyō's expression was cold as he swung his sword, causing a massive sword light to burst forth. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive sword light collided with the three attacks. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing Night-Uhu and the two others to be sent flying back, while Mangekyō was also sent back a few steps. "You three are seeking death," Mangekyō coldly said as a trace of anger appeared on his face. Boom! A terrifying sword chi exploded out from his body, turning into massive winds that blew out. Clouds swirled as a terrifying aura spread out. Mangekyō coldly looked at the three others as he raised his sword and pointed it at them. Shing! 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 Sword hum sounded out as thousands of white swords of light instantly formed, giving off sharp sword oars and causing people's hairs to stand on end. Mangekyō waved the sword in his hand, causing the thousands of white swords of light to shoot out. They were incredibly fast and arrived before the three people in just an instant. This caused the three people's expressions to fall and they hurriedly defended. However, they were still struck and slammed to the ground, smashing out large craters. Their bodies were now covered with a few wounds. They were not heavily injured, and Mangekyō evidently had not tried to kill them. After all, their factions could not be slightly offended. They got up from the ground with grim expressions. After taking that attack, they had felt quite discouraged. Even attacking together, they were not a match for Mangekyō, so they would not be able to take the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. Could they just hand it over to Mangekyō? "Young master, that pearl looks like a treasure. Can you snatch it and give it to me?" "Young master, I want it too, give it to me." "Humphrey, young master, don't listen to them. That's a Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, and it is very important to young master. You should use it for yourself." A few seductive voices sounded out as a handsome monk with 10 or so flirtatious-looking women appeared. His appearance caused everyone's expressions to fall, including Mangekyō's. 1192 Poem Dynasty. This monk was called Yuquan, and he was the young sect master of the Desire Buddha sect, which was the #1 sect in the Green Province domain. It was the second most powerful faction, and Yuquan was terrifyingly strong. He was ranked second on the Green Province domain and was much stronger than Mangekyō. "Are you going to fight me for the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl?" Yuquan said with a trace of disdain and arrogance as he hugged two of the beautiful women. With his strength, Yuquan did not place anyone present in his eyes at all. Even the strongest person present, Mangekyō, was nothing to him. He could defeat him in 10 or so bouts. A cold light flashed in Mangekyō's eyes, but he did not say anything. He directly attacked, slashing out with his sword. The massive sword light gave off monstrous power as it slashed towards Yuquan, tearing apart the ground beneath it. Yuquan chuckled and stretched out a palm with his fingers together, and countless rays of golden light shined from his palm. A massive Buddha's palm appeared in front of Yuquan's body. Boom! The massive sword light slashed against the Buddha's palm and exploded, turning into sword wind as it dissipated, but the massive Buddha's palm was not damaged at all. "Do you have any more ultimate attacks?" Yuquan said as he laughed. Fury flowed out of Mangekyō's heart as he raised the sword in his hand and exploded out with all of the power in his body. A white pillar of light shot into the sky, causing all of the heaven and earth spirit chi to gather towards him, forming an enormous vortex. This vortex was white and gave off a brilliant white light. A massive might spread out, and even people far away could sense how terrifying this power was. Shing! 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 Massive sword lights shot out from the vortex and landed on the ground, easily tearing it apart. The ground was instantly cut like tofu, and Mangekyō controlled all of the sword light to slash towards Yuquan. The countless sword lights gathered together, becoming even more powerful, and cracks started to appear in the space around them. Yuquan's expression became more serious as a Buddha mark appeared on his forehead. A golden light shot out as a massive Buddha's image appeared in front of him, giving off an aura of suppression. Boom! Countless sword lights slammed into the Buddha's image, resulting in a massive explosion. The Buddha's image had stopped the countless sharp sword lights. Mangekyō roared as he invigorated all of the power in his body, causing the sword lights to become even sharper and more powerful. Yukwon's expression was serious as the Buddha mark on his forehead shined with an even brighter light. In the end, Yukwon was able to stop Mangekyō's attack. However, the Buddha's image had almost been split open by the sword lights, but the losing side was evidently Mangekyō. Seeing that even his strongest attack was unable to even reach Yukwon, Mangekyō's expression became dim. He understood that he had lost. Naruto and the two others gulped as they looked at Yukwon in shock. They knew that they definitely would not have been able to stop Mangekyō's attack just then, yet Yukwon had done so easily. The difference in strength between them was simply too vast. The people watching in the distance were also shocked. This was a battle between the geniuses of the Green Province domain. It made them feel terrified and completely exceeded anything they could imagine. Even the geniuses of other domains were inferior to Yukwon. For the Green Province domain to have such geniuses was their pride and joy. Now, none of the geniuses present would dare to attack, so this clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl would belong to Yukwon. No one else would dare to try to take it. Yukwon gently leapt up and flew towards the orb of light floating in the air. Wait. A clear and pleasant voice sounded out as a beautiful woman dressed in scholarly robes appeared in the sky. Seeing her, everyone gasped. The Green Province domain's #1 expert had actually come. This woman was called Shishuge, and she was the Princess Royal of the Poem Dynasty. The Poem Dynasty was the #1 faction in the Green Province domain. Not only was the Poem Dynasty more powerful than the Desire Buddha sect, but Shishuge was also stronger than Yukwon. She was the only person Yukwon was wary of. As Shishuge's voice sounded out, Yukwon's expression instantly became grave and he turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl. He wanted to ignore Shishuge and run away with the Dragon Pearl. Otherwise, if Shishuge arrived, he might not have the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Pearl. A light sigh sounded out as Shishuge stretched out a finger and pointed towards Yukwon, saying, "Stop." Immediately, a formless energy bound Yukwon. Yukwon exploded out with his full power, causing a golden aura flame to appear around him, and a terrifying might descended. Yukwon used this opportunity to break free from the formless energy. However, by this time, Shishuge was already in front of him. This forced him to stop, and he looked at Shishuge as he said domineeringly, "This Dragon Pearl is already mine, Shishuge, what are you trying to do?" Shishuge lightly laughed as she said, "Nonsense. This clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl is ownerless, so how is it yours? I also came for the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl and want to give it to my weak little sister. Everyone, please give this clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl to me." Yukwon coldly harumphed, "If you want it, you'll have to take it by force." Boom. Yukwon started to attack Shishuge. He raised his hand, causing countless rays of golden light to shine out as a massive Buddha's palm bringing with it the force of mountains pressed towards Shishuge. This was enough to crush a small mountain into pieces. Shishuge's expression did not change as she stretched out a finger and wrote a black destroy character in the air. The destroy character then turned into countless rays of black light and shot to meet that Buddha's palm. Bang! As the Buddha's palm was struck by the black light, it instantly collapsed and turned into divine light as it dissipated. This caused Yukwon's expression to become quite unsightly. He released all of his power as a 1,000-meter tall image of Buddha appeared behind him. It gave off boundless divine light as a might covered the heavens and earth, locking everything down. It was as if a true Buddha had descended. Shishuge's expression was quite serious as she said, "I just came for the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl. You're not a match for me, what point is there to fighting to the death?" Boom. Shishuge also released her full strength, or else she would not be able to win against Yukwon. A massive ancient scroll giving off enormous power appeared, and the sound of countless poets reciting poems could also be heard. This was the Poem Dynasty's legacy royal clan art, Heavenly Poem Scroll. It was one of the highest grade arts in the Green Province domain, and Shishuge had cultivated this art to an extremely deep degree. Seeing that the two were about to start a massive battle, everyone watched in expectation. Mangekyō and the others could only retreat to the side. They understood that they were not a match for these two people, and they did not want to be caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, the orb of light started to move, and the countless dragons within it gave off excited roars. The light coming from the orb of light became even more intense because a certain person had arrived. Everyone was shocked to see the orb of light turn into a ray of light and flew in front of that person as if it was rejoicing. It was as if the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl was something that belonged to him. 1193 8 Scroll Seal. What was going on? Everyone watched on in confusion. The clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl had flown over to that person. No one had thought such a thing would happen. Zhao Fu was now the center of attention, and countless people started to guess at Zhao Fu's identity. However, because Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, no one could see his appearance. Zhao Fu himself looked quite surprised, and the 10,000 dragon mark on his chest became boiling hot. It was most likely the 10,000 dragon mark that had attracted the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl over, or else Zhao Fu would not have been able to do such a thing. Looking at the orb of light in front of him, Zhao Fu stretched his hand into it and the light gradually disappeared as a fist-sized golden crystal pearl appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt an unimaginably massive wave of dragon energy enter his body, and his body seemed to go through changes. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline, he could have started becoming a dragon due to this energy. After sensing this energy, the golden dragon said in shock, "Zhao Fu, this is an incredible treasure. You have to take it." Zhao Fu naturally would not give up on the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl and he prepared to put it away. Seeing that the Dragon Pearl was going to be stolen away, how could Yuquan accept such a thing? He immediately turned and attacked Zhao Fu. He grabbed at the air and the Buddha image behind him stretched out a massive hand, giving off boundless might as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu. It had enough power to crush a small mountain. Shing! A gray sword light flashed out, causing everyone's bodies to freeze as they felt the aura of death. The Buddha image's outstretched hand was immediately slashed apart. Everyone in the surroundings gasped as they looked at the scene before them. They knew how powerful Yuquan's Buddha image was, yet that person had slashed it apart in a single sword strike. This person was so strong. Yuquan's expression was quite unsightly, but he continued to attack. The Buddha image raised its other hand and heaven and earth spirit chi madly gathered as countless blinding rays of light shot out. A golden sun was gradually condensed, and the Buddha image raised it up. This spectacle was incredibly shocking. The golden light dyed everything gold and the aura covered the surroundings. It was like a scene out of a myth. Boom! The Buddha vigorously threw out the golden sun, which gave off an incredibly powerful might as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. Even the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. In that moment, a flood of ghostly chi burst forth, covering 100 or so meters, and a cold and terrifying power rushed out. Shing! A sword hum sounded out as a massive gray crescent of sword light flew out, tearing through the sky. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the golden sun was split in two. The gray crescent of sword light continued on, giving off a sharp aura as it slashed against the Buddha image, destroying it as well, causing it to turn into golden light and disappear. Yuquan's body flew backwards, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and looked quite seriously wounded. Now, the entire scene was incredibly silent. The Green Province ranking second-ranked genius had actually lost. Who was that person? How could they have such power? Could it be an old monster coming to bully the younger generation? Seeing this, Zhao Fu put the Dragon Pearl into his spatial ring and prepared to leave. Wait. Shishuj called out. Zhao Fu turned to her and asked coldly, "What is it? Do you also want this Dragon Pearl?" Shishuj nodded and said, "This Dragon Pearl is very important to me. I hope this brother can give it to me. The Poem Dynasty will owe you a favor." "Apologies, I'm not interested," Zhao Fu said as he turned to leave. Zhao Fu did not need a simple favor. Moreover, he could not ask the Poem Dynasty to attack those three factions. Hearing this, Shishuj could only say in frustration, "In that case, apologies in advance." She stretched out her hand and pointed, black characters flowing out from the ancient scroll behind her. They turned into black spears that gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu like a rain of spears. Red energy barriers appeared around Zhao Fu's body, 72 in total. They instantly formed 72 blood-red spears that shot out under Zhao Fu's control. Bang! 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 The spears of the two sides quickly clashed together. Shishuj's black spears numbered in the thousands but Zhao Fu only had 72. The blood-red spears were completely outnumbered, but the instant both sides clashed, the 72 blood-red spears gave off massive explosions. The waves of terrifying explosions blew up the black spears or sent them flying, and not a single one reached Zhao Fu. However, a figure suddenly appeared before Zhao Fu, and a sword gave off cold light as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he quickly retreated. Shishuj had quickly advanced, and the countless black characters had formed a sword. It suddenly dissipated back into black characters, some that were only as big as fingernails, and they turned into rays of black light as they gave off sharp auras and flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze was cold as a black dragon inscription barrier giving off powerful energy expanded out around him. Bang! 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 The flood of black characters was incredibly powerful, and they pierced through Zhao Fu's emperor domain in just an instant and continued on towards Zhao Fu. Facing these countless rays of black light, Zhao Fu gripped the death-raced sword and vigorously slashed out. A powerful sword light slashed apart the countless black rays of light. Shishuj grabbed at the air, and countless black characters appeared, forming a sword again as she rushed at Xiaofu. This was Shishuja's power, and Xiaofu felt that she was a bit stronger than even Beihan. The golden pupil in Xiaofu's left eye dilated as a formless energy spread out. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of countless chains could be heard as black chains containing immense power shot out from all directions. This caused Shishuja to feel startled, and she immediately spun. Kai. In that moment, countless chains pierced through her body, but she had turned into an inky darkness and disappeared. Xiaofu's pupils quickly spun as he looked around for where she was. Boom. 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 Explosions sounded out as the ancient scroll in the sky split into 8 rays of light and shot towards Xiaofu. They did not attack Xiaofu and instead floated around him. The scroll slowly opened and the black characters within it gave off rays of black light. In that instant, the 8 scrolls seemed to call out to each other, forming a formless magic formation. Xiaofu's body was suddenly restricted, and he tried struggling but found that he could not break free. Shishuja reappeared and looked at Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes. She softly laughed as she said, "You've been caught in my 8-scroll seal, you won't be able to escape. Hand over the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl, I don't want to make things difficult for you." The 8-scroll seal was the most powerful attack of the Heavenly Poem Scroll, and she had used this attack to bind countless experts before. She was extremely confident that she could bind Xiaofu, so she tried to force him to hand over the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl. Xiaofu coldly looked at her and said, "You're a bit too overconfident." 1194 Dragon Blood Boom. This time, Xiaofu exploded out with his full strength. A black and grey aura flame started to burn as countless wild gales spread out. A sovereign might descended as the ground continuously collapsed. Xiaofu exploded out with his sovereign bloodline's power and the 6 paths demon image's power. The prestigious, domineering, eerie, and supreme power caused everyone's expressions to change. So terrifying. Is this the power of an emperor? Someone cried out. This sort of power could make people want to kneel and surrender, and it was many times more powerful than a king's power. Everyone looked at Xiaofu in shock. They were now certain that Xiaofu's identity was not simple at all. Shishuja's expression slightly changed. She had never thought that Xiaofu would explode out with such a powerful emperor's aura. She only had a royal bloodline and immediately felt a sense of pressure from Xiaofu. Bang! At that moment, Xiaofu released his full strength. The black and grey flame ferociously spread out and broke out of the 8-scroll seal. Xiaofu looked at Shishuja, and the 6 grey dots in his right eye started to spin. Roar! 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 400-meter-tall ghosts appeared around Shishuja, giving off powerful auras. At the same time, they raised their sharp claws and swatted at Shishuja. Their attacks were powerful enough to cause the air to explode. In that moment of crisis, Shishuja actually closed her eyes as finger-sized black characters appeared around her. A formless energy spread out as Shishuja's clothes fluttered and a transcendental aura spread out. Kai. As the 4 ghosts' claws descended, the characters around Shishuja's body connected together and formed 12 chains that shot out. They pierced through the 4 ghosts' arms before piercing through the rest of their bodies. The 4 ghosts gave off pitiful howls before collapsing into countless traces of ghostly chi and disappearing. Suddenly, Xiaofu's body flashed and he appeared in front of Shishuja. His sword gave off sharp sword light as it slashed towards Shishuja. In response, Shishuja's 12 black chains blocked in front of her. Godly demonic thrust. Xiaofu lightly shouted and suddenly exploded with strength. He used a godly spirit skill and stabbed out with his sword as a massive sword image shot towards Shishuja. Bang! The chains blocking in front of Shishuja were slashed apart by the sword, and Shishuja's body was blasted back by the massive sword. She crashed against a large boulder, causing it to shatter, and a trace of blood leaked out of her lips. Seeing this, Xiaofu did not plan to continue attacking because he was worried about the faction standing behind her. However, just as Xiaofu was about to turn to leave, Shishuja cried out and an inky black aura appeared around her, causing her power to continuously rise. Countless black characters flowed out of her body and flew into the sky, forming an enormous sword. After this sword was formed, it did not give off a very powerful sword chi. Instead, it had a powerful martial conception. The world seemed to be locked down, and everything became as dark as night. Under this massive sword, countless people's souls lamented, feeling boundless darkness. Demon Sun. Xiaofu raised the death-raced sword and used the Demon Sun skill. Massive amounts of deathly chi rushed into the sky, dyeing the sun gray, and a terrifying deathly intent spread out. Shishuja controlled the massive sword in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying martial conception power, to slash towards Xiaofu, while Xiaofu slashed down with his death-raced sword. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as an enormous gray sword light seemed to split the heavens and earth as it flew out, The enormous sword made of black characters exploded out with powerful light, and the two collided, resulting in an astounding explosion. In the end, the black sword was destroyed by the gray sword light, and Shishuge was once again blasted backwards. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, powerless to get back up. She was injured quite heavily. Zhaofu was affected by the shockwave and took a few steps back. He did not remain, and he immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon because he could sense many powerful experts heading over. The battle had concluded, but everyone in the surroundings continued to stare in shock. The Green Province Domain's #1 expert in the younger generation had been defeated by a mysterious stranger who had suddenly appeared. If this news was spread, it would definitely cause a large commotion. That person's strength was simply too monstrous, and he could rival some old monsters. In fact, it was possible that that person was an old monster, but his voice had sounded quite young. Naiuhu and the two others were completely dumbfounded. That was a battle that they could not enter at all, they could only look up at such experts. Shishuge had unexpectedly been defeated. It seemed that there really were heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. No one would be the strongest forever. Yukwon's expression became slightly better. Even though he had been defeated by Zhaofu in a few attacks, Shishuge had lost as well, so his loss was not too humiliating. Of course, he remembered this matter and would repay this enmity in the future. No one had humiliated him like this before. Shishuge's expression was quite dim, and she took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, causing her injuries to quickly recover. As the most powerful genius in the Green Province Domain, she felt a heavy blow to her self-esteem. She had lost completely despite using her full strength. However, she was quite convinced of this loss and did not feel spiteful. At the same time, she started to feel curious about Zhaofu's identity. How come such a terrifying person had appeared? Moreover, he gave off a Supreme Emperor's aura, causing others to feel immense pressure. At that moment, she could not help but think about that emperor who had shaken things up in the ancient STEM domain. Could that person have been the same emperor? She was not too sure. News of what had happened here quickly spread, and countless people were greatly shocked. The Green Province Domain's #1 genius had actually lost to someone else. This news drew the attention of the large factions, and they became quite curious about Zhaofu's identity. After Zhaofu obtained the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, he used his teleportation channels to quickly return to Great Kin. The 10,000 dragon mark on Zhaofu's body was still burning hot as if it was desperate to have the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. The Golden Dragon had given a method to refine the Clear Sky Dragon Pearl, which was to gather a large amount of divine dragon blood. After all, the Clear Sky Saint Dragon was a type of Eastern divine dragon. If it was before, it would have been incredibly difficult for Zhaofu to obtain divine dragon blood, as they were stage 8 or 9 creatures at the minimum. However, to the current Great Kin, it was quite simple. They could even obtain the blood of Saint Realm creatures. They did not necessarily need large quantities of dragon blood, but there had to be many different types. Because of the 10,000 dragon mark, they needed many different varieties. Zhaofu quickly collected 16 types of divine dragon blood, which included ice dragons, fire dragons, wood dragons, evil dragons, and various other dragons. He put all of this blood into a lake and he submerged his body into it. He then took out that golden Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl and pressed it into the 10,000 dragon mark, which was giving off an intense silver light, starting to refine it. 1195 Dragon Pearl roar. 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 Countless dragons' roars sounded out as the 10,000 dragon mark seemed to obtain a life of its own after it fused with the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl. Silver dragon images flowed out from Zhaofu's body and started to swim in the lake of dragon blood. The golden crystal pearl was now within Zhaofu's body and gave off an extremely intense light, and a massive wave of dragon energy flowed out. Og! This caused Zhaofu's body to tremble and he could not help but roar. Countless traces of golden light shot out of his body as golden dragon scales appeared on his skin. Boom! The dragon pearl within Zhaofu's body continuously trembled and exploded out with a golden light that shot into the sky. Instantly, wind blew and clouds swirled as the golden light dyed the sky gold, and a boundless dragon's might descended, causing countless people to collapse to the ground. An enormous golden dragon appeared in the sky. It had 3 eyes and 4 horns, and it was covered with crystal-like dragon scales. This was most likely a Clear Sky Saint Dragon, one of the most prestigious types of dragon. At that moment, the countless dragon images in the lake surrounded Zhaofu and quickly swam around him. A formless refining power entered Zhaofu's body, covering the golden dragon pearl within him. The golden dragon pearl gradually melted and turned into golden liquid before gradually fusing into Zhaofu's body. This caused Zhaofu's dragonification to become even more intense. It was not just his face, chest, arms, and legs, there were now golden dragon scales all over his body. His hands and feet had almost become dragon claws, and there were 4 small dragon horns on his head. His aura was no longer like that of a human's but like a dragon's. The golden dragon pearl turned into an orb of liquid and continued to gradually fuse into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body was now filled with a powerful dragon energy that threatened to cause his body to explode. However, Zhao Fu's body did not continue to dragonify because Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline madly devoured this dragon energy and incorporated it. The clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl's power was continuously absorbed by Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline, and the golden liquid continuously decreased. In the end, it completely disappeared, completely fusing into his bloodline. Roar! The massive clear sky Saint Dragon in the sky gave a heaven-shaking roar before diving into Zhao Fu's body, surrounded by golden light. Boom! The instant that the clear sky Saint Dragon entered Zhao Fu's body, his body trembled and countless rays of golden light shot out as a formless aura burst forth and shook his surroundings. Within the boundless void, 3 dim stars surrounded by a deathly aura suddenly brightened. Even though they were not very bright, the 3 emperor stars seemed to have come to life again. The countless grey dragon images on Zhao Fu's body became slightly dimmer, and they did not continue to devour his life force in such an unbridled manner. It seemed that they had become somewhat weaker. The countless silver dragon images in the blood lake devoured the dragon's blood before entering Zhao Fu's body again. They turned back into the 10,000 dragon mark, but there was now a golden pearl at the center of it. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and felt his body brimming with power. Just with this power alone, he felt that he could blast apart a small mountain. His constitution was also much stronger than before. His body's toughness could now rival the high-grade devil beast, and ordinary swords and sabers could not harm him at all. This was not only because of the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl but also his sovereign bloodline. Zhao Fu's body also gave off a faint dragon's might, and his aura contained a faint dragon's aura. If it was said that Zhao Fu was from the dragon race, some people would believe this. Furthermore, Zhao Fu's lower body had also gone through changes, and it had most likely become much more powerful as well. However, it was a pity that Zhao Fu's bloodline remained as a level 18 sovereign bloodline, and it was just a trace away from breaking through to a divine bloodline. However, this tiny step was like an uncrossable canyon. Zhao Fu had reached this point since a long time ago, but even the ownerless Blood Jade and Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl were not enough to help him break through. However, Zhao Fu could understand this, as a divine bloodline was something that reigned above even sovereign bloodlines. Only holy empires would normally have them. How could they be obtained so easily? What made Zhao Fu happiest was what the Golden Dragon had said. After fusing with the Clear Sky Saint Dragon Pearl, the effects of Emperor Killer had been greatly reduced, and now it was possible for him to live another 2 years. This greatly bolstered Zhao Fu's mental state, and he felt a lot of hope towards the future. There was definitely a way to get rid of Emperor Killer. This moment was the best evidence. Zhao Fu stood up. There was no longer any blood remaining. All of it had been absorbed by the silver dragon images. Zhao Fu found that the energy within the 10,000 dragon mark had become much stronger. Perhaps bathing in dragon's blood would greatly help the 10,000 dragon mark. Zhao Fu took a bath and got rid of the dragon's blood on his body, and he once again summoned his subordinates to talk about the final matter, which was the fish scale world. There were only 10 or so days until the contract expired, and Zhao Fu was now collecting information about the fish scale world's other continents. As the ending date of the contract approached, the fish scale world became quite panicked. They knew about Great Kin's tricks, so as long as they stayed in the water, they would be fine. However, the current Great Kin was different to the Great Kin of the past. It had unified an entire world and could resist 4 worlds. They were not a match for Great Kin at all, and they had to think of methods to deal with it. Some gathered their soldiers to defend to the death, while others tried to cooperate with other worlds. Some wanted to sign new peace contracts with Great Kin, ones that were permanent. Great Kin had fused into the Heaven Awaken world for 1 year now, and the fish scale world also had grasped ways to leave the legacy land. They had heard about Great Kin's mysterious and powerful methods, making them terrified. They definitely could not stop Great Kin, so they could only hope that they could ally with the 3 worlds outside to hold back Great Kin. Only then would the fish scale world have a trace of hope, or else they would definitely perish at Great Kin's hands. After hearing about this, the 3 worlds outside were quite welcoming because another world was joining them and greatly increased their strength. Because of this, the 3 worlds gifted many things to the fish scale world. This undoubtedly made things quite troublesome for Great Kin. The various worlds were already tying up a lot of Great Kin's forces, and now the fish scale world had joined them, causing the pressure that Great Kin endured to become greater. Now, Zhao Fu was discussing with his subordinates whether to take the risk to attack the fish scale world or continue to sign a peace contract with them. If they did not start planning now, a battle would definitely erupt when the contract expired. 1196 human-headed python time gradually passed, and in the end, the fish scale world agreed to ally with the outside worlds to resist Great Kin. In actuality, the fish scale people had benefited from Great Kin. If it wasn't for Great Kin, the fish scale world would have been invaded by the three worlds. Even though they could use water as a natural barrier, in the end they would have been destroyed. Now, because of the massive threat that was Great Kin, the three worlds did not have the heart to invade the fish scale world. They just wanted to obtain power to resist Great Kin, so they naturally would not do anything to the fish scale world. Since the fish scale world had decided to oppose Great Kin decided to attack the fish scale world. The fish scale world had thought that because Great Kin was tied up by the outside worlds, it would not dare to do much to them. If Great Kin launched a sudden attack now, they would be able to obtain good results. As such, Great Kin used the remaining time to start preparing. 10 or so days later, it was a calm day with moderate wind and beautiful sunlight. The deep blue ocean was incredibly still, and today was the day that the contract expired. With the three worlds outside tying up Great Kin, the fish scale world did not have much to fear. The Darkwater continent was the closest to Great Kin's Netherwater continent, so that was the first line of defense. The city lords there were the ones yelling to oppose Great Kin the loudest, and all of the continents knew that if Great Kin attacked, it would be the Darkwater continent suffering first. There were 5,000 cities in the Darkwater continent and 2.9 billion people. They were relatively weaker than the other continents, having less than one-third of the strength of the other continents. As such, the Darkwater continent requested reinforcements from the other continents, but the other continents were quite cold. After all, the majority of factions were player factions, while the Darkwater continent was a system faction. However, that was the front line to resist Great Kin. If the Darkwater continent fell, there would be no benefit to them, so the leaders of the other continents started to meet together to discuss this. Should we help the Darkwater continent? I don't want to suffer heavy losses. We can't just watch. If Great Kin takes down the Darkwater continent, the next to suffer will be us. It's still too early to say. With so many worlds tying down Great Kin, their forces have been scattered. They're probably too scared to do anything to our fish scale world. If we stab them at this moment, perhaps we'll be able to achieve something. It's probably not the best to attack. Great Kin has too many tricks up its sleeves. 4 worlds tried to invade last time, but they still failed. With our strength, it'll be impossible. I agree, we should be focusing on defense. In that case, I think we should help the Darkwater continent. However, we need to let them panic for a bit. After all, we'll be taking a great risk to help them. If we don't get some benefits out of it, it won't be worth it. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and grinned as they came to a decision. They would ignore the Darkwater continent's requests for assistance for now. After all, if they waited, they could force the Darkwater continent to pay them to help. Great Kin started to make preparations as well. Great Kin was indeed under immense pressure, as most of its forces were tied up. Defending against the various worlds and invading the fish scale world was indeed quite difficult. However, Great Kin still decided to attack the fish scale world because it was the easiest world to take down. Great Kin needed a large amounts of territory and people to increase its foundation. Moreover, if they conquered the fish scale world, no one would be able to take it from them, as there was still the heaven domain boundary. Once they took it, it would be theirs. As for the method, Zhao Fu met with his various subordinates to come up with a detailed plan. By now, the Darkwater continent's forces had already finished preparing. All of the other continents thought that they were preparing to resist Great Kin, so they did not pay them much mind. They did not know that the Darkwater continent already belonged to Great Kin. Soon, it was night, and a cold moonlight pierced through the water, illuminating the world within it. The Darkwater continent started to attack the nearest continent. Zhao Fu had wanted to draw some of the forces from the other continents over and destroy them and reduce the strength of the other continents. However, the other continents did not fall for it, so they could only forcefully attack. After receiving these orders, all of the fish scale people in the Darkwater continent felt quite confused. They were not defending and were instead attacking other continents. Even though they did not understand, they still carried out their orders and headed towards the closest continent, the Blue Water continent. The movements of the Darkwater continent were noticed by the other continents, but it was normal to make preparations to defend, so they did not take it to mind. During the night, the sounds of battle started to sound out. The Darkwater continent sent out 300 million soldiers and quickly entered the Blue Water continent. Because the Blue Water continent had never expected for the Darkwater continent to attack them, they were caught completely unprepared. News quickly spread, shocking countless people from their sleep. They all thought that the Darkwater continent had gone mad, or else why would they do such a stupid thing? However, the Blue Water continent would be able to deal with 300 million or so soldiers. The Blue Water continent had 6,000 or so regions and 18,000 cities. There were 9 billion people and 1.4 billion soldiers. With this kind of strength, they did not fear the Darkwater continent. Even though they did not know why the Darkwater continent had suddenly attacked them, Since the Darkwater continent had dared to make a move, they would not hold back. At first, the Darkwater continent's forces were able to conquer a few hundred regions because the Blue Water continent was unprepared. However, the Blue Water continent's people quickly gathered together and stopped the Darkwater continent's forces and surrounded them. The Blue Water continent's morale was quite high, and they were quite domineering because their forces far surpassed the enemy forces. They were completely confident in their victory, while the aura of the Darkwater continent's forces was much weaker. Someone from the Blue Water continent shouted mockingly, "Are you people stupid? You're attacking us with forces like this? What a joke. Now, none of you can escape. Put down your weapons and surrender, and we'll spare you." The Darkwater continent soldiers' expressions were quite grim. Now that they had been surrounded by a force many times theirs, they indeed could not escape. It was quite possible that they would die here, so they felt quite afraid. At the same time, they could not understand why they had to suddenly attack the Blue Water continent. It simply made no sense. However, the Darkwater continent city lords were rather calm and coldly laughed inwardly. They were just bait sent over by Great Kin, and they were just here to draw everyone over instead of truly attacking. Roar! 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 Massive roars sounded out as a massive wave of devil chi spread out like a cyclone, causing everyone to feel terror. Everyone looked into the distance, seeing massive devils flood towards them. They gave off evil and ruthless roars and seemed as if they could destroy everything. There were human-headed pythons, bats with human faces on their stomachs, rats with 2 heads, half-human half-tiger beasts, and centipedes with countless human hands. 1,197 traitor. These were all devils, and some could breathe underwater while others couldn't. However, Zhao Fu had prepared breathing apparatuses for all of them, allowing them to move underwater. Looking at the devil army charging at them, the Blue Water continent's people fell into terror. This devil army was simply too big and there were far too many of them. They still did not understand what was happening and how such a massive devil army had appeared. Some people suddenly realized something and understood why the Darkwater continent had attacked them. If they pushed all of this to Great Kin, it all made sense. The Darkwater continent has long since submitted to Great Kin and has betrayed us. That devil army is from Great Kin. Everyone, be careful. As soon as these words were shouted out, they caused massive waves. The expressions of people on both sides became quite shocked. The Blue Water continent's people were extremely angry that the Darkwater continent's people had betrayed the fish-scale world and become Great Kin's dog. The Darkwater continent's soldiers suddenly realized that they had suddenly become part of Great Kin. Some were quite happy while others had grim expressions, and some said that they wanted to resist Great Kin. The System City Lords immediately pacified their soldiers, yelling, "Great Kin's army is sweeping away everything before them, and the fish-scale world will belong to Great Kin sooner or later. Those of us who submit first will receive the best treatment. Also, look at that devil army rushing over. Do you think you can stop them? That's Great Kin's power. If you don't submit, you'll die." This caused the morale of the Darkwater continent's forces to stabilize. Sensing the colossal wave of devil chi, looks of fear appeared on countless people's faces. The devil army was incredibly fast and would soon clash with the Blue Water continent's army. The Blue Water continent army did not want to wait to die, so they started to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows containing terrifying power shot out, and left behind trails in the water, but they were not able to deal much damage to the devil army. Some devils released devil chi that sent the arrows flying away, and the devils that were hit merely cried out in pain. The Blue Water continent's forces had been surrounding the Darkwater continent's forces, but now the leaders hurriedly gave the order to get into a defensive formation to block the devil army. However, how could the Darkwater continent's forces allow them to do as they wished? They immediately started attacking the Blue Water continent's forces, causing their army to fall into chaos. They had to defend against the incoming devil army while also protecting themselves from the Darkwater continent's forces. In the end, the Blue Water continent's forces were only make some simple defenses and some of their soldiers were able to create a few shield walls. Boom. 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 There were a few kingdoms within the Blue Water continent, and they released their core formations. 10 or so massive creatures gave off powerful auras as they rushed out. However, compared to the devil army, they were like a few pebbles because there were simply too many devils. Zhao Fu had gone all out this time and had mobilized 650,000 devils. Bang. 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 Muffled explosions sounded out as countless massive devils slammed against the shield walls. Despite the countless soldiers desperately blocking, they were still sent flying back, and the defensive line instantly collapsed without a trace of resistance. The 10 or so core formations were also instantly crushed as they clashed with the devil army. Countless fish-scale people raised their weapons and roared as they charged at the devil army, desperately retaliating. However, it was all futile. In front of those massive devils, countless people were sent flying. They could not attack those devils at all, and even if they did, they were barely able to deal much damage. Against such large creatures, one had to use things that countered large creatures or high-stage soldiers. If there were a few million stage 8 soldiers, they would be able to forcefully stop this devil army. However, the fish-scale world was still a new world, so how could they have such forces? The devils powerfully charged through the blue water continent's defenses before starting a massacre. A massive python with a mouth filled with fangs opened its mouth and devoured hundreds of people. Its powerful digestive abilities instantly digested them, and the python once again opened its mouth and launched itself at other soldiers. A 30-meter-tall rhinoceros with an ugly and deformed head gave a massive roar and vigorously charged forwards, slamming people into meat paste. It also opened its mouth and madly devoured fish-scale people. A savage-looking black crocodile with blood-red eyes ferociously looked at the fish-scale people in front of it. It was quite nimble in the water and quickly swam over. It bit down with its mouth, biting hundreds of people in half. It then devoured their corpses and continued to bite towards other soldiers. Because there was so much food available, it did not eat them cleanly, leaving broken corpses everywhere. Blood dyed the surrounding water, painting a terrifying scene. Countless devils were madly enjoying their food. To them, the fish-scale people were just a pile of food, and they relied on such food to grow. The 1 billion fish-scale soldiers were unable to stop the devil army at all. The soldiers at the front continuously died while those at the back continuously retreated in fear. It was like a massive tide being pushed backwards. The Darkwater Continent's forces looked at how savage and ruthless the devils were and looked terrified. They now celebrated that they were part of Great Kin and did not have to fight against these monsters. Otherwise, they would have been like the Blue Water Continent's forces. Great Kin's methods were simply too terrifying and cruel. Now, they did not dare to think of rebelling at all, and their morale was greatly boosted. They now used their full strength to attack their brethren. Arrows continuously shot out and fish-scale cavalrymen charged forwards, killing the Blue Water Continent's forces. The instant that the Devil Army had arrived, the Blue Water Continent's forces were doomed to lose. The Devil Army and the Darkwater Continent's forces ferociously killed, while the Blue Water Continent's soldiers started to run away. News of the Blue Water Continent's forces losing quickly spread, and countless people ran for their lives in terror. The Darkwater Continent's forces were able to easily conquer region after region. In the end, the Darkwater Continent's forces completely took over the Blue Water Continent, obtaining a large number of people and cities. Many people also escaped to the other continents. This news instantly rocked the entire fish-scale world. No one had expected that despite facing so many enemies, Great Kin still dared to make a move against them. What's more, they had taken an entire continent just like that. At the same time, they heard about the Darkwater Continent's betrayal. The other continents immediately mobilized their troops and tried to stop Great Kin's momentum, and the fish-scale world's world protector Yujuan also personally led people to attack. This news also traveled to the 3 worlds outside. 1198 Softwater. This caused the people of the other worlds to feel a trace of anger. Great Kin did not take them seriously at all. Despite facing so many of them, they had the gall to attack someone else. As such, they all started to attack Great Kin. By now, they had found means to resist Great Kin's illusion flower devils and teleportation spears, so they were not as afraid of Great Kin. The Grassy World, Half-Beast World, Elf World, and Dark Daemon World simultaneously attacked Great Kin. However, the Devil Horn Empire did not make a move. They were waiting for an opportunity to take down Great Kin in one swoop, so they would not easily act. After receiving news of this, Zhao Fu sent soldiers to the boundaries to defend. Zhao Fu was not afraid of them attacking because Great Kin's main force had not moved out. It was only the Devil Army and Darkwater Continent attacking the fish-scale world. The various factions wanted to send soldiers to the Blue Water Continent to stop Great Kin, but 400 million of Great Kin's soldiers at the Netherwater Continent started to attack the continent closest to them, the Softwater Continent. Of these 400 million soldiers, 300 million or so were fish-scale people and only about 100 million were humans. Because they had lived underwater for quite a while, they had a lot of experience fighting underwater. Of course, just with 400 million of Great Kin's soldiers, it would be impossible to take down the Softwater Continent. The Softwater Continent had 5,000 or so regions and 15,000 cities. It had 7 billion people and nearly 1 billion soldiers. If Great Kin's 400 million soldiers did not use any tricks, it would naturally be quite difficult to take down the Softwater Continent. However, Great Kin did indeed have some tricks, one of which was something the fish-scale world had used against the human world before, triggering an aquatic beast tide. After returning to the fish-scale world after a few years, the 8 aquatic beast kings could not help but feel excited. This was their true home. Now that they had returned, the other aquatic beasts were doomed. Before, They had lived in terror of the 8 aquatic beast kings, and after they had been sealed, the other aquatic beasts had lived happily. However, today, those 8 aquatic beast kings had returned. Roar! 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 8 massive roars sounded throughout the fish scale world, and countless creatures felt a sense of fear. Even the small fish and prawns started to panic. This heralded the arrival of the 8 aquatic beast kings. The 8 aquatic beast kings drove countless aquatic beasts towards the softwater continent, and there were around 1 million of them. Because time was short, they did not have enough time to gather too many aquatic beasts. These aquatic beasts were about as big as the devils, but their strength was far inferior. They were quite big, but their bodies were not very powerful. If the fish scale world could control the 8 aquatic beast kings and use them to gather aquatic beasts, they would be able to resist Great Ken's devil army. This had been their advantage before, but now it was Great Ken controlling the 8 aquatic beast kings. Many of the softwater continent's forces had been sent to the blue water continent to resist Great Ken, and they had never thought that Great Ken would have another force this strong. Their soldiers were quickly returning, but the aquatic beast tide gave off a terrifying aura and broke through the softwater continent's defenses before invading the inner regions of the softwater continent. Facing Great Ken's 2 armies, everyone's expressions became quite grave. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Which side should they support? The blue water continent was in the worst condition. Great Ken was about to gain complete control there, and once it did, it would attack other continents. The devil army was a massive threat. In the end, the other continents decided to send 30% of their forces to support the softwater continent and 70% of their forces to support the blue water continent. The 2 sides quickly clashed in the blue water continent. There were 3 billion fish scale soldiers, and they had also quickly prepared some items to deal with large-size creatures. This forced Great Ken's devils to slow down their attack. The remainder of the Darkwater continent's forces also moved out, 500 million soldiers in total. Yujuan's expression was cold as he exploded out with a powerful aura. He led the way as he charged towards Great Ken's forces. In front of him was a beautiful woman with golden hair and golden eyes, wearing a silver knight's dress and holding a golden sword. She was Teen-Up Dragon, and she was someone Great Ken had invested in greatly. Not only did they think of ways to increase her various powers, but they had also raised her royal bloodline. With her exceptional talent, she now had the strength to fight with Yujuan. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 people started to clash. Terrifying ripples blasted out as a terrifying aura instantly spread out. As the 2 of them started to fight, the 2 armies started to ferociously charge as well. The countless devils roared as they charged towards the fish scale army. The fish scale army also roared as they shot towards the devil army. The battle between the 2 sides was incredibly intense. Countless devils tore apart or devoured the fish scale people's bodies, causing blood to quickly dye the water. There were broken corpses everywhere, creating a horrific scene. The fish scale world's forces used all sorts of items to summon all kinds of monsters to attack the incoming devils. Some people threw spears that created massive vortexes that dragged the devils into them. The massive vortexes contained immense power and could tear apart the devils' bodies, resulting in many injuries and casualties. The Darkwater continent's forces were currently fighting with the other fish scale people. At the softwater continent, the battle was also quite ferocious. Even though there were more aquatic beasts than devils, they were unable to create as great of an effect. Moreover, the fish scale people were quite familiar with these aquatic beasts, so they clearly knew their weaknesses. They implemented many measures to deal with these aquatic beasts, making it quite difficult for Great Ken to attack. The other battlefields had started to fight as well. Zhao Fu led countless experts to defend the eastern archipelagos to defend against the 3 outside worlds and the Devil Horn Empire, which could attack at any moment. Bei Qi defended the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world and resisted the attacks of the Dark Daemon world. The Dark Daemon world's attacks were quite ferocious and incredibly powerful. Great Ken mainly defended and could not retaliate. This battle lasted for 6 days and both sides suffered great losses. In the end, Zhao Fu was able to conquer the Blue Water Continent and Soft Water Continent with great difficulty. They had already taken over the Blue Water Continent before, and they were just stopping the fish scale people from reclaiming it. With the 8 aquatic beast kings continuously driving over aquatic beasts, they were able to conquer the Soft Water Continent in the end. Zhao Fu had wanted to resist the pressure from the other worlds and conquer the fish scale world in one go, but the Devil Horn Empire had suddenly acted. After hearing that Great Ken had turned countless devil beasts into devils, it had been furious and ferociously attacked Great Ken. The Devil Horn Empire had brought 1.5 million devil beasts as well as devil horn soldiers to attack Great Ken. This forced Zhao Fu to stop attacking the fish scale world and focus on defending. 1,199 new devils. Even though they had suffered great losses in terms of soldiers, beasts, and devils, they had also obtained massive gains. They had conquered 2 continents and obtained 11 billion people and 20,000 or so cities. This caused Zhaofu's overall population to rise to 115 billion people, and they now had 190,000 cities. After obtaining 2 more continents, they had obtained a lot of fate as well, making up for the fate they had lost from losing the 3 continents previously. Now, the fish scale world only had 3 continents remaining. The 4 others had fallen into Great Kin's hands. After this battle, the fish scale world's strength had been greatly reduced. Now, they only had around 3 billion soldiers, which was nothing to be afraid of. Great Kin just needed a chance to gather some more forces, and it would be able to completely conquer the fish scale world. Because the battles outside were quite intense, Zhaofu had to focus most of his forces outside to maintain the status quo. Zhaofu also sent out ambassadors, wanting to ally with the surrounding worlds to suppress the Devil Horn Empire. With some allies, Great Kin's situation would be much better. Even if there was a single world to help them tie up the Devil Horn Empire, that would be quite good. Great Kin would be able to focus the freed up forces to deal with one enemy and quickly increase Great Kin's strength. However, there was no one who wanted to ally with Great Kin. After all, they had all seen Great Kin's threat and how much the other worlds had been suppressed. As Great Kin fought with the other worlds, its strength had been gradually whittled away. This was something that they wanted, so they naturally would not get involved. Great Kin used the illusion flower devils and teleportation spheres, but the other side had already found ways to deal with them. The pollen from the illusion flower devils was blocked by powerful barriers, and the teleportation abilities of the teleportation spheres were locked down by spatial restrictions. Zhaofu suddenly thought about the fact that the devil beasts could become devils quite easily. If that was the case, what about aquatic beasts? Aquatic beasts' bodies were quite big, but they were quite weak. If they could become devils, they would become another source of strength for Great Kin. This was especially so since Great Kin had the 8 aquatic beast kings, which could herd the aquatic beasts into the devil world. Great Kin would not have to send soldiers to drive them or capture them, which would drain less of Great Kin's resources. However, the number of aquatic beasts in the fish scale world had been drastically reduced. When the fish scale world had attacked the human world, they had attracted over countless aquatic beasts. During Great Kin's attack, the 8 aquatic beast kings had drove countless aquatic beasts to attack, resulting in the loss of many aquatic beasts. Zhaofu was not sure how many aquatic beasts they would be able to round up, but he still ordered the 8 aquatic beast kings to see how many they could herd together. Of course, Zhaofu first brought with him the 100 devils and had them see if the aquatic beasts could be quickly turned into devils. They themselves were devils, so they would most likely have a good idea. By now, more than half of the fish scale world belonged to Great Kin. The remaining 3 continents were forced to fully focus on defending, so Zhaofu could do as he pleased within the fish scale world. He caught a 6-meter-tall crab and had the devil see if it could be turned into a devil. Mangekyō walked up and stretched out a hand, causing countless traces of devil chi to gather at her hand, forming an orb of devil chi. She then sent the orb of devil chi flying into the massive crab's body. The crab's eyes became blood red and its aura became chaotic as it continuously struggled, trying to break free of Zhaofu's restrictions. However, apart from this, it did not go through any changes. Mangekyō frowned and turned to Zhaofu and said, "Your Majesty, these aquatic beasts' spirituality and intelligence are too low. Even though their bodies are quite big, their aptitude is quite low. They can be turned into devils, but it will take a long time. Moreover, these aquatic beasts can only be turned into the lowest grade of devils and it will be difficult for them to become high-grade devils. It will be incredibly rare for any of them to be able to take human form." Hearing this, Zhaofu felt slightly disappointed. However, for them to be able to be turned into devils was still quite good and would provide some more strength for Great Kin. As such, Zhaofu immediately had the 8 aquatic beast kings herd the aquatic beasts into the 4-soul devil world. In total, 400,000 aquatic beasts were herded in. After dealing with these matters, the Emperor killing sword in the sword mark suddenly started to tremble and give off waves of sword light. This caused Zhaofu to feel quite startled. He sensed the massive changes in the Emperor killing sword world and he entered it. The Emperor killing sword world was one of Zhaofu's biggest trump cards, but it had not developed yet. After it had developed, he would not have to fear those 3 factions anymore. This Emperor killing sword world was worthy of development because in later stages, it would provide unimaginable help to Zhaofu. After all, this was killing sword intent that could kill celestials, and it would be extremely useful against higher beings. After entering the Emperor killing sword world, Zhaofu saw a massive blood-red vortex in the sky, giving off a heaven-toppling killing sword intent. The air was incredibly cold, making it almost impossible to breathe, and each breath was quite difficult and painful. The 100 people in sword obsession who had been fighting outside had all been recalled to the Emperor killing sword world and were sitting cross-legged under that blood-red vortex. Traces of blood red aura floated out from their bodies and flew into the massive blood red vortex. That vortex's power already covered the entire Emperor Killing Sword world, and the Emperor Killing Sword world started to tremble. Clouds swirled as everything started to become chaotic. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted because he understood that the Emperor Killing Sword world was leveling up. Its power would increase greatly, and more people would be able to go into sword obsession. Boom! The blood red vortex suddenly exploded and gave off a massive explosion as countless traces of blood red aura shot out. The Emperor Killing Sword world's sky and ground continuously expanded out until it became as big as 100 regions. An even greater power entered the Emperor Killing Sword, which gave off a blood red light as well as a joyful sword hum. Not only did the Emperor Killing Sword's power increase by a lot, but its grade had also increased. It seemed that it could grow alongside the Emperor Killing Sword world. This was a very pleasant surprise to Zhao Fu. When the time came, Zhao Fu would have a supreme weapon of murder, which would cause all gods and demons to retreat in fear. The world once again calmed down and the Killing Sword Lake at the center became 10 times larger. Now, even more experts in the way of the sword could be thrown in and would go into sword obsession, providing more killing aura for the Emperor Killing Sword world. The number of people who could go into sword obsession rose from 100 to 1,000, which meant that they needed another 900 geniuses. This number was quite big, and geniuses in the way of the sword were not easy to find. The sword geniuses from the surrounding worlds had already been taken by Great Kin, so if they wanted more of them, they could only go to places further away. 1,200 golem clone. Zhao Fu immediately thought about the ancient sword sect. That was the ancient stem domain's most powerful sword sect, and it was the holy land for those who cultivated in the way of the sword. There would naturally be countless sword geniuses there, and the ancient sword sect would all nurture them greatly, so they would all have decent strength. They were naturally quite suitable for going into sword obsession. Zhao Fu would not have to look all over the place and instead could just use them. Thinking about what had happened before, Zhao Fu felt a wave of anger from within his heart. They were still looking for him with all they could so that they could kill him, and today Zhao Fu was going to take some interest from them. Zhao Fu made some preparations and headed to the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. At the same time, he had collected information about the ancient stem domain and had made a list of names. This list of names was filled with the ancient sword sect's sword geniuses, and all of them had immense talent and powerful strength. Even though he could not defeat their sect master, they were in the open while Zhao Fu was hidden. It would be quite easy to bully the ancient sword sect's countless disciples. Of course, he would not be able to capture 900 of them one by one, or people would definitely notice that something was wrong. Before he could capture all 900, he would be discovered, and the situation would become dangerous. Zhao Fu looked at the information on the list and considered having them gather together and capture them all in one go. They all had something in common, which was something that all sword geniuses had in common. They were extremely interested in all things to do with the way of the sword. Perhaps Zhao Fu could prepare some things to attract them over. Ordinary things would not be able to attract these sword geniuses, so Zhao Fu planned to use the killing sword intent. Of course, Zhao Fu had to make preparations or his identity would be exposed. After all, he had used the killing sword intent at the ancient stem banquet before. He first had people write 1,500 letters. He would not write all of them himself. After writing them, Zhao Fu sent bits of his killing sword intent into each of the letters. The contents of the letters only had a single sentence: "If you want to comprehend this peerless way of the sword, came to this place." The killing sword intent within the letters would definitely attract countless people. After all, to those who walked the way of the sword, this sword intent was incredibly unfathomable and no one could refuse it. Anyone who cultivated in the way of the sword would want to obtain it. In case not enough people came, Zhao Fu prepared an extra few hundred letters so that at least 900 would come. These letters were quickly delivered by others into the ancient sword sect disciples' hands. A white-clothed young man stood on a mountain peak, sensing the vastness of the power of the heavens and earth, when a servant interrupted him, making him feel quite displeased. However, after that servant handed him a letter, the young man's expression became one of shock. In the next second, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared over the horizon. A woman wearing a green dress, giving off a powerful sword chi, held a white silk scarf and lightly wiped a sword. After receiving this letter, her expression became quite serious as she turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. A muscular young man was swinging his large sword, sending out ferocious sword wind, and after receiving this letter, he laughed loudly before leaving. Most people did not pay much mind to these letters, but after opening them, their expressions immediately changed as they felt a sea-like sword intent cover them. Their bodies froze, and they felt as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bodies continuously trembled. They had never seen such terrifying sword intent before, and even though they were afraid, they could not help but feel excited. The more powerful the sword intent, the more precious it was to them. This sword intent was from Zhaofu's killing sword intent, which was one of the most top-tier sword intents in the world. As such, they all hurried towards the designated place. Zhaofu had been waiting at the place from the beginning, and he had hidden himself. Seeing the sword geniuses arrive, he knew that his plan was successful. Seeing so many other people around, everyone who arrived felt that something is off. However, they wanted to see that sword intent, so they still decided to stay. More and more people arrived, and soon, there were more than 1,000 of them. Just as Zhaofu was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed some danger. This was because some extremely powerful sword experts had stealthily arrived. These people's power greatly surpassed the Harmony Realm and were most likely elders of the ancient sword sect. Zhaofu's expression was quite serious and he immediately decided to leave. The plan had failed. Zhaofu had expected that something like this might happen because he had sent out so many letters. Some of the disciples would most likely report this matter up, with how terrifying that sword intent was. Even the higher-ups of the ancient sword sect would take notice of it. As such, Zhaofu could only give up. With his strength, he could not fight against the ancient sword sect. It was a pity that Zhaofu's teleportation spears could only teleport across a few worlds and could not cross over 100 worlds. Otherwise, Zhaofu could immediately activate them and instantly send them all to Great Qin, completing his goal. Just as Zhaofu was about to leave, a cold-looking middle-aged woman arrived. Seeing this cold-looking woman, everyone called out respectfully, "Madam." Zhaofu thought about the ancient sword sect's information and understood that this was the wife of the ancient sword sect's sect master. He instantly felt a wave of fury as he thought about how the ancient sword sect's sect master had humiliated him. The cold-looking woman was also a sword expert and gave off powerful sword chi, making others not dare to get close. She was very beautiful and was quite slim and tall, and she had white, tender skin. It was said that back in the day she was the #1 beauty in the ancient sword sect. She was younger than the ancient sword sect's sect master and looked around 30 years old. She was not the same generation as him, being 1 generation younger. Back then, the ancient sword sect's sect master had thickened his skin and disregarded the gap in generations to woo the ancient sword sect's #1 beauty. Since she was 1 generation younger than the ancient sword sect's sect master, her cultivation was naturally much lower than his, and she was only at the heaven realm. However, she was almost at the harmony realm. Zhaofu had never thought that he would draw her here too. However, in front of such a sovereign sword intent, no person who walked the way of the sword would be able to resist it. As such, it was only natural that she wanted to come and see this sword intent herself. Seeing her, Zhaofu had an idea. He took out a few small figures made of mud, which were called golem clones. They could turn into the likeness of the user, and even their aura would be the same. They did not have any power, but they were extremely fast at running away and were adept at running away underground. They were useful for escaping. Zhaofu had made many preparations for this operation and had many escape measures. He would not leave himself stranded like at the ancient stem banquet. Zhaofu cut a finger and had his blood drip onto the golem clones, which gave off light and quickly became bigger. They became the same size as Zhaofu and also wore black cloaks. In order to increase their aura, Zhaofu also fused some sword intent into them. 1216 Desires Puppet Technique. Swish, swish, swish. The golem clones suddenly revealed themselves and gave off powerful sword ores as they looked at the ancient sword sex people, forcing the hidden elders to reveal themselves. The elders prepared to apprehend these people and interrogate them about their aim. However, those people instantly turned into rays of light and shot into the ground and disappeared, and the elders chased after them. This sudden turn of events caused the ancient sword sect disciples to look quite serious. It seemed that this had been a trap to attract them over. However, they were fortunate that they had reported this up and had the protection of their sex experts, so they did not have to worry about much. After the elders left, Zhaofu gave off an evil intent like he was a ghost coming out of darkness as he slowly appeared, causing the air to instantly become cold. The countless people sensed Zhaofu's evil intent and looked quite afraid, and their hair stood on end. "Hurry and leave." The cold-looking woman drew the sword at her waist and looked at Zhaofu gravely. The people around her could sense Zhaofu's aura, and they knew that if they remained here, they would just make things difficult. As such, most of them turned into rays of light and left. However, a few people had stayed behind, 4 men and 1 woman. Their cultivations were all at the Saint Realm and had the confidence to help. "Who are you?"